But thank you for coming on the podcast. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for inviting us.
No, man. Like it was MJ is all MJ here. So a bit of context. I feel like when people who are listening and people who are watching, okay, this was a very last minute thing. I think you guys know as well.
No.
No.
I mean,
he
last minute. He just asked me, "Hey, do you want to be in a pot?" Like, yeah.
Shit.
Like clay pot? He's like, "No, podcast." Okay.
Oh, nice. It was a bit sudden because I know that like we're doing the studio up and there are a lot of things like moving about. So I'm glad that you guys are able to come. So,
perfect timing, yeah.
Yeah, perfect timing. And you guys are officially the first guest in this studio as well. And also thank you for the gift.
That's awesome. Yeah, the gift.
gift.
I give you off screen, right?
Maybe MJ, you can start by giving us a bit of context on how you guys met.
Yeah, so TikTok, that's it, right? Goldie, you recently shifted to Malaysia, and very interesting story you share later on how you ended up in Malaysia. But you started creating content about Malaysia and like how nice Malaysia is, and then the comment section was popping, your channel was popping. I think it's like less than 2 months and you're already at 2.5K followers.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I thought, hey, just DM like, hey, we should meet up. And then I watched your other stuff. I binge a bit on your finance stuff and I'm like, hey, I'm in finance, right? So then I think we met about a month ago or 5 weeks ago.
It was a month ago.
Just 5 weeks ago, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Then we met for a second time. And then I realized our conversations were like a podcast. You know, it's a bit like when I met you, right? There was like 4 hours.
God, yeah,
I was like 3 hours, right? So I thought like, well, you guys are definitely perfect for the pod, right? Because, I mean, no shade to the other guests before, but not all can, you know.
It's tough.
Yeah.
No.
And then we got your wife Momo here, right?
Yeah.
Mainly because, you know, I think it wouldn't be fair to get her on and to get her perspective. I know John's a big fan of Japan, so we have Japanese here, we have German, Turkish here, you know, 2/3 of the Axis powers are here, you know.
Yeah. Like all three, right? Like,
no, wait. Italy is not here.
Yeah,
but who cares about Italy, right? Anyways.
So that is the context of how you guys met. You guys met over TikTok.
Yeah, I just DM'd slid into his DMs.
Sweet. So when did you guys come to Malaysia?
so maybe you want to start because she came first.
So you guys came separate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I came like on Valentine's Day, I think.
Oh, you came in
Valentine's
February.
Day. Yeah. I got a job.
Okay.
In Malaysia.
Uh-huh.
And then my company helped me everything with visa and everything.
I see.
And I came here.
I see. Okay.
And then, yeah.
Okay.
And then he came later.
So like
2 weeks later.
to give you guys some context, maybe I don't go back that far, but we met in Canada.
Okay.
We're college sweethearts.
Okay.
And so, you know, things happened. We decided to move out of Canada.
Uh-huh.
And I told her, hey, look, give me 6 months. I'm going to build up everything in Germany.
I see.
And then either you come there or I go to Japan. Like the plan was to not be in the West, basically.
Okay.
Always. For me, at least.
Oh, I see. The
For you,
overall
yeah.
goal was to be basically out of the West.
Yeah.
Oh.
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
before we get into this, so, you know, build up everything. She came literally like 6 months, 7 months after I went to Germany. She came, we married, you know, like a fairy tale, basically. Yeah. And when she left, right, like, so I built everything up. She came, and then just my focus was to just, you know, to just like
To start.
close everything down in Germany
Oh, I
while she
see.
builds up things
Somewhere
here, and then I can come.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, before we continue, if you guys don't mind, you got to speak nearer to the mic a little bit.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So I know you guys are not. It's just a
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
thing.
No.
Yeah,
Please,
it's just
let's
for
remind
highlighting.
us.
I think Momo a bit louder.
Yeah, and you gotta
bit
speak a bit
louder.
louder. But
Okay.
I know you're Japanese.
Yeah, I'm
So you just gotta be a
Japanese.
bit. You gotta channel your inner Kansai region.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta be a bit more Osaka today.
Okay, Osaka.
You know a lot, yeah.
No, I mean it's because
He's an honorary Japanese, right?
I wish one day the Japanese government would be like, you know what, John? If you can do a YouTube video for me every time you come to Japan, I'll sponsor your trip. I'll be more than happy to do that. But for me, as long as I get to go, I'm a happy guy.
Yeah.
But okay, so you guys met in Canada, but you guys were studying in Canada before this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we go one by one because when it's a two guest thing, it's always difficult. But maybe so ladies first.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
Lady,
Right?
yeah.
So what made you want to go to Canada to study from Japan?
Because after graduating college in Japan,
Okay.
so I worked for a company for like 5 years in Japan.
Oh wow!
But it was very, very stressful, right?
It is very
because you
stressful.
know Japanese working culture, ethics, right? I have to work like 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day,
Yeah.
but I didn't get paid enough,
I see.
right? I don't know how much I got paid.
Were you
in
you paid in yen?
yeah, yes,
Okay.
yes. And like 5,000, no, 4,000 ringgit or something.
4,000 ringgit.
For
But that's quite
a
tough.
month?
So that's about 120,000. Yeah.
That's like 12,000, 13,000 yen.
Something like that.
120,000.
After the
Wow.
deduction, right?
That's quite
And
brutal,
then-
man.
Yes, I was tired. I was a bit depressed, and I didn't see any future, right? in
Mhm.
Japan. And
This
oh,
was you working in Tokyo, or were you working in Shizuoka?
in Shizuoka, yes.
I see. I see. So that's why you decided to go to Canada and study?
Yes, I've always wanted to go.
You've
abroad,
always wanted to
right?
go to Canada. Oh, okay.
To get out of my comfort zone. And then, but because I worked 5 years, right, in Japan, I saved money. Right? I'm Japanese, right? Every month, little by little, I saved the
He's German. I bet Germans save money too.
Yeah, Swabian Germans, especially. The Grand Canyon was created because the Swabian lost a penny.
Yeah, some deep ass joke, but okay.
Okay.
Then
So you just
finally, I got enough money to go abroad.
I see.
And then I decided to go to Canada because I heard Canada is safer
It is
than
very safe.
America.
That it is a lot safer than the US. I studied in the
Yeah.
US. It's quite a rough place to study in.
Right?
Yeah. But I was lucky I studied in California, so it's not as bad. But my brother
California.
Yeah, but my brother studied in New York. That one quite rough. It's quite rough. Yeah. Okay, maybe you, Goldie. So you were in Germany before this?
Yeah, I grew up in Germany. And it was similar, like, am I really going to be here for the rest of my life now?
Which part of Germany?
Stuttgart.
Oh,
Near
shoot.
Stuttgart. Yeah.
You only know Stuttgart, right? Because we play football, you know.
We know all the German cities.
You only know
because-
the German cities because of
It's
football.
easy. We know
South
Germany.
Bay, right?
Yeah,
No, we know the names. We just don't know where they are.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, like basically next to Bavaria, you have, Baden-Württemberg,
I don't know about
Swabia. Yeah, many people think of Germany like as everything is Bavaria, right? But it's actually quite
That's where
diverse.
Munich is, right? Or
Yeah.
no?
Munich
Yeah,
is
right.
Bavaria. And then, so basically, like if my hand was Germany, you have like north, south.
South.
I'm from the south, but I'm from the southwest.
I see.
That's Baden-Württemberg. Southeast is Bavaria.
Ah.
Bavaria and Austria are very similar. And Baden-Württemberg and Switzerland,
Are very
culturally, linguistically, are very similar.
Oh, but
So
they still
that's where
speak
the-
German though, right?
Yeah. It's a dialect, right?
Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
dialect.
because I know my aunt lives in Switzerland, and she lived in Zurich for the longest time. And I
Nice.
always thought in Switzerland they spoke French, but actually they speak Swiss German and Swiss French. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
only realized that Swiss German is kind of
They-
like a
Yeah.
Cantonese.
They have 5 official languages
Whoa.
in Switzerland. 5. Italian, French, German, but
English.
Swiss German, right?
Yeah,
They
Swiss
can
German.
switch to German pretty well,
Yeah,
though. It's very amazing.
yeah.
And then something else, like, I'm not sure what
It's
is.
like a dialect. They speak like a dialect as well. So it's like
Yeah.
Swiss German, Swiss French.
Like it's familiar, but you don't really understand the language. Or something like,
Like, they can switch to German really well. Like,
Yeah.
when they speak with me, they speak like German. I'm like, okay, I can tell they're from Switzerland,
Yeah.
right? But when they speak among each other, I have no idea.
Because the slang is probably
The
very,
slang, it's
very
just
thick.
brutal. Yeah.
Yeah.
And some words are different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were from Stuttgart. And
Stuttgart.
you decided you wanted to study abroad, or you wanted to?
Yeah. Study abroad. It was a family effort, kind of. So I went to Canada with my brother.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, my younger brother. Yeah. Went to college, just started to basically just stay there and just live.
Why Canada? Safer
Yeah.
than US.
Good. Yeah, it's like a nicer USA, right?
Okay,
I guess.
okay.
And also, like when you see like sceneries of Alaska or something, it was like always like, oh, like Canada in mind.
It's the view. It's the
The
appeal.
the people. They have very clean English too. If
Yeah.
you noticed.
Yeah.
I think Canadian English is like the cleanest English.
Really?
I think. Yeah.
I think that's a good case. I
Yeah,
think
like
it's a
West
good
Coast. West Coast.
Californian English is probably the clearest to me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the
Yeah.
West Coast
Yeah.
English is kind of like when you go to Seattle or Vancouver, it's
tough. It's different.
there's almost no difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, they go a boot. What's that, a boot?
No, that's like some other part, but not
Oh,
in
really?
Vancouver. Yeah.
Oh.
They say hey though.
Vancouver is quite metropolitan, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super West Coasty, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole West Coast kind of.
And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of movies are shot in Vancouver.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Everything with Ryan Reynolds basically.
But even the movie Suits. I I mean, the TV series
really?
Suits. Yeah, everything is shot in
Suits,
Vancouver because
yeah.
it's a very affordable place to do video shoots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's a city that looks like most cities. So
But
that's why.
I have to tell you guys, we actually met on Vancouver Island. So you take a yeah. So if you go to another country, you pick the nicest place, right? So you can take a ferry. It's like what an hour and a half, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you go to Vancouver Island. It's called Victoria City there,
Okay.
and that's where
You guys met?
we met. Yeah.
Did you guys by any chance meet because it was like a school thing where they decided like, oh, we're going to this island. You guys want to have a look, and then you guys go for that?
We went to the same college. We were the same class. Yeah, we studied hospitality management.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
I was already cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a chef, and and then
Pastry chef.
yeah,
And you're a
pastry
chef.
chef,
I
baker,
see.
bakery. Yeah, I was a chef, and we met in hospitality management, and yeah, very very good times.
Hospitality is probably the roughest thing you can study. I considered it, but I realized I don't have the heart for it.
There's
It's
like
a
3
brutal thing.
sections. Like when you finish hospitality management, you either go like become a chef, right,
Yeah.
or you go work in
Hotel.
hotel or events.
You know, I have this.
That's the third.
Yeah. So I always tell people, I feel personally, the top 3 worst, most difficult jobs. Number 1 is F&B, food. Food, pastries, whatever, even dessert.
Restaurant,
F&B,
yeah.
restaurant business is the most difficult.
Yeah,
The second is hotel. Because you have to smile when people are rude to you.
I just downgraded from cooking to hotel because I was in hotel
But
management
hotel is
after.
just as tough, I feel, because you have to smile. I hate being nice to people who are rude to me. And the third is events. Because in
Yeah.
events, I feel like you can have the decision to be facing clients, or you can just shut the fuck up and just do the stuff behind the scenes. So it's fine.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we have the option. Okay. So you guys met in Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm very certain that after a while you guys lived in Canada and you guys like, oh, you know what? I think we want to move. Is that what went through you guys' minds?
So COVID happened.
Oh, okay. So this is
And,
2020.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I don't want to say too much, right? But we were required to get the jab, right?
Oh, shoot, the vaccine.
Right. And I told her, please don't, just don't really. But it was required.
In Canada, it was mandatory.
Yeah, it was mandatory, or you lose your job.
No way, bro. Are you serious?
So I said, hey, look,
You just share a
Momo.
German story later, but yeah, Canada
like
first.
Momo, like, look, I'm there for you. I work 2 jobs.
Yeah.
If we need to, I take care of you, but don't get the job. I said,
We could
And she-
speak nearer to the mic.
and
Sorry.
and she didn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
She-
I was almost gonna get the vaccine.
Yeah,
Oh
and she was
my
almost gonna get it, and I was like, don't worry, I got you, don't worry.
So, in Canada,
And yeah,
you guys decided not to get the vaccine.
yes, and then it got like first it was like, oh, it's your choice, blah blah blah, but it got worse and worse
It
and
got
worse,
worse. It
right?
got worse.
because yeah, and they set a deadline,
What the hell?
14th of February, 2020,
28th of February.
28th,
Yeah, I guess.
yeah,
Otherwise,
28th.
I can't go back to my country.
They said after that date, you won't be able to use the train, ferries, or enter an airport.
This was.
And I was like,
2020.
are you serious?
What year was it? 2021.
2020. 2020.
That was
No,
peak
no, no, no,
lockdown.
no.
Or 2021.
2021.
No, 2021.
2020 is
Sorry.
when it started. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like those 4 years, they just,
It's a
just
blur.
smashed together, just blurred together, right? Sorry.
2021.
And I was like, F this, man. What is this?
You can curse on the
like
podcast.
I
Man,
yeah,
all right.
yeah, like like chef, right? Like you
Yeah,
can't. Like I was luckily I could keep my job. Like I arranged something. Like also I was also like a supervisor, right? And I was in a bit of higher position. They fired everyone except me, right? And I was just like, yeah, let's just get out of here. And I was already having in my mind, like I was writing my first book then, a guide to almost foolproof investing. Is when I got my first channel on TikTok. Started talking about economics, just making people aware of what's going on, you know, so they can make better decisions for their life. And it was very lonely. Like you just go to work, everything is empty. She
Yeah.
came to see me a few times, but then they said like, hey, this deadline, right? I was like if I'm gonna be a slave, I'm gonna go to my own country. And that's when I told her, right? That's why I said, hey, look, give me 6 months. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna build up everything and then bring you there. Or I come and see you in Japan.
I see.
F Canada.
And I remember when you went back, the rules were like as bad in Germany.
Oh, really?
I went back. There's actually a story. So I need to get tested every day
Wow, that's mad.
for entering any building. Wow. And then I really need to pee. So I went to Starbucks. And I ordered a coffee, right? So I'm not just some outsider who just used the washroom. So I ordered a coffee.
Standard rule. The standard rule is you gotta buy a drink.
But
So-
you can do that in Malaysia actually. Just
So I got a coffee. I said, hey, where's your washroom? And then he wants to, like, they have look, COVID was when they wanted to push, like, two main things, right? CBDC and digital ID.
Yeah.
So COVID was like the test run for that. That's why they pushed so much all at once. So they had like this ID thing, like this QR code thing that you needed to show. So he
the
wanted to
same
see it. I'm like, I'm not vaxxed. I just told him, but I need to pee. I bought a coffee, right? You took my money, right? So, and he's like, I have to ask my boss. And like, you mean that blonde there, the girl there? Are you gonna ask her? And he asked her, and she said, no, of course.
So you couldn't use the restroom?
So I took out my dick.
Wow.
I pissed into the cup, and I just left it there.
Damn, bro. That is... Wait, this is in Germany?
Yes, because I was like, like,
The fuck? Establishment is fucked.
I tell
like, look, like, they push you like to this level, right? Like I was at a gas station, another story. I want to pay for gas, right? It's like, oh, you don't have a mask, you don't have a mask. I'm like, I want to pay, man. I want to pay. I have to come to your counter and pay, right? And she said, and she called the cops.
Wow.
So I left the money on the ground. And
Wow. This is in Germany?
yes,
This is Stuttgart?
yeah, it's like you're like, before you become like a convict and like
They wanted
before you
everybody to follow, man.
yeah, it's like, and
Yeah.
everyone just like, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just, it was right after this Trump thing, right? Like, oh, punch a Nazi, or right after that, you know, like now you became the Nazis, right?
Yeah, and you know, as a German, right, when people say Trump's a Nazi, right, what's your response? I have to ask. Yeah.
They agree.
Germans agree.
The Germans agree, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like
Have they?
like look, like people, they just follow what the shiny box tells them,
Okay.
right? So the shiny box says, beep, orange man, bad, orange man. That's it.
Then people
And then
just follow.
like, because most people are, I don't want to say herd animals, but most people, they just
follow.
comply.
Yeah.
They follow, right? It takes a special character. Like the amount of population like that just goes against the stream is very, very minor. Like people who value freedom, right, over equality and stability. Those are the three main values people hold. They're like about 10% of the population, and then out of them, you have like 1% that goes like pisses in a cup and
Establishment is fucked.
right. But so when they hear on TV, right, oh, orange man bad and he's a Nazi, then they agree. Then they just follow. Why should I think, right? And the problem is they follow, and if you don't follow, you are a threat to the herd,
Yeah.
right?
It is the truth, man.
you're a
Especially
threat.
here, I feel in Asia, you feel that a lot more. But
Asia is even like different, like in European culture, right?
Yeah.
We're more individualistic.
it is.
In Asia, people just trust the government.
Yeah.
Right? And well, why should we doubt the Western governments, right? And then they got all the jab and stuff, and now the Princess of Thailand is like in a coma.
Wait, what? Seriously? Right now?
Yeah.
The Prince of Thailand is in a coma?
Princess, yeah.
Oh, the Princess... Bro,
Yeah.
can you just Google that shit real quick?
Yeah.
Princess of Thailand is in a coma?
Yeah. I'm not so sure if she still is, but yeah.
She did get into one, is what you're trying to say. At the very
Yeah,
least.
she got it, right? Because right?
Yeah,
we
not
trust these
everybody-
Western, right? We
Yeah.
trust, and now they're pissed, right?
Yeah. Actually, there was the recent news on the AstraZeneca vaccine being like having this... the blood clotting thing, it came back up. I don't know whether you saw it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have enough time to assess the knock-on effects, the
Bro,
side effects.
I am triple AstraZeneca, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malaysians were quite obedient. Like but
Yeah.
to be fair, we laxed our rules like quite quickly.
We did.
So what we did was we had like 3 months of intense lockdown, and then after that it was like, okay, do we have like 15 industries that can go about freely?
Like supermarkets,
See?
like FMCG.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like that in
But you don't have people like swimming in a swimming pool with a mask on, right?
No. What? There were people swimming in the swimming pool with a mask on? Dude, that is ridiculous.
Like, I know, and I'm like, if you like you just in this world, you're just like, the fuck is going on?
This
Why
was
is,
all happening
why
in
is everyone
Germany.
so in Germany too? Yeah, Germany wasn't that much better than Canada.
The king's daughter remains unconscious.
Yeah,
2023.
yeah, there it is.
Oh damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the king's daughter.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Wow.
Interesting.
That's crazy. 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That
Is she
is
still?
crazy.
Is she still? Or it's just misinformation I'm spreading.
Wow.
So then how did both of you leave the country eventually, right? Because I assume
Before
that-
February, they said the deadline is February, so we left in January also.
No, I left in February. Yeah.
February. We just left like a week
Right
before
before the
they gave us the,
deadline, yeah.
the stupid deadline.
this 2020.
2022.
2021, I think.
No, so okay. To clear the timeline, so for in the early stages, it's Canada. Then you guys moved to Germany. No COVID yet.
She moved to Japan.
Oh, you
We
moved to
got
Japan.
separated.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
She moved to Japan. I was in Germany. And I said, hey, look, we find each other again. Just give me 6 months to build my life there because I started with nothing, right? They took everything, right? I had like a little 3D printing business.
Yeah.
I was working in a hotel at the same time. I made apps,
Yeah.
like just
This
doing my
is-
thing, and that just ruined it.
This is 2021 in Germany, right? If I'm not mistaken. Because
Yeah, I
that's
think it's
when-
2021,
Yeah,
yeah.
because all the rules were starting to get really intense when it came to
Yeah.
the vaccines. So in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, even in Japan, they had like this really strict law that no people can enter the country if you're not Japanese.
Yeah.
I
guess so,
remember
yes,
it's
yes,
very
yes.
clear
Yeah.
because I was looking at the deadline every day and they keep pushing it every time. And then the prime minister was just being an asshole because I wanted to propose to my wife. Took me 3 years. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
But the dude's not around anymore, so you can.
Wait, really?
Isn't it Abe?
No, not
Abe.
Abe, bro.
No,
It's
Abe got shot.
Kishida.
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 Yeah, Kishida is still the prime minister.
Kishida. Oh, that time we did Kishida. Okay.
Yeah, it was also Kishida. So when all this happened, I remember. But that means you guys were married at the time, right?
No.
Married in Deutschland. I mean,
We married in Germany.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I went to my sister, to the hometown of my sister.
Uh-huh.
So I have a sister, an older sister, and a younger brother. So I'm the middle kid.
Okay.
So of course, right, I go back to my sister, right, and like the only person I could
Yeah.
trust in my life, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she came after, and I married her.
I see.
We married, yeah.
But then in Japan, like, so we know what was happening in Germany. And what
Yeah,
was
yeah,
missing.
yeah.
Like in Japan, that's six months, right?
Yeah.
Like, what was it? What were you doing? Because you
During no, I I didn't do anything.
Oh, you didn't?
In Canada, I worked so hard. I had 2 jobs, sometimes 3,
Uh-huh.
and then I actually had enough money to support
I see.
in Japan.
Right,
So
right.
I didn't do anything. I
Ah.
was just waiting for him.
I see. Also, you were living with your family then in the
Yeah,
6
yeah,
months?
yeah.
I see. In
My
Shizuoka.
parents
In Shizuoka.
in Shizuoka. Yes,
I
yes,
see.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So after the entire time you guys were separated, so 6 months Germany, 6 months in Japan, then where did you guys decided to come here?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say I decided.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because
You
so
decided.
in Canada, when all this COVID stuff happened, I was thinking about Singapore, right? So I finished my first book, and then I was starting to write my second book, like, you know, the ideas where it's gonna go, and I was thinking a lot about values, and like the 3 values I said, right? I
Yeah.
was like, okay, what is my value? So my second book, Awakening, you will see like a triangle, like I call it the political triangle, and then a little test I prepared, so you can test yourself, and it will point you on one of the values, which are equality, stability, and freedom. So where am I, right? So I value freedom, individualism, liberty the most. Stability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stability is important too, right?
Yeah.
Not as much for me, right? And equality the least, right? What is Canada valuing? The society in Canada or the US now, the progressive US,
Yeah.
not the idea of the US that I love,
Yeah.
like of freedom
That
and liberty.
was freedom, yeah.
But after the Second World War, when the progressives took over, it was all about equality and pushing that equality and their idea of equality to the world. So I was in the epicenter of this, right? So what is the freest economy in the world? Singapore. Singapore has the freest economy in the world. It's probably the closest you can go realistically to a libertarian society or libertarian.
They say that, but I
Dream.
think it's more, you know.
No, but I
Yeah.
can understand why you would think that, because if you're just looking at sort of
Surface level.
the data, right? It
Right.
do look like that. Yeah.
Right. Dubai is another choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so I came up with 3 points of interest.
Mm-hmm.
So either like I go off grid.
Wow.
I stay in Canada. We just
In the woods.
scramble together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then go off grid, like super north, like Alaska-ish lifestyle. Super hard, right? But that's good. That's what I want. Because if you want less people,
So you got
bullshit,
Yeah.
but then you have to deal with more nature bullshit.
Yeah.
If you want more nature bullshit, you have to, you know,
Yeah. It's a give and take.
it's a give and take. But you're going to be away from all these equality-loving communists, right?
Yeah, I mean,
They're all in the congested
They're all in the
cities.
city.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I think it depends on the city as well, right? Like if you go to the US, the US is such a big place. If
Right.
you go to a lot of like left-wing states like California and you go to like Oregon, then for sure. But if you go to like a lot of states that are
Texas.
quite, like Texas and like Iowa, they're more on
Miami,
the
yeah.
right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Slowly changing.
Yeah,
but yeah.
even in these states, like for example, if you go to Texas, you go to Austin. I think in Austin is very middle, but if you go to like other parts of Austin, like Dallas maybe, is very right wing already.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so it really depends. It's a very very big place, you know. The US.
But that's blurring too, because
It
a lot
is
of
blurring.
like people from California, they move to Texas
Yeah,
now
yeah, they do,
and turn the state purple,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But there was basically one option, like, okay, let's just go off grid. Like this is not going to get better. Like economically, the society, it's like, it's something like I came to looking at everything, right? Like including writing my books about economics, my channel,
Yeah.
what we are heading towards, right? The US hegemony, the one empire, I call it, right? Some call it the octopus or something.
The octopus.
The octopus, yeah, because they're everywhere. Their arms are everywhere, right?
Okay.
We're looking at something that is something between the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Roman Empire, somewhere in between.
It's on the way there, I feel.
It's on the way there.
Yeah.
I can't say when, right? But it's going to be in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I know that for certain.
Do you think it's going to happen in our lifetime? Really?
Yeah. The
Shit.
U.S. national debt is going to be $1.7 trillion by today, next year.
What do you think, MJ? Do you think we will see it in our lifetime?
Wait, I don't think it's 1.7, dude. I think
Not
it's
yet.
17.
I say today, next year. By next year.
17 is not 1.7.
Oh, it's 17?
Jesus Christ.
Sounds-
I'm
20
sorry.
trillion plus.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's 20 trillion plus.
Sorry. Servicing the debt. I'm sorry.
Oh, that
Servicing
interest,
the debt.
that
The interest on the debt. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's going to be 1.7 trillion. It reached trillion already, right?
Yeah.
So it was bad 10 years ago. It was suicidal
Yeah.
2 years ago. Now it's just insane. Like the entire revenue of the US is $5 trillion, right? And most of that revenue is not even
tax revenue.
tax revenue.
Right.
Is not even from taxpayers like income tax.
Yeah.
It's mostly capital gain and corporate taxes. And if you don't have a stock market going up, right, there's no corporate, like there's no capital gains tax, right? But anyway, so either you go off grid, you just have a quiet life, you just keep
your
your head
thing.
down, you just do your own thing, just live. And then you either do that in like super northern Canada, right? If you're in Europe, like if you're in North America, if you're in Europe, you're gonna go to Switzerland, which was my option, right? It's like the most freest, basically.
Yeah.
I think it's just
It's a
gonna stay
neutral
out.
place. It's a quite
Neutral,
yeah.
right? Until the Ukraine war was neutral. Yeah. And or Singapore, if you're in Asia.
Yeah.
And I deeply believe, not believe, like it's based on like everything I'm seeing,
Yeah.
that the future is in Asia. While the West is in decline, the East is growing. And I just want to, when shit hits the fan, I don't want to be in the West and stuck.
Yeah.
And when the transition is over, I want to reap the benefits and position myself strategically already where the future is.
I see.
The future of my kids and my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to make tough decisions.
But if you were deciding between the three, and let me just recap. It was Canada, it was Singapore, and it was Switzerland. Right? So what made you make that change to come to Malaysia instead?
Yeah, so I got a job offer in Dubai.
Okay.
right? Dubai is like the Singapore of the Middle East, basically.
Sorta.
Right? Sorta. Yeah.
Just
but
pass about lost floods. That's about it.
yeah, yeah. But so just to give you some context, I don't want to take too much time. Like,
No, don't worry about it, man. We got all the time in the world, man. It's a conversation, mate. Don't worry about it, man.
So when I came to Germany, I made myself self-employed. I don't like at the same time, you know, I always want to grow in my life, right?
Yeah.
Not only like I learned about my own values and what I stand for and what I want in my life. And don't get me wrong, like all these values, like equality, just because you value equality doesn't mean you're evil.
Yeah.
They're just values.
It's just who you are, right?
It's just
what
who you are.
prefer, yeah.
It's your self-interest.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're disabled in a wheelchair, yeah, of course you're going to value equality. Freedom is death.
Yeah.
But if you are like capable, you're your own business owner, you want to do your own thing, of course you're going to definitely want to have freedom, right?
Yeah.
Right? If you're a very community-based person, like maybe very religious, and you just want to have like a Lions pack kind of, you will value stability.
Yeah.
Right? So, right? But I made myself self-employed, which I don't like in Germany, right?
You don't like it in Germany?
No,
They
Germans
don't.
like.
Oh, Germans don't
No.
like being self-employed.
We'll touch on.
I touch on that.
We'll touch on that later.
Okay.
Yeah. So I became a financial advisor, right? And that's where I had my office, like an hour off from where I worked.
Okay.
But I tried to kind of get out of that
The hamster wheel.
The corporate hamster wheel.
the corporate bullshit life hamster wheel. So I made less money, right? But I thought, hey, it's
Wait,
kind
so
of
you made less money as a financial advisor
Yeah.
than as a chef/hospitality guy?
yeah.
Wow.
Like if I wanted to make more money, like I was already in management in in hotel, right? But it's like a 10-year thing. Like you have to climb the corporate ladder, or I have to switch to like some shitty small hotel and
Probably.
come there.
Become the GM.
Oh
there or
Jesus
whatever.
Christ! I would have lost all my hair by now. I would look like Saitama.
Hey, but you got sick ass beard though. Saitama ain't got no beard.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I do 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 100.
You need to run 10 km.
So I don't do that one. Yeah, so I'm almost Saitama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't want that life anymore. So like, I'm like, look, you're trying to escape, like I don't know, slavery. At the same time, you want to grow personally.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you want to take care of the people you love.
Yeah.
Right? So it was a lot to balance out. So I made the decision, even though I made less money, you know, I have to try. I made some money with my channel, right? My books. And I brought her there, and I was like, if I go to Dubai, it's going to be a corporate job. I'm going to not make that much money, and I'm just back.
Dubai is that system, man. It is a system full of that, man.
Yeah, it's just, Jesus. And then I was like, okay, Singapore, like, I'm not a picky eater at all.
Yeah.
I really like food. I was like, hey, wait a moment. What was Singapore, Brunei, like all these countries? It's all like Malaya, right?
Yeah.
But what about Malaysia, right? So also, I'm a person that when something is mainstream,
I prefer not to.
I just look away. I see everyone flooding Bali, right? Like all the hippies go to Bali. Like
hippies go to Bali.
Yeah. Like, oh, I want to chill. Like, I don't want to hang out around these people.
Yeah.
Right. And then Thailand. Like, no. I just,
Yeah.
Why not Malaysia? Kuala Lumpur has everything Singapore has. It's for me
They
cheaper.
don't have a Pokemon Center, but you know.
That's true.
Not yet.
That's true. But like, I have so much of what I wanted.
Yeah.
Also in Malaysia. So I was like, yeah, it's Malaysia.
Oh.
It's gonna be Malaysia.
You know, it's so strange, right? Every time I go overseas and when I speak to people, they don't know where Malaysia is. It's
Are they American?
No, it's not just Americans. You know, I lived in the US for a long time, and I feel like even when you speak to people from Canada, you speak to people from Europe, they don't really know where Malaysia is. They always know where Thailand is. They always know
Like on the map, they can show you.
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, Thailand's around here. They'll know where Singapore is. And Singapore is super small on the map. They'll know, but they wouldn't know what's in between.
Yeah. But look, that's also good, right?
Yeah,
like when I
it's
see people like you know, people always gonna like if I listen to anyone's opinion in my life would be shit now. Like if I listen to my friends, like Malaysia, where's that first, right?
Yeah,
where the fuck's Malaysia? And then was it like a third world country?
Yeah.
Dirty or they have the Sharia there, the Sharia. Oh.
Wait, do we really have Sharia law? Not really, right?
Not at a national level. I think like certain states.
Oh, serious shit.
The
I
East,
think
right?
so.
The East.
Yeah.
Right.
But even it just affects Muslims.
Right. Right.
Yeah. But Malaysia is a strange place, man. I feel like, if you look around the world, and I always mention this on the podcast, and I mention it to all my friends and my family as well. If you look at a majority of Asia, not even the world, like if you go to Japan, what do they speak? They speak Japanese, right? They deal work in Japanese, right? You go to Korea, they speak Korean. You go to Vietnam, Vietnamese. You go to Thailand, they speak Thai. The only strange thing I feel is that when you go to Malaysia and you go to Singapore, business is dealt in English. It's so weird. So every time I go overseas, like I went to Shanghai last year, when I go there and I spoke to them in English, they're like, "Wow, you speak really good English. Where are you from?" I'm like, "I'm from Malaysia." They speak English in Malaysia? I'm like, "Yeah, they do."
But maybe
Yeah,
you guys
it's
can
weird.
answer me this. Like, I noticed, like, everyone speaks at least 2 languages here, right?
It's a minimum.
Minimum, which is kind of amazing. Well, I speak Swabian and German,
Yeah.
but why do some people speak like really good English, like you
Yeah.
guys,
Oh, thanks.
and some other people, right? They don't.
Oh, this is gonna open up a huge. Oh, this right?
But why?
This podcast? I bet if it's someone who doesn't even watch this podcast, it would be such an eye-opening thing,
Yeah.
especially for people who are considering moving out to going to a different country. So, right, in Malaysia, it's such a unique country because, as you know by now, it's a multiracial country.
Yeah.
Right? There are the Chinese, there are the Malays, there are the Indians, there are the Ibans, the Kadazan. There's so many.
Before you go on, let me just add
Wait.
to that. We are not only multiracial, but the racial composition is not equal,
Yeah.
but it's very significant. And in fact, if you want to lump Singapore together with Malaysia, you're looking at a 50% Malay, 40% Chinese, and about 10% Indian.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, even in the US, right? People say it's multiracial, yes, but like 13% are blacks,
Yeah.
and Hispanics are like slightly.
It's like
under that.
nothing, but it's,
No, it's not
in all
nothing.
movies, right?
It's
like
not nothing. It's not like here.
It's not
Yeah.
balanced in that sense. Over here, it's quite a harsh balance. But the funny thing is, you would think that because it's such a diverse pool of people, there would be a lot of misunderstandings. There would be a lot of like war. There would be a lot of fights. But for some reason, we value peace a lot.
Yeah.
We value peace a lot.
I told you this like a few weeks ago. That's actually one thing that people just don't know. Like first, they don't even know where Malaysia is.
yeah.
Right? But like guys, Malaysia can be super proud of one thing. Even though you have so many different people, and within those people you have different people, right? Like Chinese is like Hokkien, like they're everywhere.
You have a lot.
And you have this, but there's no major wars in the last 60 years or so.
There were, but it's not.
No, there was like a conflict that like a couple thousand people died, maybe.
Yeah.
I know it's so casual. Couple thousand people died.
Yeah.
No, I'm speaking. No, but when I'm speaking to a Japanese and a German.
But when Germany starts a war,
2000.
it's million, right? It's millions.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you put it that way.
But that's actually like, imagine like this region here is so diverse, right? Like the British, right? They took like people from Chinese, workers from India, everyone come like Malaysians, like everything just mixed.
Yeah, but
right?
we need to answer the question of the language before I forget.
Yeah.
So the language thing is a very unique thing because the main language is meant to be Malay. It's
Meant to be.
It's meant to be Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Melayu, which is a very similar language to Indonesia. But in the syllabus, it is a mandatory thing for us to learn English as well. Okay, so
Mandatory.
it's mandatory. And at the same time, because we're such a young country, we're like, 60 odd, 70 odd years old.
1957, right?
Yes, 60, 70 odd years old, right? So at that time, when the British let go and they allowed us the independence, a lot of schools had vernacular systems. So in these vernacular schools, you would have mainly Chinese, you have mainly Indian Tamil, and you have your Malays. And in fact, you even have your Catholic schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's so many different types of
These
schools.
schools are actually older than the country itself.
Yeah. So because of these different schools, everybody has a different type of education. But the mandatory thing you have to learn is Malay and English.
Malay and English.
Yes. So
what are your like textbooks in? Like when you learn in school?
it is a very strange time to be alive, my friend.
Our time, we have to clarify, our time is different from today.
Yeah.
Like the syllabus changes every 10 years, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world. But anyways, our history was in the national language,
Malay.
Right.
But science and technology
And math.
and math
We're in English.
is in English. But
Right.
today,
It's back in Malay.
no. People now, so they back Malay, then they realize how ridiculous that was. Then they give people options now.
Yeah, you can.
What is
answer it.
photosynthesis in Malay?
Photosynthesis?
But with an
It
F.
starts with an F. Yes.
What's that with an F?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
No, and without a Y. I think.
And without a H.
Yeah.
Like
You know,
central.
Yes,
Central.
yes, like central.
Computer.
Yeah,
Computer.
Yes. So it's also because I think like the language is quite new. So to incorporate it into certain new things like in science and technology, you have to find like terms, right? And it's very difficult. Like I think it's the same in Japanese. Like the word arubaito is
Yeah.
it's part-time job, but there's no word for part-time job in Japanese.
But
So
means work in German,
Yeah.
right?
That says a lot about
Yes,
Japanese
that's
culture.
why.
Wait, that says a lot about Japanese culture, right? That there's no such word for part-time work.
although they work the most, it's kind of weird.
No, that's exactly my point. Part-time work?
Yeah. What is part-time work?
I only do
arubaito,
full arubaito.
Arubaito means part-time.
Yeah, it means
Yeah, arubaito.
Just means work.
no.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean
never
like work. What is work again? Starts with S. Show.
仕事
Shigoto. Shigoto is work. It's like a job. Arubaito is part-time.
part-time.
But it comes from a German word.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arbeit or Rucksaku, right?
Yeah.
Like backpack.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird, right? How like in Malay it's the same thing because it's I wouldn't say it's a very new language, but it was a language that was developed by multiple languages because of because of the British, because of the Dutch, because of the what do you call that?
Portuguese.
So all these influences, like what is pineapple in German?
Different than others. Ananas.
No, but in Malay it's nanas.
Ooh.
Ah. How do you say tea in German?
Tea. Tea.
Hey. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a mixture. Like
Yeah.
it's very mixture of Portuguese.
And lots of Arabic words too. Like book
Yeah.
is kitab, right?
Yeah. So like because it's a fairly new language, so that's why it's called Bahasa Malaysia. It's the Malaysian language.
That's what Bahasa means?
Bahasa means language.
Language.
Yeah. So in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, you can say bahas, which means is to speak.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
And they
which
will
is-
know.
yeah.
But do you understand Indonesians?
It's
A bit.
it's quite
Okay.
similar, but it's just that
But the
the
tonality is a bit different. And I think it's
Words
probably like
also.
70% similar.
words also vary, but you
Yeah.
can kind of get by.
Maybe like Dutch and German, I guess.
Ah, yeah,
Sort
in a
of.
way, in a way.
Sort of.
Like I could learn Dutch in
You could get by.
like a month or two.
Yeah, you could get by.
Yeah.
Right. So I think the language aspect of it. So for me, I studied in private school for 4 years, and then I went to a government school for the next 7 years. So for me, I had that foundation of English, and on top of that, my dad took away my cartoons. So I watched a lot of HBO and Cinemax. I didn't watch cartoons.
That's
So that's why a lot of my English is mostly American because I watch a lot of American movies.
but the anime you watch in Japanese, of
dude,
course.
I ain't
Those are
gonna
cringe,
watch some
it's too
dub
cringe.
shit, bro.
Like no, like anything. Every movie I watch in original language.
Yeah.
Like even if it's Hindi, I watch Hindi.
No, but I know that there are some that do a lot better. I feel like I'll find out. I found out which one. But I remember there are some anime that is better in English. I forgot which one. But most of the
Dragon Ball. No, they're just screaming.
can't be. Yeah. But that's the reason why our language is so unique, right? So that's why you can find. And we were just having this podcast last week, and my friend, he and his wife went to Johor, which is the south of Malaysia, and this is right next door to Singapore, right?
Right.
So in Johor, and I don't know whether you guys have been, it's primarily Mandarin speaking now in the cities.
Whoa.
Yeah, and the reason why they do that is because they speak Mandarin is because a lot of them go to Chinese schools. And in Chinese schools, they teach history, they teach math, everything is in Mandarin.
In Mandarin.
Yeah.
See, this is like kind of strange, right? Like
It
I don't,
is.
from an outsider, like they have
It's
a
not
debate
uniform.
for like, oh, should we teach science in Malay or English? And then over there, they teach it in Chinese.
You have an option. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So there's no uniformity, which causes a lot of, I wouldn't say not peace, but I would say a lot of opposite of unity. I don't know what the fuck is opposite.
Yeah, it's
ununity.
diversity without unity, right?
Yeah.
So that's the problem right now. So if you go to Johor, some places they don't
Yeah.
even speak Malay. They don't even speak English.
The whole challenge is, okay, so like if you're German or you're Japanese, you can get the minorities to speak their language. Actually, you don't need to force them in a way, because if you don't speak it, you don't have job opportunities.
Right.
It's that simple, right? But
Right.
the thing in Malaysia is that if you don't speak Malay, actually it doesn't really change your job prospects. In fact, if you totally ignore it and you only focus on either English or Mandarin, and especially if you can get both, you're some of the most hireable sort of people
we want to learn Mandarin, but
Yeah. But if you can't speak Japanese in Japan, you're finished.
Yeah.
yeah, you're done.
In Germany, you're finished
But
as well, mate.
I honestly, I feel so bad, right? Like when I meet like on a food stall or something, and there's like a Malaysian guy, and he says, "Oh, sorry, I don't speak English." He says,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Why are you
I'm sorry, man. I don't speak Malay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but then like, am I sorry really? Because I don't really feel the need to learn
Yeah,
Malay. Honestly, I'm here since 2 months now, but like it saddens me on one side, but on the other side, it's like,
It's so different, right?
Why
When
should
you go
I-
to France, it's like, je ne comprends pas. Je ne comprends pas.
yeah.
But you know what? You know
Yeah.
what? The plus side about Malay is that it's really easy to learn.
Yeah, Malay.
One of the easiest languages to learn.
Which one?
Malay.
Just
It's really
Malay,
easy.
yeah?
If you know English, you know how to pronounce. Because like you know in English, you know how O has or U can be umbrella or a different way of-
Uganda.
or you know it can sound different like one of the word. But in Malay, they're all
The same.
Actually, I think, in all honesty, if you know Japanese, it's very easy to learn Malay.
Really?
Yeah, you know, in Japanese, hiragana and katakana,
Yeah.
it's like a, i, u, e, o,
I will.
shashi,
Yeah.
shushu. You know all the regular hiragana and katakana.
The pronunciations,
It sounds almost the same. So in Malay, it's m-e, me,
yeah.
n-g-a, nga. And once you've really know, if you know how to rearrange certain words, you get the same thing. So when I was learning Japanese, it was like, holy shit, it's the same thing as Malay.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's in English. It's like in Romanji, so it's like the same thing.
Maybe we should. Dilarang morokok.
Yeah, you don't.
Do you know what keluar is?
No.
Oh man.
Exit, right? Exit.
Yeah. 10 points to Gryffindor.
Yeah. Or like from TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Ikan tepi. Right?
Ikat tepi.
Ikan tepi.
Yeah.
Kopi ice.
Yeah.
Ikan
But don't worry about it, man. I think
Oh.
you pick up on it.
You
quick.
know what? They have this question. I think I butchered the explanation, but you need to explain to them the different variations of kopi.
What the
Yeah, we
Kosong.
asked earlier, and then we said, "Oh, let's just ask during the podcast." Like, just for everyone
Yeah,
watching here who's not in
Honestly.
Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
When you go to Italy, France, Germany,
Yeah.
Canada, you order a latte. It's all the same, right? Kinda, right? But here in Malaysia, they have a unique coffee culture. They have kopi O,
Kopi C, Kopi Peng.
kopi peng. Yeah. What is kopi O? What is kopi C?
Kopi O means it is coffee with just water and coffee powder. Well, technically, it's like a
Americano.
Like
it's
Coke
an
Zero.
It's kind of like an Americano. So it's just coffee and water. Okay, Kopi C is together with creamer. So it's coffee with cream.
Or evaporated milk, right? Mini creamer.
If you just say kopi, then it is with condensed milk.
So interesting. No. Evaporated milk.
No, evaporated is kopi C, bro. It's creamer.
Yeah.
But it's actually
correct.
easy to remember. Like kopi O, like Coke Zero.
Yes.
Zero.
Yes.
Kopi C, condensed milk.
No.
creamer.
No. Creamer.
So there are two types of milk, right?
Right.
Which are both unhealthy. So creamer is the more liquidy kind. It's more like you can pour
It's
it.
not sweet. No.
Yeah, it's not sweet. But if you just order kopi, they will give you coffee with condensed milk, which will make it sweet.
Okay, I just say
Kopi
kopi
C.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you order a coffee that you don't want to be sweet, but you want it to have milk, it's kopi C. Yeah, kopi O means just coffee.
And like we talked about this too, right? Like the sweet, like the condensed milk here, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's like wheat flour,
It's a
seed
lot of sugar.
oil.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Man. It's a lot of things, man.
It's like a whole list.
Yeah.
Pro tip. I'm not sure if you guys know this term. Kurang manis.
I heard it before.
Less sweet.
sugar.
Less sugar, right?
Yeah. But you know,
Doesn't
like-
really work sometimes. Doesn't really work. Say less sweet.
it doesn't. I mean,
But they add condensed milk and sugar.
Yeah, they do. They
And
do.
I was like, what?
I know.
This is
One is for color, one is for taste.
yeah. What is this drink called? Diabetes.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
diabetes.
Did you know that 1/5 of Malaysians are diabetic?
No.
Oh, bro. Do you know?
Oh, obese. Sorry, obese.
I mean, can see why. Like honestly, like look, we buy like chips, right? Or crisps. If you're from England, from the UK, they're coated with sugar.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in my life. We buy like squid, right? Like squid snack, like sugar coated.
But that's from Thailand. Thailand also does that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they love
They love
everything. I say, like just condensed milk. Oh, just condensed milk. Yeah, isn't it sweet enough?
Dude, have you bought fruits yet? Cut fruits in Malaysia?
Cut fruits.
Yeah, like the fruits have already been cut. They give you sugar as well to dip your fruits in. Yeah, it's a bit hardcore, man.
We're the America
yeah,
of Asia, just without the wealth and power.
And no guns.
But we still have the old PM slash like president figure. You know
The
what I mean?
flag looks kind of.
Yeah, exactly. The flag.
Yeah. I was always so ashamed of that when I was a kid. I'm like, you guys couldn't even design a better flag. Like, are you serious?
What, like, it's moon and a star, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
see.
because it's
Looks
an
like a
Islamic,
sun.
It's an Islamic symbol. So it's an Islamic
They need a
symbol.
crescent, yeah.
Yeah,
the
and
crescent
then the
moon, right?
14 lines are basically the number of states in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Malaysia, I feel right. You should try to get kosong. Just always order without sugar. Just
Yeah.
because once you've done that,
Kusong.
kosong,
Kosong.
Kosong.
Means,
Like croissant.
empty. It's like
Kusong.
kosong.
kosong,
Kosong.
kosong good in Japanese, but kosong, kosong
Really?
good.
What's kosong?
Kosong means zero, so zero sugar. Yeah.
Strong
Not to be
zero.
confused with O.
Yeah.
Tokyo. Oh
Yeah.
God, I remember nights.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Strong zero.
If you keep ordering kosong, you tend to taste the coffee and the tea more. But you see, the sugar kind of masks that, so that's why.
And one thing quite unique about Malaysian coffee is that the good ones, they can create like a roast taste in the coffee. It's like burnt coffee, something like that.
It's a very unique culture here, is because they roast their beans with margarine, which is also bad for you.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Like
you can
French
Google that
roast
shit, bro.
on steroids.
So they take all the beans, they pour a lot of sugar and a lot of butter, but it's not really butter. It's like a cheap version of butter. It's like,
they fry it.
yeah, and then they just
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
roasting anymore, right? It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
deep
yeah.
frying
And
them.
then, and then like a foam. Like I like the coffees in Malaysia that have foams.
But it's a very unique culture
Yeah.
because I don't think anywhere
It
around
is,
the world has
but
this type of coffee.
If you go to if you go shopping, it's all instant coffee.
Yeah,
Like I saw there's just like one or two brands.
Nescafe, yeah.
Yeah.
roast coffee.
It's all
with margarine.
Nescafe.
Search images, bro. Click images. There you go. You see down there the bottom one.
Yeah, it looks like
There you
coal.
see. Yeah, it looks like coal. See,
Jesus.
so what they do is,
But it
they
looks
roast-
good though. Like it tastes
Yeah,
good
it tastes
too,
good, I
right?
mean,
It tastes
it's
really
good.
good.
Like
The smell is really good
The
too.
only country I would say that kind of rivals our coffee culture is Vietnam.
Oh, is it?
They have like salted coffee really well, coconut coffee. I
Egg.
think it's.
Oh, they even have coffee with egg, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah. It's good.
Like they just drop it.
No, an egg yolk, I think, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. They mix
Yeah.
egg with sugar and then they put it with the. It's kind of like a more protein version of condensed milk. But you know, when you're in Malaysia, a lot of flights are pretty good.
High
too.
protein coffee.
Yeah, man. It is. But now that you're in Malaysia, right, I feel like you have such an opportunity to explore so many things because you're so central. You can go up to Thailand, you can go down to Indonesia. A lot of things, like, we are kind of like in the middle of everything, which
It's
is so
awesome.
strange because no one knows where we are.
Like one highway, right? You go down 5 hours, Singapore. You go up 5
Yeah.
hours, like
Thailand.
Thailand, right?
Yeah, man. And you know that highway was only made, like, I think in
30 years ago.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, man.
Like that's another thing, right? Like Malaysia. Like one other thing is like, how did I not notice Merdeka 118 was finished in November 20, second highest building in the world.
But who, I mean, we were once
Merdeka.
the highest and then they became the second highest. I
We
don't
have an
know.
obsession for skyscrapers. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah. But that antenna though on Merdeka is kind of
Yeah.
cheating, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like
But
they-
you know, it's meant to mimic our first prime minister.
oh, the hand. Oh, his hand.
Yeah. You want to see? Can we show them? Can we show them the?
Yeah, bro.
No, just look. Can we show them? Yeah.
But he's not doing this though, right? So
No, no,
technically it's still fine.
But you know, no one can.
But-
But if you ask a Malaysian, no one can know that it's our first
Yeah.
PM.
It
If
doesn't-
anything, it's a walkie-talkie. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a hand,
Yeah.
right? Or like Islam, right? There's one God, right? They do like
Maybe.
one finger up too.
Maybe.
No, but this one is.
Is it really? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
No, bro.
But
Tunku Abdul Rahman.
it looks really cool though. Like, I mean,
Really? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
But you know, Tunku Abdul Rahman, our first prime minister, is not fully Malaysian.
Yeah, it's
Really?
like half Thai. No,
He's
not
half
half
Thai.
Thai. It's a bit of Thai.
Oh wow.
No, he is half Thai, bro.
This guy.
Yeah.
See that the high there.
Ah,
See that. No.
Yeah, there you go. See,
Yeah,
that's the iconic
Ah.
left, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. See, he's raising his head lah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was like a thing there back then, right? Like just raising your hand,
I don't know, man.
having speeches.
Weird times they lived in, and at that time, you know, it was very strange because I bet now you're in Malaysia, you notice a lot of Muslims, they have this whole like taboo. You don't eat pork. You don't.
They don't
drink.
even touch it.
Yeah.
Like if you buy pork, the cashier says, "Oh, I'm not allowed to touch it." Like the packaging.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you know, back then, like our prime minister used to drink on ads too.
spoke to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing we're going through, but I feel like it's the same thing in the US, right? I feel like everybody's becoming a bit more like iffy. They're like flipping to the other side. We used to be a lot more liberal. Now we're a lot more conservative. And in the US, it used to be a lot more conservative. Now it's overly liberal. Are you cold?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Don't you feel like this flip?
Here or the US?
Both, bro. We used to be so liberal and then become conservative. Over there, used to be so conservative, then become liberal. Too liberal. It's like well, what's going on, man, bro?
No, it's like the problem is like, why you guys like everyone like every group wants to benefit themselves, right? Of course, but if you do it on behalf of others, that's corruption, right? And just don't make government big. Why do you ask the government to make those decisions for you? Like it worked for thousands of years. Like when was government invented? Like
Wow, that's
not long ago, right? Like I don't know. Before they were like for over 100, 400,000 years with hunters and gatherers.
Yeah.
We did fine. Like we don't need the government for anything.
Do you listen to Joe Rogan by any chance?
Older ones, yeah.
Older ones.
Yeah, like Michio Kaku.
Oh yeah, that was a
Yeah.
good episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, I just listened to Joe Rogan today, and he was saying how like government is so weird because they're just people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like we forget that, right? Like, what is the government? They're just people, and they're people telling what other people to do. And technically, if you have power, what do you want? You just want more power. So you're just telling people what to do because you just want more shit. Fuck.
Yeah.
Man.
You have to just
Oh shit, 3,500 BCE.
yeah, there you go. It was like, we did just fine, right? It's like, oh, the government didn't help them after the tsunami. And so, like, I know what you mean, but, you can give money.
But
I can give money to you directly, right? Or I can give money to the government and they pocket 80% and then give it to you.
Yeah.
Like, what's the like, how does it make any sense?
I mean, in some way, right? We still need somebody to build a road. We still need someone to turn on the street lights and shit like that, right? So,
That's true.
In that sense, maybe. But I just feel like they've overstepped what they need to do.
No, I mean, it's like you have
It's like the whole vaccine thing, The whole vaccine thing is
yeah.
It's
like who elected those people? Like, not us.
man.
And,
yeah, but I remember that whole vaccine thing when it went through in Malaysia. I swear, I thought it was like, dude, this is not something we should do as well.
Yeah.
But we went through the same thing you guys did in Germany. I don't know whether in Japan.
Actually, our controversy was on which one to choose.
Yeah,
We had two camps because I think in Europe you guys didn't have the Chinese jab.
No.
We had the Chinese Sinovac one, and then there was this whole debate on should we get the Sinovac. So one camp was like, yeah, but the efficacy is crap because when you compare it to the Pfizer and the AstraZeneca ones, it's like way better. But then the four Sinovac ones are yeah, but they're safe because they're not like as novel as the European or the American one. So there was like this huge debate. Like in households, we were like debating. The older ones supported Sinovac and the younger ones would be like, "Yeah, don't be an idiot and go crazy."
The older ones supported Sinovac.
Bro, a lot of people here I feel are very pro-China.
Yeah.
Like the older generation.
We went to a restaurant.
Yeah.
They had a big ass Chinese flag, the size of your wall.
What the shit?
In Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Is it a hot pot place or?
no, it was the weirdest place. They had like hookahs. They had
What?
hot pot.
Hookah is like the shisha.
Oh,
Shisha?
I thought hookers. Okay.
no.
This Malaysia lah, bro.
They had like a karaoke thing. They had the giant Chinese flag. They had fresh fish. They had a guy with a tank top and a cigarette making the food. Like they had everything in like one place.
Where is this place? In downtown?
Near Ampang Park.
Huh.
Yeah, I forgot the name.
Bro, if you ever go there, take a photo and just send it on my Instagram.
Yeah, I actually. Yeah, I sent it to you. I think I have photos. Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's just like, I want to have a hookah. Oh, here, yeah, you can come here. Like, okay, are you guys like pro China? Like, no, that's just decoration.
Yeah. But over here, I don't think they take it so seriously, Like, I think if you go to the US and you saw something like that, I think you would feel like, oh my God. But over here, I don't think people understand the meaning of such.
I don't care, right?
Yeah.
But like, it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
like you just know, like something's going on, maybe.
But bro, don't you feel like in Malaysia, people don't know symbolic things as much as abroad? Or at least maybe we don't look at it.
I think we care in terms of symbolism, like religion more.
Religion lah, but not like
Like a lot of
country.
churches can't put the big display of a cross. So like if you're a Catholic church.
Yeah.
Like, especially
No,
if it's like
PG got so many.
yeah, because PJ has fewer Muslims, one. So it's less of an issue. But even then, you cannot be like too obvious at one big cross like that, right? Like not like the Gothic cathedrals in Germany or anything. You can't have S because it might confuse people apparently. So yeah. A lot of churches get
See, this is what I mean, right? Like I'm minarchist, so I believe in
You're a
just
minarchist.
minarchist. Yeah,
Wow, what is a minarchist?
it's somebody who believes in government, but as small as possible.
I see.
it's a limited government view.
Just the basic functions, right? Like the courts, police, and military. That's it. They're out of marriage. They're out of these weird decisions. You should not display, right? Like, right? And yeah.
I feel like, you know, it really depends. Sometimes it's like where you grew up. Like, for me, I never really considered government as like a thing. I just thought like, oh, they were there just to make shit operate, right? But it's the thing is in Malaysia, every time you pay, and I don't know whether you're allowed to talk shit about the government, but basically you never really get 100%. Like, for example, in Japan, I'm not so sure about taxes, right? But don't you feel it's very reliable? The sidewalks are clean. Public transport works. You're always on time. And the expectations are, even in Germany, right? Shit gets done. Can we, right? I mean, most of the time.
Yeah, you
Would
might
say
think.
80% of the time?
No, man. Like Germany is just not what you think.
Japan and Germany are quite different. Yeah. That's what I wanted to
Maybe,
go next.
maybe, like you're right. Maybe in the 80s. Yeah.
80%?
In the 80s, like
Right?
or 90s, maybe.
Bro, Japan, right?
You're right,
Have
yeah.
you seen that shit where the train is late, everybody starts bowing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like you get a
Well,
minute late, everybody's like, I'm sorry, comment. It's like the end of the world, right? Yeah, but even when there are earthquakes, like tsunamis, shit gets repaired so fast.
Like that's amazing. In Germany, we had like water levels right because of rain. There's like some villages that are not fixed. Like their houses are damaged since 6 years.
Wow.
Like in Germany, Germany's a country. Let's say you need something done, right? So you ask like a mechanic, right, or something. Hey, can you come have a look at this? And he's like, yeah, in 3 months I can come.
Wow.
Oh God! And then 3 months later they come, right?
You really do?
And you just wait. You come home, right? It's like let's say 2 o'clock, and then you see a letter. Oh, we were here at 1. You weren't here. Like, oh Jesus!
Oh my
And you have to wait another 3 months.
What?
That's Germany. So we make fun of it, right? Like, welcome to Deutschland. Like every time, it's like an ad. Like every time we
A jingle?
yeah, like a jingle. Every time right when we go shopping and or some like I wear. Oh man, that was my last day in Germany, right? I took the train, machine didn't work, didn't give me back my money,
Oh my
didn't
god.
give me back ticket. I go to the machine on the opposite side, didn't work either, just froze. I'm like, what is this shit?
Wow, that's
What is this?
Eye-opening, right?
And then the train, like, you're lucky if the train comes, right?
it's
Yeah.
the same as KTM, bro.
So this is the next thing I want to ask, right? Because part of my agenda for getting you guys on is to let Malaysians know how lucky they are actually, right? And from a foreigner's perspective, because both of you come from what Malaysians would consider first world countries.
No, we don't even just consider as first world. We consider them as peak.
Yeah, peak, right?
Like Japan and Germany are probably the number one on both ends, west and east.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like after America, like and China, it's both you guys really, right?
Like, how many people in America live paycheck to paycheck? Right
Yes,
now.
yes.
Right now. No, I'm just questioning, what do you think?
I think like 8
Yeah, I was
80%?
going 80, 85%.
Bro, almost everyone.
Is it?
Almost everyone.
Like
man.
95%?
Yeah. Germany, right? I'll just tell you about me. So, okay, sure. I could have gone to a company, right? Earn like 4,000 euro or something.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Okay.
so wait, sorry, 4,000 would be the median salary.
Yeah, like the median salary is like, I think you can look it up, like 1,800 to 2,300 euro. That's the median. Yeah. But you have to imagine, like, you have to understand, right? Those European countries, they have no military because it's all on welfare. It's all spent on welfare,
Because the US takes
right?
care of
Like the boomers voted all the welfare, right?
Shit.
Right. So they trusted, instead of investing and learning how to make money, right? Like,
Yeah.
Just
like
give it to
what you
people
try
who
to
need.
do,
Yeah.
what you try to help people with. They just like give it to the government, hoping like, oh, I can retire, blah blah. Now they, like, we have it's called Rentnerarmut.
Okay.
It's like senior poverty. So they retire because they trust the government that they will get like a decent retirement, right?
Like a month.
And it's not even enough to like buy food, right?
How much is it a month?
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure. It depends.
So
it depends.
let's use an example, right? And then we'll do a Japanese version as well.
Yeah.
So let's say not median, right? Let's say you have a decent salary of 4,000 euros, which
Right.
if you convert into Malaysian ringgit is almost
16.
20,000 K.
No, it's
now
not
5
16,
already.
20. Oh shit.
5,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
But-
about 5. Okay, right, let's say 4,000. Okay, then walk me through like what you would have to pay. and
Yeah,
things like
I tell you. So it's not as crazy as like Denmark or these Nordic countries,
that. Okay,
right? But Germany is it's a closed system, right?
That's very Japanese.
You are a gear in that system,
Oh, that sounds very Japanese too.
right? So you have to pay, right? Even for TV, actually. Like I paid 12.50 a month to just pay for radio and TV. It's a mandatory.
Wait, you have to pay for TV. You must pay.
Yeah, even though I didn't have a TV. Yeah, yeah, I swear. Yeah, I know.
Okay, it gets
But I tell you, this is just like that. And then you have mandatory healthcare. Free healthcare, woo, free. Yeah, you know what? How much free healthcare was for me? It was 398 euro a month, not including her.
Also, you have to pay for her as
There
well.
was another 70, 80 to include her. And then you have like they have the, I don't know, I can't name them, like some like 20 euro here, 30 euro here, like for some bullshit, right?
Okay.
So like 500, man, right? But I have to be fair, I was self-employed and you have to have healthcare. If you were employed, which they want you to be, half of that is paid by your employer.
I see.
You understand?
So that's why they push you to work.
It's like
in
250 a month. And then about 40% will go away in taxes.
Wait, what?
So
Yeah.
you make 4 and you so if you make 4,000
You end up with 2-3 or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's quite unbelievable.
Like I don't know the exact number on top of my
Yeah,
head,
I mean,
but you
like
can
roughly.
Google it. Like you guys can
Yeah,
Google it later.
roughly, yeah.
Like, but they think, right? Oh, free. Like nothing is for free. Nothing.
But I think
Absolutely
in-
nothing is for
I think
free.
in Japan as well, you get taxed very high for your salary.
Yeah, exactly. Like for 40% right now, I think.
40%
Well,
still.
yeah.
Include everything, like health insurance, like resident tax, income tax, everything. It's 40%.
Okay, so you get 4. So basically, 1,000. Let's call it 1,005 goes to the government.
Yeah, 1,005. Yeah,
So you're left with 2.2 like disposable, 2.5 disposable income. Let's
something
say.
like that.
So what do you do? How can that 2.5 stretch you?
Bro, you can only
So
eat potatoes.
we
bro.
lived in how much was our home
Rent?
there? 600 square foot? No, 58.
Fucking hell, mate.
Yeah, it was 58 square foot, right? Or a small apartment.
58 square foot.
I think, yeah. And I paid
What are you gonna do? You're gonna tango in there? That's all you can do?
with like utility, right? 600 almost. Like 570.
Okay, you have 1,009 left. Okay.
So that's kind of
MJ's face is like, I just need to compute this shit, but okay.
yeah. And then so I was self-employed, so I didn't have to pay that, but you have to pay into the retirement fund, right? To the Ponzi scheme. The
Ponzi.
government. Yeah, that's what it is.
Over here, we look so highly upon the EPF, but then
Yeah.
over there,
There
it's
is a
Ponzi
Ponzi.
scheme.
And oh, and then also for your healthcare, just give you, there's something called Selbstbeteiligung. So that means like every year, so I pay like for myself, let's say, right? Excluding her, I pay like 400 euro a month for my healthcare, right? But if I go, like let's say I break my arm and it costs me like, let's say 700 euro, I have to pay it from my pocket.
What?
Yes, because I have Selbstbeteiligung, which means your own, like what you put in a year, the limit is 1,000 euro. So I pay myself up to 1,000,
Before the healthcare
and
kicks in.
after 1,000, the healthcare kicks in.
The fuck?
So they only pay out if the damage is more than 1,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like but together, right? So like let's say I break my arm, and it was like 900, I pay, and then like in May or like next month, I don't know, I need new glasses, 200, so it would be 1,100 together.
Then
They pay 100, and I pay the other 100.
So you have to like break your arm twice, basically, to make it worth it. Right?
Look, I paid basically 5,000
No, you still have to
euro.
pay 1,000, bro. What are you talking about?
5,000 euro, right? A year can allow me to break my fucking arm 3 times. And I would be better off than paying the free healthcare.
Bro, do you know about the Malaysian healthcare?
No, I don't. Please elude me.
Bro, I think you came to the best place in the world, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think so too.
but-
Honestly, Nomad Capitalist, you guys can look him up. I watch him sometimes, right? Like before I came here
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Now he made a video about like why Malaysia is the best
Probably
place to
get
come
him on
to.
the podcast. Yeah.
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 Yeah, actually, yeah. Let me
Yeah.
try. Let me.
Yeah.
Try, yeah.
But
It's
you
cool
know,
guy.
okay, so I'm not sure about I'm not sure what your status is for both of you, right? But we'll get to Japan in a bit. But in Malaysia, if you're a Malaysian, it's free. And you don't need to pay tax.
What do you mean if you're Malaysian?
If you're born in Malaysia.
Citizen, yeah.
Yeah, you're
I
a
see.
citizen.
You still have to pay. Like my grandma was, she recently passed on in November, and she was there for about almost 2 weeks. I think she paid like less than 2,000 ringgit for the
Bro.
whole ordeal.
Bro, you know Darren? He was
Who's
playing
that?
futsal. The Pokemon Go Darren.
He plays futsal. Okay.
Pokemon
Yeah,
Go.
Yeah, we have a
Because we play
Pokemon
with-
Go group.
We have a Pokemon Go group.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So Darren, he was playing futsal and someone shot the ball and it hit his eye.
He went in his specs,
No. He just went in like
contact.
so
A
when he hit-
Pokeball?
No, he shot a futsal ball.
Oh.
You know, yeah, and it hit his eye. So in the eye, the retina started peeling off. And when
Inside?
inside,
Ah.
the retina started peeling off inside the eye. And when he did retina surgery, I think it only cost him like 80 ringgit.
Like look, look.
80 ringgit.
Like that's nothing.
15 euros, okay.
That's like going Japanese restaurant once.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
For two.
Like look,
For two.
so I tell you a bit about Americans, right?
Oh, bro.
So
it's
either
fucked up.
look,
It's fucked up, America.
their healthcare is like shit, right?
Yeah.
But look, either you're willing to pay for it, but
Yeah.
then you have like 40 to 60% tax.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to have a society like that, you're willing to pay for it. You want to have like free healthcare, something. Okay, cool. Or you pay yourself for it, right?
Yeah.
But you know what doesn't work? 20% of the population, top 20% pays all the taxes, and I get this shit for free. That doesn't work. Like, I don't want to pay taxes and I want free, right? That
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's nothing for free. Like, someone will end up paying for it.
Yeah.
It's either the rich that you want to eat, right?
Yeah.
Or it's you,
Yeah.
but then you're, right, you pay 60% or whatever. And that, yeah.
But I think over here, what happens is that the government takes, everybody has to pay income tax, right? So I think that
yeah.
the payment for all the government services are always, government hospital services are from the tax money.
But you also have, I mean, it's a bit deeper than this. Like, so we do, the government does put a lot of stresses on doctors in Malaysia. And unlike like first world countries, the doctors here don't go on strike.
yeah, oh
Like
my
in
God,
South
really?
Korea, yeah, actually, I a doctor told me why in Malaysia. So like, I don't know if you guys know, like in South Korea, there's like a big strike going on right now, or maybe it ended already, I'm not sure. But it's a huge strike, right? Because they're allowing more doctors to come in and pay. Yeah, South Korea doctor strike, right? So then a lot of people, doctors and healthcare professionals working in the government for Malaysia will be like, be really stressed out because if the healthcare is so affordable, something's got to give, right? And what's got to give is pay of these doctors and
Gonna be
just
shit,
a
yeah.
crazy workload.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, Mr. Doctor in Malaysia, why don't you adopt the South Korean attitude? And then you know what their response is? And here's how crazy it is. They say that, well, because we are nice. Because we know if we do that, patients die.
Yeah.
So we rather take it for every other party. So that's part of the contribution to the healthcare system is that you get a decently run healthcare government service and you get like very high quality
But
people.
but
But
on
what actually
behalf,
happens-
on behalf of
Yeah.
somebody always, right?
But I mean, eventually, like a lot of these guys will be like, okay, 10, 15 years here, I'm going to private and they earn like big bucks.
They do.
Right? They earn 6 figures in US dollars and much more, right?
Yeah. So in the 2024 South Korean doctor strike is an ongoing strike in South Korea which began on February 20, 2024 when doctors in South Korea expressed dissatisfaction with the announcement of new government policies on significantly increasing the medical student quotas going forward.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a Wikipedia page. That's pretty crazy, man. Yeah.
But like just to touch on, it's like another topic, but I just really wanted to say that like I'm here since 2 months. Malaysians, right, are very close to the heart, man.
Yeah, I think we're quite empathetic people.
Like,
But yeah.
man, like I went to Like the biggest, like the starkest example was when I went to this open house about after Hari Raya, right? Like they say, like, oh yeah, we invite you to. Like, that's another good thing. Like if you want to start a TikTok channel, you meet lots of cool people.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big or right, just do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they invited me to this open house, right? Hari Raya, like after Ramadan.
Uh-huh.
I was like, open house? Okay, so people invited, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I come there, the whole village was there.
Yeah. It's a thing.
Like every room was filled with people,
Yeah.
strangers.
It's a thing.
It's
It's a thing.
and I'd say this to you that you just like, yeah, it's a thing, right?
It's a thing.
But not in Europe.
No, it's
In
not.
Europe, I remember when I was a kid. So I was playing with my friend who was like about 8 or 9,
Uh-huh.
and then it was like I don't know, like sometime in the evening or something, right? Like his mom came. Like, oh, we're gonna
my
have
God,
dinner
I
now.
know what this fucking story is about.
Yeah, oh, we're gonna have dinner now. And I'm like, okay. And I come down there, and she's like, oh no, you have to go. I'm like, yeah, yeah.
They
You have
kick
to
you
go.
out.
Yeah, they kick you out.
Yeah.
They just cook enough. Like that's especially true in like Scandinavian countries.
Yeah, like Sweden. This is
Oh,
where I heard the
Jesus.
same story.
They just cook for like, oh, we have 3 people. We didn't know you're gonna stay that long, and they just kick you out. Like for a Malaysian, right? Or something, it's like super rude, right? Or like Turkish, right?
Bro.
When you grow up Turkish, like super hospitable.
Yeah.
Right. But Malaysians are just super close to your heart. I just really want to know. Let you guys know that.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Because food is the thing that unites everybody over here. That's why we feel very sensitive about it. So, like, for example, if you go to someone's home, the first thing is not even, hey, how are you? It's you makan already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have
It's
you
just like,
eaten?
have you eaten?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing.
How do you say it? Makan?
You
apa?
makan already?
Yeah, makan
Question
already.
mark, right? So it's a
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. Over here, I feel like, if you go to someone's house and no one asks you that, I think you low-key feel they're quite rude.
Yeah. Even if it's not that great, you still like, yeah, pretty good,
Yeah, and normally you're just like, dude, I can't eat. I already ate. There's always a thing of like, but it's a
Yeah.
symptom of how we're also obese. We should go to the Japan.
No,
one.
actually, just we got a few items I want to touch for Germany because
Yeah.
I know we had this conversation. I think everyone should know. So we talked about whatever you pay the government. We talked about the rent. I think the next one would be like the food situation, the transport. Like how much?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can
is
tell you.
gas? How much is food eating out and
Pays about almost €300 a month to just go to my office and back a month.
gas?
gas?
For
yeah.
gas, yeah.
You know they
300.
pay like €2 per liter, and then
Yeah.
we all here
Yeah.
€2.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's the same in Japan also. I think it's expensive as well.
Yeah, they import everything, right?
Yeah, but
and
Yeah.
all pipelines got blown up.
No, actually, we send Japan oil. Do you know like our largest? I think their largest LNG exports are Malaysia.
Oh, serious?
They're liquid natural gas. But yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So 300.
Yeah, no, a strong nation,
Yeah.
a strong economy, has energy.
Right.
That defines what your strong economy is, right? Look at the flight of industry in Germany. Like companies were open for chemical companies, like operating for over 100 years, closing down because of the high energy costs.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
They want to move like a lot of our factories, right? They produce in China and then sell for like 11 times the price in Germany,
Yeah.
right? But the same car, the same factory is produced in China,
Yeah.
just a different brand, like
Yeah.
for 11th of the price, right?
I remember you telling me that Germany has the highest energy cost in the world.
It was like on and
very
off,
close lah, yeah.
but 2023, I think it had the highest energy cost.
What does that translate to? Like not just in the cars, but like what do you pay
Electricity,
for
right?
Yeah,
and all?
utility, yeah, utility basically, yeah.
Right.
But that's also because I think in Europe, right, you guys go through a very harsh winter. So a lot of times the winter is what requires them a lot of energy output. Whereas over here, it's like the same weather the whole freaking day.
Well, that plus they want to go ESG. They don't want oil, so they are going on like wind and things like that, which is
That's-
like way more expensive.
And then on top of that, the Ukraine-Russian war, right?
Yes.
On top of that.
Yeah.
and sorry, and eating out the next one.
Oh, eating out, like if you want a doner, which is like a very German thing. Like
How do you
maybe,
spell a doner?
Döner.
Döner.
D-Ö, like O with 2 dots on top.
Uh-huh.
Like instead of O, you say Ö.
Yeah, like
And N-E-R.
Özil.
Yeah, like Özil. Mesut
Yeah.
Özil,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, so döner, it's like a
like a
kebab sandwich, right?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. I know.
You
what
know,
you're
right?
talking
Doner
about.
kebab, yeah.
Yeah, doner
yeah,
kebab,
yeah,
yeah. It's like $5.50
Yeah, it's
last
about
time I
five.
checked. But if you go to like Frankfurt, like you might see it. It's
probably
like
six,
seven something. Yeah.
But that's the same everywhere in Europe, I went to Barcelona, I bought a sandwich and a persimmon.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a fucking sandwich and a persimmon, bro.
Okay.
You know how
for-
much it cost? It was €7, bro.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
€7, right? I can buy an Ipudo ramen, you know.
Yeah.
Bro, like I was in Switzerland. I was in Zurich.
Are you fucking mad?
But the persimmon, not bad, right? Nice.
It's
normal
like,
lah.
bro, it was a bit rotten, dude.
Yeah. Like I went to Zurich like a few days before I went
Zurich is
to Malaysia.
ridiculous.
Like a highway coffee was like €450.
Bro,
That's like a whole.
I went to Bern in Switzerland to use the toilet.
You have to pay, right?
You have to pay to use the toilet, bro. That's ridiculous, mate. And Bern is the capital of Switzerland, you know. So I thought, like, you know, they would make it a bit easier for an international to take a piss, right?
They're literally dwarfs.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, this was 2013. And I paid 5 Swiss francs, you know.
Well, today is like 15, man. I don't know.
Maybe, but you pay for going to have a piss.
Do you
in
get a
Europe.
view at least when you take a piss?
No Alps, nothing.
Nothing.
It's just a
You see a bear lah in the valley. You know, have you been to Bern? In
no.
Switzerland? Yeah, there's
Just Zurich.
Yeah, but it's a rubbish country, mate. In fact, the food in Switzerland is quite trash. There's no taste.
It's just raclette. That's it.
Bro, even raclette.
It's all
here tastes
villages.
better.
Germany too, right? It's all villages.
Oh.
It's just like there's no skyscrapers. There's no like even if you go Düsseldorf or Frankfurt, it's like big city, but everyone lives in an outskirt, like
I see.
just
Because
villages.
it's cheaper as well, right? I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think if you lived in the city, it would kill you.
yeah,
It would kill
definitely.
you, man.
Yeah,
In Europe, especially.
you
right
just go
now,
on
it's
welfare,
insane.
right?
Yeah,
It's much easier.
I
Hot
don't-
sphere.
I don't even know how people can do holiday in Europe from Asia,
Yeah,
bro.
but now I just want to let you know, like, just to come back to like for half an hour ago, like Malaysians, you guys are
we got it good, man.
very lucky, man. Like I know you're complaining, oh, I just make 3,000 ringgit and stuff. Yeah, but you have options. You can go to a stall. You can eat for 5 ringgit or something.
Yeah, man.
Like, dude,
And it's good shit too.
Yeah, like
good shit.
in Germany, you're like I had months. Like, thank God I'm so blessed, right? Like I got this sponsors, right, from my TikTok channel. I wrote my book. I got people that helped me in that regard. Like I had a guide that I sold, and that kept me over water for many months in Germany, right?
But
Like, I
then-
didn't let you know. Like I don't want her to worry, right?
Yeah.
But it was some ones where like really, really bad.
Okay. Japan. No.
Yeah,
But
let's
Japan,
go.
How's
sorry,
life like in Japan?
I didn't live in Japan for a long
But then your
years,
5 years
so-
there, right? I guess you can share.
Yeah.
Because you did work and
I did work.
Yeah,
And maybe you can share
Long
why
time
are
ago.
salaries so low in Japan.
yeah, man. Dude, I
just
just
don't
saw.
know
Do you know
what-
Asian Boss? Have you heard of Instagram and YouTube Asian Boss?
Asian boss, yeah.
Yeah,
We can put him up. YouTube,
yeah.
Asian
That one
boss.
they just talked about it today.
Oh,
About
is it?
Japanese salaries, and I was actually quite surprised.
Huh.
Like they only
Really?
get like 1,500, 1,700 USD a month,
Yeah, kind of.
and this is in the city.
So okay, what's okay before we start? Like, what's like the median salary in Japan?
Sorry.
Like, what's the
But you gotta speak nearer to the mic if you don't mind.
200K, I think Japanese yen.
200k yen. That's
I
about
think so.
divide 0.03?
I get 100.
that's about 2,000
Times-
USD. 2,005.
2,000.
Yeah,
no,
about-
not
I'll do
even
the math,
2,000.
200,000 yen to USD. Yeah, this is Asian
200,000
boss.
yen, 0.031.
Okay.
6k ringgit?
Yeah, 2,000. Oh, so
6,000.
it's about
Yeah,
1.8
16.
USD now, because the yen dropped a bit, right? So
Yeah.
about there, 1,500 to 2,000 USD.
Kind of like
Yeah.
after the tax, yeah.
Yeah, but this is provided you work in the city, right?
Same, I think.
Oh,
Like when I was working in Japan, like Shizuoka, right? I got like 150K a month after tax. Yeah.
okay.
Since then, I think the salary is same. Like
It's about the same.
it's
Yeah.
about the same. I
So
think.
it's about 5 to
Increase.
6k ringgit a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So then, like, what do you pay? Like, how does the money?
Or the tax and
Yeah, it's like a pretty much same as Germany. So if you work for a company, the company pays half of the health insurance.
oh, it's the same concept.
And then we have to pay the pension, right? Pension. We have the resident taxes.
Okay.
So if you live in the city, you have to pay more.
Oh.
To live there,
live
you
in the
have to
city.
pay. You have to pay.
Okay.
But I lived in the countryside, so I pay like 4,000 Japanese yen a month, I think.
Okay. Okay.
That's all: health insurance, resident tax, income tax, and then pension. I think there are 4 categories I have to pay.
But you
tax.
didn't need to pay for rent because you were living with your family.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
so
why I saved money.
But in
an
Europe
Asian
it's
culture thing, right?
Yeah.
Like in Germany, I mean, not anymore as much, right? But in Germany, like you're 18, you're out.
You're out.
Yeah.
It's the same in the US as well.
Yeah.
It's the same. But in the Asian culture, it's always like we want to try to keep the wealth. We want to try to take care of the next generation. And then that generation pays it forward. It's always
Right.
that same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we can talk about your cost of living. So when it comes to living in the city, I know it can be quite expensive. But I feel that in Tokyo, at least from my experience, you can always find very cheap meals. You can.
exactly. You
Yeah.
can find, yes.
Like if you get those like bentos by those obajans in the morning, you can get it for like 400, 500 yen. It's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah,
That's
possible.
like 15 ringgit,
Yeah.
12, 13.
But that's considered expensive if you ask me. In Malaysia, 15 ringgit is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
yeah.
can get a
Yeah,
meal
yeah.
here for 10 ringgit. But if you live like really damn smart in Japan,
Yeah.
you can get away with really cheap. Like you go to Aeon at night after 7:30 p.m. They sell you a whole bento for like 200 yen,
Yeah,
300 yen.
Ah, true.
Right.
You can buy karage, like fried chicken, like bro. The karage is like that box size, right, for like 20 ringgit, bro.
But they
No
just
way.
get rid of it, like at the
Yeah,
end of the
they-
day or
because they-
something.
It's like a clearance sale.
Yeah,
right?
they
Yeah.
value freshness and quality a lot, so they don't. They just want to sell everything.
Dumpster diving.
No, but it's
no,
They
but
still
yeah, I know what you
they
mean.
even
yeah,
sell high quality sashimi at that price, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sometimes.
yeah.
So, but these are the cities. So if you go to the outskirts, it's a lot cheaper as well. It's like at least 50%. If you even go to like Aeon or like I don't know, I can't even name all these other like other supermarkets, right? But the smaller ones, the smaller shops, you can get it for really cheap. But you have to
can
be
find,
smart, you know. But the temptation in Japan is hard.
Yeah.
That's why it's difficult because the range is so big. You can go really cheap,
Right.
but you can go really expensive too.
Sounds like KL.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
That's
But-
true.
But I feel, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, right, Mo? But in Japan, it's very difficult to get an increment of your salary. It's
Yes.
yes.
Right.
So they don't have a cost problem, but they have an income problem, basically. Is what you're trying to say.
because of the
Yeah.
culture.
But yeah, maybe why is it so hard to get increment? Because in Malaysia, like especially among Malaysian Chinese, is always discussing how to get increment,
So you guys
10%,
always ask your
15%.
boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
that's the thing. See, what do you say?
How?
How do we ask?
How do you guys ask your boss to
Yeah.
For a salary.
increase?
That's the thing. See, that's the thing. It's a cultural
Oh, we
thing.
like
They-
some of us will like go on LinkedIn and then someone offers us a job that's higher. Then we go like, "Hey boss, I just got offered this job. Can you like?" do the
yeah,
math?"
but in their culture, it's,
What are you
Yeah, I know. It's like, bro.
This is haram.
this is haram.
Yeah.
Literally.
But in Malaysia, yeah, I will speak for the Chinese. I think it's a lot more aggressive. Things like that.
No,
But
I
yeah, but
always,
Japan is-
I always did that too. Like they always offer me like, nah, I need at least this.
In Germany, do you ask for increments very like?
Yeah, you
upfront?
can. Yeah. You can ask. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's very, yeah, it's tight. Yeah.
Okay.
But in
But
Japan, like no,
You can ask.
kind of at all.
Every year I got like my base salary increased, but by 1,000 yen. A year.
It's like 40 ringgit, bro. 35 ringgit, 40 ringgit.
So
bro.
like 150,000, then 151.
Yes. yes.
A year though.
Every so positive. Every year, though, 1,000 yen. What are you gonna buy? Like another bento, extra bento for the year.
Like that. So
Doesn't even
sad.
keep up with inflation. I mean,
No,
Japan,
actually,
yeah.
it does because
Yeah,
it's so
Japan.
low inflation in
That's
Japan.
the other
It is,
reason,
it
like right,
is.
the actual reason. Like since 20 years, it's like stagnating.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So their salary doesn't go up.
Yes. But I think the thing is, right, I feel that it's because of the cultural aspect in terms of what they value. So if you look at different countries, right, and this is what I observed, like in Malaysia, we are a very value-driven country. And when I say value, I mean, what can you get out of 10 ringgit? What can you do? And
Yeah,
you know,
it's a ROI.
Over here, right, it's a flex when you can get more for less.
Yeah.
That's the real flex. And in
Yeah.
Singapore, what they value is efficacy. How efficient are you?
How fast can you get it?
Yeah, how fast. So in Japan, I feel what they value is loyalty.
Yeah.
So if you leave the company less than 5 years, it is betrayal.
Yeah. Semboku.
And the next company will not hire you. That's the thing.
Actually, a bad thing in Japan to switch jobs too often, right?
Yeah.
It's just very bad.
It's very bad. It's like, hey, like, what are you, like a
It's worse
butterfly?
than rape. But in Malaysia, it's different. I think people switch jobs here very, very frequently, like
Yeah.
maybe once a year. You know, so it's because every time you switch, you get a pay jump. That's the thing. So it's a different culture altogether. I feel when
Like you said, right? Hey, look, I make more here. Can I? And it's like, no. Like, okay.
All right, see you. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of employers would just say, just go for it. It's all right. You know.
But one thing about Japan is like loyalty, definitely 100%.
yeah,
But they also do everything right.
That's true.
They
not
took-
everything.
They
but
take so
it's-
much. No. I mean, like in the sense of, like they make this water bottle. And your job is to make this water bottle. They're gonna make it the
Yeah.
best water bottle
Actually,
ever.
It's Kaizen, right? I think.
no. Actually,
Kaizen.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
it's Kaizen.
there's this word in Japanese. I was doing research on this because we were comparing the difference between Japanese hard work and Chinese hard work. remember this
Yeah,
conversation?
I
So, like
remember.
Chinese people,
Yeah.
they work hard to make money, right? They build things to sell. That's like the Chinese mindset. So then I know that for Japanese, it's like you said, like they do things right and they kind of do it. And if it doesn't make a profit, but it's like it's all right. It's great, right? It's a great product.
Ikigai.
No, the word I did research is called monozukuri.
Monozukuri.
So it says that it literally means production or doing things right in Japanese, and it's the Japanese term for manufacturing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but that like the term manufacturing in China is just manufacturing, right? You just want to build it to sell. But the word manufacturing in Japanese means doing things right. That's a very unique.
What a difference, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. Because for Europeans, like they're all the same. Like,
I
they,
think
like
German-
not
but
only
to
do
be
they
fair-
know
but
where
I don't
Malaysia
think
is.
Germans do great engineering work as well, like your cars and
Yeah, they do. Yeah, but they do. But the it's deindustrializing now, right? Like Germany is deindustrializing. Like the high energy costs are crushing companies. People leave to the US. We have like this immigration crisis, right? Like like this one thing like you can't put everyone in one basket, right? But like, look, for example, you really like Japan, right? And there's like people that are freaks about Japan and stuff.
Yeah.
Those are the people you want. Like you want people who
Are passionate
want to
about
be
the-
Japanese,
Yeah.
right? If you or in Malaysia, like they love Japan, they love Malaysia. They want to be part of this, like yeah. But what you don't want is like, oh, like hey, why are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, welfare.
Yeah. But you know, like sometimes I feel like, but this is because I've gone to Japan quite a few times in my life, and the older I grow, actually, the more reason I feel I don't want to live there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I know that the older I grow, I realize there's so much potential here, and it's so weird, right? Because when I was a kid, I used to hate being a Malaysian.
yeah, same.
I used to hate it. I used to be like, no one knows where we are. You can't be a main character of your story, you know, in Malaysia. Who's going to care about this kid? And you know what's the worst thing? When I was a kid, right, and I've said this many times before, I've always wanted to be the Prime Minister of Malaysia. I had big dreams. I was like, I want to do this. And then my dad told me, you can't be a Prime Minister because you're not Malay. And I'm like, wait, what?
Ouch.
Why? He's like, yeah, you won't get the vote. It's the truth. And that's the thing, right? If you're Japanese, you could aim to be the prime minister. You could aim to be anything you want to be in Japan, man. You could be, if you're German, you can be half German.
No, Hafu.
Yeah. And you could still be somebody in Germany. But if you're in Malaysia, and if you're born in a different type of race, you're like the Hyuga clan in like, yeah, you're like Neji. And you're born, yeah, and you're born with that fucking cross on your head. You are just fated to be in the sub clan. You're never in the main clan here. That is how I feel here.
It's one thing I saw, right? They have like Malaysia has a more of a racial identity than a national identity.
Yeah.
You know, like oh, I'm Malaysian. Yeah, but what Malaysian?
But the older I grow, I've come to appreciate it a lot more because I realize you don't need to be a prime minister. You can just be yourself. And I would hate to be in Japan. You know why? Because I couldn't talk like this. Everybody would hate me in Japan. I would have no friends. You know, no one would want to talk to me unless maybe I live in Osaka. But you know,
Maybe you can explain that, like how school was, high school, because we talked about this like before the podcast. Like in Korea, you're like, let's say on your phone, you watch some football game super loud. Probably somebody will come up to you and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
turn that off," right? But in Japan,
no,
they
They
won't
talk
say
behind your back.
anything.
Yeah,
They would
yeah,
just
yeah.
leave. They would just isolate you.
Yeah.
You are not worthy of being part of us.
Yes.
And they will really make you feel that.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah. And it's harsh.
It's harsh. So I would really like, maybe you have some
Yeah.
like from your high school times, right?
Did you
When
have-
you were growing
go
up,
through
you know.
Yeah.
Anything like that?
She's like, it's very heavy.
but I'm also Japanese too, right?
Yeah, true.
I never
You isolated others.
honne tatemae, right? You guys know, right? Like we always cover up, right? Our face,
Yeah.
right. We like, always try to compliment, but I never. That was
I also said this before, and you know it's funny when you tell me your nickname is Momo, right? So I always have this thing when I forgot who taught me this before, but when you approach a European, they're like coconuts. When you approach Asians, they're like peaches. So when you speak to an Asian person, they're very hospitable, they're very soft, they tell you everything, right? They're very like, oh yeah, it's okay, everything is going to be all right. But when you get to the core and you want to get to know an Asian, you don't really know who they are. Because the core of the peach is so hard.
Right.
But the European is very hard on the outside. When you get to know them, they're actually very nice and soft
Yeah,
people on
that's
the
true.
good
inside.
example.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to make friends.
But
In
when
Europe, I guess, if you're from Asia, I guess.
Yeah.
But once you know someone and they're gonna be your friend.
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I had a friend that she's Italian, and I remember when I met her, she was a bit like, oh, I don't really want to talk to you.
Standoffish.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
after that, like maybe 2 days later, she was like such a close friend. You
Like
know?
with Russians, in my opinion, that's like cranked up to 10. They're super formal, and
Yeah.
that's not how we do this.
Yes. But when you get to know them,
But when you
like,
get to know-
shots of vodka,
The
everyone.
the sweetest people,
Yeah.
right?
It's strange, man.
It's so strange.
It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
But I think in Japan, you kind of go through that whole peach thing. It's a lot of peaches in Japan, man.
But maybe you explain like why did you decide to leave Japan for Canada? I know you mentioned that you didn't really want to be there.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, because
She wanted to meet me, obviously.
It just I don't know how to say. It's just
You can't talk bad about your country.
we have no Japanese viewers, by the way.
Yeah,
so-
there's nobody.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, there's no Japanese that watches this podcast. Don't worry about it. You should just tell people.
It's
you know?
just I can't be the way I am, right, in Japan.
You're just not who you are.
No, it's just I can't open up myself in Japan, right? I'm otaku too. Like, people just look at me like
Yeah.
I can't. Never, I couldn't ever.
Wait, people
like,
in
open
Japan look
myself.
down on otakus or don't like
No.
otakus?
No, but no.
Yes, they do.
Otaku is a big thing, but like if I'm a girl,
And you're
like,
an otaku.
and then
it's
I'm
weird.
old enough, right? But I'm still otaku, and they, oh god. It's just like,
You know, right? When I was studying in the US, I had a friend. Her name is Azusa, and I thought Azusa is so pretty. I was like, my God, she's such a pretty girl. I'm like, my God, you are beautiful, man. And you know, right? For me, I'm a very upfront person.
Yeah.
Right? I just, you know, whatever I say, you know, you were telling me if like someone's looking at their phone, it was really loud. I would be the first person to be like, bro, can you not read the room? Can you turn down the volume, please?
Yeah.
And then the guy would be like, oh, I'm sorry. I am just that upfront. You know,
Yeah.
and I feel like, it's all right. You know, if you don't like me, you don't like me. But when I told my friend Azusa that I love anime, she just went like, otaku, man.
Yeah.
And she just avoided me, bro.
Right,
Until when
right,
she
yeah,
got to
some
know me, and then
people.
she's like, oh, I didn't think you'd be the type to like anime and be chill. So it's quite looked down upon.
yeah, some people like that. Yeah.
Yeah, in Japan.
Or
I feel.
cosplay is even worse.
Yeah.
If you're a cosplayer, like they look at you like you're furry or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I noticed with Japanese friends.
Oh.
Even before I met you, I was like, they're like, oh, I really like otaku. Yeah, they just read anime and like, they want to be left alone. But cosplayers is so cringe. I'm like, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
I feel like cosplay is a big thing in Malaysia now. It's huge.
I've seen Naruto. I've seen everyone walking around here. Yeah,
Bro,
already.
I'm gonna tell you this right now, man. Like, the anime, manga, and cosplay scene in Malaysia
And
is
DCG.
DCG is Pokemon cards. It's like trading card games.
Not
yeah.
just that, but yes.
Yeah.
More- yeah.
But the scene here is so big. One ticket can go up to like 300-400 ringgit.
And they buy it and then they sell it, resell it, right?
They have scalpers. So you can Google Comic Fiesta in KLCC. The line
Comic-
is
Oh, man.
so long. It's insane. My ex-girlfriend used to line up so long just to get in, right? Even my current wife used to line up so long to get in. It's just insane. And you pay so much money just to get in and just cosplay. Like, what? What are you doing, man?
Yeah.
It's so hot. Dude,
Yeah.
look at that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, man. And every year it becomes bigger. Yeah, so it's a big thing.
Like that's in KL.
Yeah, that's in KL, man.
Well, look at that
Yeah,
thing.
It looks like ants.
You know, in KL, Malaysia, it's actually
It's cool.
all races like it.
Yeah,
So it's like a unifying point, and it's not as looked down upon as before. Like in school, you could sense like, oh, we read Naruto, oh, we read whatever. right?
lame.
No,
But now it's
same
like,
here. Same with
now
me,
it's like,
yeah.
oh, do you read the latest chapter?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
everybody gets hyped up because the latest chapter
Yeah.
is pretty dope.
Me too. They always like when I was a kid, right? Like, oh, nerd.
Yeah.
You watch Naruto. I'm like,
But now it's like a nerd if you don't.
yeah. Now you're just like a boring party person.
Yeah,
right?
you're like, dude, what? How do you not?
Especially with
watch anime?
COVID, because
Yeah.
it killed the bar party scene, right?
Yeah, man.
People start watching Netflix and stuff.
But I think it's also because anime got a lot better. You know, like long ago, if you watched like Dragon Ball, to kill Frieza, it took you like 20 episodes to kill
Yeah.
Frieza.
Yeah.
But nowadays, if you watch like the latest episode of like Demon Slayer, you're just like, holy shit, man.
Is it good?
Yeah, dude, Demon Slayer is the shit. It's fucking good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to watch. But
Same here, you know. The first time I watched it, I fell asleep, and my friend
Yeah,
was
me
like,
too,
"Bro,
yeah.
how
Yeah.
did you fall asleep?" So I took a nap, and then I decided to watch the first episode. I felt like the first episode is kind of slow, but things pick up, man. It gets good.
I pick up, yeah.
Yeah, things pick up, and now I'm a big fan. I bought all the manga too. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, why not, right?
yeah,
It's
but
like-
over here it's a thing. Like if you look, but I don't know why in Japan it still
Hey,
looks
actually,
like
we went
that. It
to
feels bad.
like every week we try to go out and
Uh-huh.
see other like new places within KL. Like KL's so big, right? Like,
KL is huge, man.
like there's so
KL
much.
is like Tokyo. KL is like LA. KL is
Yeah.
like Seoul. It's big, man.
It's like everything in one. And then we went to this mall. Where was that? Somewhere near.
If it's in Ampang, it's a
Bukit
bad mall,
Bintang.
bro.
Yeah. There's like there's one mall like Link, right?
Oh, okay.
New Central, is it?
No,
Link Gate. Link.
yeah, that one's in
Yeah.
Ampang, right? Like, let's forget it and go. But there's one in I can't remember. It's in Bukit Bintang.
Okay, Bukit Bintang.
Yeah,
Is it Pavilion?
I don't know. At the
Dog
bottom
Band.
though is all anime. The bottom floor, figurines. Like I've never seen. I like maybe in Tokyo you see that stuff. It's like T-shirts. Like people have stands selling their homemade anime fan stuff.
God, man.
Yeah.
I think you know. Sungai Wang.
Oh yeah, yes, that one.
Sungai
the
Wang
fuck?
Plaza. Oh.
Sungai Wang is-
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, they got Akiba Street.
It's like Akihabara,
Oh.
and I was so surprised. It was really.
Wow, I should go, man.
Yeah, you should. It's really cool.
No, but you know what Malaysia really needs? Malaysia needs book off.
Yeah, book off.
What is that?
Bro, book off is the best shit ever. It's like a second-hand shop. But there's a chain. So every time you go to a book off, for example, right, if you don't need your phone anymore, you just go to a book off, I want money. They give you money and then they sell your phone.
Isn't that cash converter?
No, you can sell anything.
It's like the everything store.
Yeah, it's like the everything store. So when I go to Japan, the first thing I go to is all the book offs, the hard offs, the hobby offs, which are basically like secondhand stores. You get really cheap stuff. And in Japan, like they take care of their stuff so well. Like,
Yeah.
dude, you know, okay, you see that PlayStation box over there at the end?
Yeah.
Dude, I got that PlayStation 1 in a box with a manual for 120 ringgit. That's
Wow.
like 25.
Wait. Anime aside, like
Uh-huh.
you play games?
I do. But I
What do you
mean,
guys play?
I stopped playing already, but I used to
stopped.
play Dota on PC,
I'm not a Dota guy.
on a phone, FIFA.
FIFA is the shit. I like FIFA.
On the phone, I used to play Pokemon Go.
We had one guy, like when we were younger, right? Like he had like a whole garage just dedicated for FIFA. We called it FIFA Temple.
Oh,
After school,
bro.
people would just meet there, play FIFA.
I'm telling you, man. Do you know before FIFA, I used to play Winning 11. Have you heard of it?
Oh my lord!
Pro
Winning
Evolution
11.
Soccer.
PES.
Yeah, PES. Have you heard of it? No. Okay, so it was Winning 11. I think that's a Japanese game.
Yeah, that's
Right? And then we went to PES, Pro Evolution Soccer, because Winning 11 sounded kind of lame. And then we went to FIFA. Right? And I played FIFA and Winning 11, all these games for at least 12 years. At least. But I don't know why. It just snapped. I just stopped playing. But I played a lot of
No time.
PlayStation.
Like I feel guilt, you know. Like same with anime. Like when I play, like now I play like Smash Bros. There's nothing
On the
else.
Switch?
Because yeah. But I have nothing else. Like I don't have a computer, right? I just have a laptop. It's like like StarCraft 2.
Okay. Okay.
That works. That works.
Red Alert.
No, I should, right?
Well,
I was
Red
looking
Alert's
for it. They
shit.
don't have it on
Yeah.
the Switch. Yeah.
I used to play a lot of console games when I was a kid. I used to play
Yeah,
Game Boy. I played all the Pokemons except for the Scarlet Violet ones now. I played
Nice.
every single one. I completed every single one.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I played a lot of PlayStation stuff like Ratchet and Clank, Crash Bandicoot, stuff like that. And then I think when I was dating my wife, maybe in 2019, I just stopped playing.
Yeah.
I just lost it.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I think you turned 30. That's why.
Bro, fuck you. Fuck off, mate. But that time I was 27, only 28.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But also, man, like you have to be honest. Like when you play on console or when you grow up playing on, like I love the GameCube, right? Zelda, Wind Waker,
Oh, shit. Bro, Wind Waker is fucking good.
Kirby Air Ride.
Yeah.
Like
It's the chibi looking Zelda. I know.
Yeah. Oh,
It's a
man.
fucking good game. Yeah.
But then when you play like Mario Party or something, like the best one, Mario Party 4,
Yeah.
right?
it's good to play with people.
It's hard to find people that can play.
Yeah.
Most of them, they just can't. They
Yeah.
don't have.
They know the
uh,
base. They can learn the basics fast, but they don't know how to go beyond.
Like I was 4 years old. I played like Mario 64 in French because I couldn't read.
But it's kind of like playing Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi. You kind of need to know someone who plays Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi in order to play the same level. Otherwise, you're just playing with a noob or you're playing with a pro.
No, it's more like you have the hand-eye coordination. You grow up with it, right? So even if I don't play and you just show me a new game, I can pick up on it really quick. Like no matter what it is, right? I mean, I won't be a pro maybe, but you can play with me.
Yeah.
But most people I noticed, right? It's just so boring.
Yeah,
I just
but
don't
FIFA
want.
used to be a universal thing.
Yeah.
It used to be like everybody knew how to play FIFA.
You just pass, shoot,
Yeah,
walk,
through
right?
ball.
It's whether
sprint.
you a square shoot or circle shoot. That's it.
yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
true.
square lah.
Yeah, I'm a square. Yeah,
Square.
Yeah, but I think I think 2019 I stopped playing and I just went mobile games heavy. So all I play is Pokemon Go and Monster Hunter now.
Monster Hunter.
Yeah, do you play Monster Hunter?
No. Simple Rockets too.
Sorry,
Simple Rockets.
What
It's called
does
Simple Rockets.
the game is called Simple Rockets.
Yeah.
Bro, can you just Google that shit?
Yeah.
But bro, Monster Hunter and Pokemon Go,
It's the most boring game ever.
those two games are so big in Japan.
Yeah.
Is Monster Hunter Japanese?
Bro, it is
Yeah.
Japanese.
for-
It's
I mean,
Konami, bro.
you see the animations, the
okay.
crazy.
Sorry, no, it's not Konami. It's Capcom. It's Capcom.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. Simple Rockets.
What's this? Is this on phone or Google
Yeah.
Play?
Yeah, it's on phone. Yeah. So you basically, they have like a simulation of the solar system,
Okay.
and you just build rockets and
You travel?
travel. That's it.
Wow, that's so peaceful.
And like the best thing, like 2 a.m. in the morning in the toilet, just a simple rocket to the moon.
Simple Rockets. Bro, the reason why I started playing Pokemon Go is because I loved people. I like meeting new people.
Right?
So like
Yeah.
every time I play Pokemon Go, you have to go to the gym and fight a raid. You have to take down the gym together. I don't know whether you guys have played, but like I took it
No,
quite
never.
seriously.
Mhm.
So
I was
always-
never into Pokemon, even as a kid. Honestly, I was never into it.
Oh man,
Yeah, I was more like the Mario game guy.
I see.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
still Nintendo.
But still, right? Yeah,
Still
exactly.
Nintendo, yeah. But so when I play all these games on mobile phones, I always feel like I like playing with people more. And it's always a community base. So like Nick and I, we play Monster Hunter now. And Monster Hunter is the shit. So when you go to Japan, you get so many monsters you get to whack. And you're just like, woo! It's the whole day you look at your phone. But
on your phone, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
looking at your phone the whole day. Which is a terrible habit. And then you feel like shit because you just looked at your phone for 4 hours.
But is it like Pokemon Go where you have to actually go around physically? and-
Yeah, Bro,
That's awesome,
You
man.
know, are you using an iPhone? Are you guys both using iPhone?
Yeah, iPhone, yeah.
Okay, so if you swipe to the left, you get to see how many hours you spend on your phone. Have you guys ever done that? Yeah. Have you ever seen that?
iPhone,
So
so.
if you look, I'm willing to wager that
That's to the left?
yeah, and then you get to see like the phone usage times. Like hold on, let me pull it up. Give me a sec. Sorry guys, for those who are
Yeah,
listening.
for you, it's like
Bro, so if
14
you go-
hours.
Yeah. So if you go here, John Ng's 13 Pro. If you scroll, my number one most used app, Monster Hunter now. Bro, I bet MJ's is TikTok.
Yeah. TikTok.
mine is TikTok. Yeah.
Wow.
What's yours?
Mine's not iPhone, so.
Oh, yours?
I don't know. How did you open
Google.
it?
Come on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, you don't have it. Shit. Oh, there you go. Safari, 21 minutes. Bro, this guy is a fucking monk, mate. You spend 1 hour a day on your phone?
Yeah. I don't even. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but I only spend time when I make videos or content.
Bro, this guy spends only 29 minutes on Safari, bro.
Damn.
And 24 minutes
That's
on
research.
TikTok. And for some reason, 7 minutes on your Hotlink app.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I top up his phone.
To top it up, yeah.
I've not heard that name in a long, long time.
What the fuck? Bro, what's yours, Anik? No, but like, how many hours do you spend on your phone? Bro, confirm at least 7 hours.
No,
No.
swipe all the way to the left.
But I do a lot on the laptop, right?
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
okay.
Like I wake up in the morning, every day I write like a market update, right?
Yeah.
And then I should make a video about this, right? Then make a video
yeah.
maybe. And then I like just stuff like that. Just work, right?
You know, all these hours on my phone is not even accounting the hours I spend in front of my laptop.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I probably spend like 12 hours in front of the screen. It's fucking crazy.
But it's
man.
very like I used to have lot more, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's really good if you just like kind of like a detox.
Oh, for sure, man. I've thought
Just
of
turn
it
it off.
many times.
Like, you know, like a good practice, like you wake up for the first hour,
don't look at your phone.
don't look at your phone,
Bro.
I swear. Just try to
That
live
is so
like
hard,
that.
man. But yeah.
Try to live, right? I know the messages are coming in. Like
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
you have like this dopamine thing.
Yeah.
Like just leave it, man.
You know, for I think for
Make
like
pancakes.
for 3 months, I did that. I didn't look at my phone. The first thing I did every time I woke up. Okay, to be fair, the alarm goes off, so I need to wake up at like 6:30 last time.
Right.
So I woke up at 6:30. I used to go into an ice bath for like 15 minutes.
But are you standing still in the ice bath? Like, or are you moving like
I'm moving.
You're moving good,
Yeah,
good.
because of the barrier. I
Right.
know. Yeah.
Right.
Bro, it's so fucking cold.
Yeah.
But you feel so good, and then I go to the gym after that, or I go for a run.
So good. You
Yeah.
have no idea.
Yeah. You should really do it. But it was just so much time.
But I'm in German we have a term called Warmduscher,
Okay.
which literally translates to
A cold shower?
no hot shower
Oh,
taker.
hot shower.
Like someone who takes a warm shower. That basically means you're a pussy. The funniest shit. Like instead of saying like pussy, right? You say, "Oh, you Warmduscher."
You're a warm shower.
Yeah, but I am. I am.
Even in Malaysia?
A warm yeah, honestly, yeah. Like at night, especially before I sleep, I like to have like at least warm
Yeah,
shower,
yeah.
lukewarm
Yeah.
shower, and then go to bed. I don't know. It's like I feel dirty when I use cold water, and I just feel like
Like you need to burn something off. Huh?
yeah, right, like
No,
Yeah.
because you feel as if the heat will clean you more.
right. It's like like try to like when you have a greasy pan,
Yeah, you
And
wash
try
it with
cold water.
It's not going to wash off.
right?
Ah,
It's kind of like
Yeah.
that feeling. Yeah,
But I've done a bit of research when it comes to showers, right? And it turns out you should always shower with cold water in the morning, but warm water in the night. So if you shower with cold water in the morning, what happens is your body internally, right, is warm. So when
Right.
you wake up in the morning, I don't know whether you guys feel this, but I do. Your body actually naturally becomes warmer when you wake up, and that is why you wake up. But when you fall asleep, your body becomes cooler.
Has
so
to,
it's
yeah.
easier to fall asleep.
that's true.
So in order to counter these things, what you should do in the morning is cold shower. So your body fights to become warmer, and that way your body produces a lot more like energy in that sense, right? Because it's trying to fight the cold water.
Right.
But at night, what you should do is you go for a warm shower, and then you feel comfortable. So your body can slowly go from warm to cool.
And also it opens your pores and you lose heat. It makes it easier to fall asleep.
That's why you fall asleep easier after a warm shower. at
because
night.
you can't actually fall asleep if you're too warm.
yeah,
Your body has to drop like 1.5,
one
2
and-
degrees.
Yeah.
And then it triggers, like it heats up around 6 a.m.
Yeah.
It triggers you to wake up.
But
and you
I
heat up.
think in Europe, I'm not sure whether it's the Netherlands or is it the Scandinavian countries where you jump into ice water and then you go into the sauna.
Scandinavia,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, they like that stuff, yeah.
Oh, I would love to do that shit, man. You know, I went to Japan recently in Osaka, right? And they have an onsen where it's really hot.
I
and then-
can't.
Oh, really?
I hate that. Yeah, my tamagos are boiling.
Oh, wait, your what?
the tamago.
they're tamago obsessed. Like it's a country that eat the most eggs,
The most eggs, yeah.
right? I was like, went by like some massage places and stuff. My Japanese friends like, hey, look, they make tamago acupuncture. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, it was just flow, man. Like a water. Like what? Like they're just obsessed with tamagos.
I mean,
Yeah. Or they even have like the onsen egg, right?
yeah, they do. They have the volcano eggs too.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. But you don't like onsens?
I don't like I tell you like warm showers, right? But I don't like hot water. Like she can Yeah, right. I never liked it.
Oh, but Japanese love hot shit, bro.
Yeah.
No, they love it.
They love hot shit. Like, have you flown to Japan? Like,
Yeah, a few
with
times.
with a Japanese carrier plane, like ANA or JAL.
Like in the freezing, not like
No.
where the cargo is.
No. Like, okay, so like when you flew to Japan, what airlines did you fly?
Turkish Airlines.
Turkish Airlines.
Usually
Okay.
pick,
So
yeah.
if you fly JAL, Japan Airlines, or ANA, when the plane touches down, it is so hot, man.
Yeah.
I am sweating. Is it? It's true, right?
Is it?
Do you feel warm?
But it's true. They love hot stuff,
They
right?
love it. They love it.
Yeah.
Like I was sitting next to this girl. She's like in her late 20s. She was wearing 3 jackets, and she
Yeah.
was drinking a beer, and her face was so red, and she was like,
Yeah, because you don't move. like
she loves the heat.
like I walk around like this in Germany when it's like 8 degrees.
Yeah, same here. I love the cold, right?
I like. Or when we went to there's great place if you ever visit Victoria or Vancouver Island. There's one place like an hour drive from Victoria. It's called Souk Potholes.
How do you
It's
spell that?
Souk, Sooke, I think.
Souk, Sooke.
Yeah, potholes. You can Google it. It's basically a river,
Okay.
but it's like all volcanic, right? Like the entire island was created by volcanic activity, like until Hawaii, right?
Okay.
Like the whole like this. And so the water carved like these potholes into the river, where you can swim. You can even swim from one pothole
To another?
to another,
Oh,
and it's super cold, right? It's like running water.
But you loved it?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
See?
Greatest thing ever.
But in some places, for the onsen in Japan, like they have a hot onsen and they have a cold bath. Dude.
Nice. I just do the cold one.
No, I do interchange. Dude, you know,
Shit.
yeah. When you go in the hot one, oh wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So click images. Just click on the image.
It got like, I mean, as much as people suck, right? But like the air in Canada,
It's
like
clean.
in that, oh fuck, it's so good.
Oh,
Like when
yeah,
you take
man.
a walk at exactly 13 degrees temperature in the forest, the smells,
Yeah.
the like the rain, right? The
petrichor. Yeah,
What?
petrichor.
Patrick Call?
It was a smell of rain, like when it hits the floor. The smell that comes up. That unique smell.
only camels have a better sense to detect rain than humans. We can detect rain really, really well.
Camels?
It's like a weird, like it's a weird ability of humans that we can detect rain from like kilometers away.
Really?
It's a weird, like detection sense we have, and only camels have it like stronger.
Maybe
than
because
us,
they're always in the desert, right?
I guess.
So when they see rain, oh.
But humans have it like super high. It's
Dialed
like
up.
really weird.
Huh.
I'm not sure what it's called. I'm sure it has a name.
In Malaysia, rain, right, is really intense. You've only been here for two months, right?
Yeah, but every night it's like a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
They would close the schools and
Yeah.
roads in Germany.
Yeah. But over here, I think I don't.
To just go to the bridge.
I'm sorry.
Maybe like 2 weeks ago, maybe the rain was really fucking intense over here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
trees will fly around. And stuff like
Yeah.
that.
And it
Cars will be
thunders.
damaged, yeah.
A thunderstorm.
But the odd thing is, in Malaysia, we are free from like volcanoes, we're free from tsunamis, we're free from earthquakes, we're
Earthquakes.
free from everything. It's just that the rain is really intense.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's more
and the
price to
heat-
play though, to be fair. Right?
Yeah, and I love it, like, you know.
But after the rain, like going out, I love
Right,
it.
Sometimes,
right.
Sometimes, don't you? I don't think whether you've gone through that whole like, oh, it's really hot, and then it rains, and then it becomes hot again.
Yeah,
oh
that
my
sucks.
god,
Yeah. Maybe
that
the
is
evening.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is a sauna, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one can be pretty rough.
Like for anyone who has never visited like Southeast Asia, but I think it's like more hardcore like here in Indonesia, right? It's like it feels like in a greenhouse.
Yes, it does. Yes,
Like
it does.
always.
Yeah.
But by the way, I have to stop you guys because I want to show a picture that was recently taken on Malaysian thunderstorms. I don't know if you saw it or not. Okay, so I'm
Is it
going
the Asgard one?
the Asgard one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys need to see this photo. Oh
Send
no,
the-
actually
send the link,
it's actually 2022. But anyways, someone took a photo of this, and I'm gonna send to Nick so that he can click on it.
Bro, Malaysia is really intense. But I think if you have you guys been to Singapore before?
Sorry?
No.
I've been.
So what?
You've been, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
that's fun.
I don't
When-
know.
when
I
did you
dropped,
go?
I forgot already.
When I was 14, so
Yeah, I sent you a WhatsApp.
20 years ago.
Wow.
I forgot how to airdrop already.
You forgot to airdrop.
You know how to airdrop.
Bro, how can I do it? Ah, there you go. No, you go back, go back
Yeah,
to the
context,
image. Hold on. Sorry.
No, it's a.
Or
it's
you
not an
send it to
image.
me, I'll send it to him.
Can you show me your tattoos?
Show me my tattoos?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe not all of them, but the
Sure.
ones on your arm.
No, so this is the state of California because that's where I studied.
I thought so.
Yeah, and this is Yamcha sessions because I did this tattoo on the podcast itself. A tattoo artist did it for me. Yeah, and this is a daruma. I think you know what daruma is.
Daruma.
Yeah, so a daruma is if you draw one eye, is you have a goal and you don't draw the other eye until the goal is completed. Yeah. and
Aren't there like these demons that kill you when you look at them or something?
that's a movie. But yeah, I know what movie you're talking about. Yeah. But the daruma is a symbolic like Shintoism thing.
Yeah.
So it's a doll that doesn't tip over. So it showcases stability and focus when it comes to your goal. Yeah, and this is a monkey with a Hanya mask because I'm born in the year of the monkey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice, you Song Wukong. But isn't it funny like everything is like Song Wukong, like Dragon Ball, right? He has a long stick. He's on a
Goku.
cloud. One Piece. His
Yeah.
arm,
Monkey
his
D.
ability, right, to
Monkey
stretch,
stretch,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's all Song Wukong, right?
Yeah. But
So
I mean,
far.
I think it's all taken from inspiration because Japanese culture is somewhat from Chinese culture as well. So they kind of take,
Yeah.
but they have their own iteration of it.
Like that's why my yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it's just me
Just
and then the Hanya mask for protection, and then this is my cat. Yeah. His name is Gojo.
Coach.
Yeah, you know Jujutsu
Sounds almost
Kaisen?
like me.
No, it's because you know Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I found a cat I think a couple of years ago, and he's all white, but he's got blue eyes. So I call him Gojo.
I drew a little cat in the book.
Yeah, I saw that.
His name is Theodore.
Theo.
Is
Theo.
there a reason?
Theodore. Oh man, not on the podcast.
Oh, you had a cat.
Yeah, no, it's like a different story. It's like I'm quite artsy. Like I paint, of course, but I also have comics.
Oh, okay.
Just like for myself that I share with like friends. It's like nothing public. I think.
Yeah, sorry, this is the Asgard lightning.
Yeah, this is KL.
Oh, that's why it's called Asgard.
Yeah, can you like scroll down further?
Jesus
It's also
Christ.
called Ampang.
It's actually Ampang, yeah.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, man.
Jesus.
But this is a long exposure, right? If I'm not
Like,
mistaken.
like that's not all at once, right?
Yeah, it's
Like
not
that's
all at
crazy.
Yeah, that would
If it was, it would be like
What?
pretty interesting.
Yeah, but it's pretty dope, man.
And they hit, right?
Not all the time.
Right, they
Yeah.
hit like the higher mountains and all that.
No, they don't hit lah, bro.
Where did it go to actually?
It doesn't reach.
But
It
It
doesn't
just
reach.
hits the air and just
Yeah,
Like,
it
it's always
just
like so,
stops.
like,
sometimes
oh,
it does, sometimes it does, but not all the time, bro. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of cases, people dying or whatever, man. It just doesn't hit,
free energy though.
bro. That would be so sick, right?
Right.
If you had things to conduct
Yeah,
and then you
man.
just absorb.
Just tell
all
Elon Musk, free energy here.
But didn't Tesla invent something like that? Like to
the
take
pull power.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Do we just
Couldn't you
only
do that, actually?
started selling Teslas in Malaysia? I think like a year and a half ago, maybe.
yeah.
Here,
A bit slow.
Yeah.
why would like you're just gonna wait in the traffic jam for an hour and then your battery's gonna run out?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, we touched on public transportation in Germany, and you were saying it's not very reliable, right?
No,
No.
no, it's really good. Like we have a very intrinsic good
You
system.
guys have a bullet train too, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
ICE, not the police that arrest you if you're illegal in in America, ICE, but it's called ICE. Yeah, yeah. It's not really. Yeah, let's say it's a bullet train.
Is it like
It's
the
a bit-
Shinkansen? Is it the same
Not
thing?
as
Yes,
fast
yes.
though. Yeah, yeah.
Not,
Well, not as fast. Yeah.
not as fast.
But yeah, they have a really good system, right? Like rail system, but they're always striking. They never come. Like I swear, never. Like they never come on time.
Wow.
Like I don't know where you guys live in Germany, but every time I took a train, like they wanted to meet up in Stuttgart with friends. I said, after work I come to you. I just can't be. I can't be there on time because the train doesn't come on time. Yeah, or doesn't come at all.
I think this is a very similar thing that happens to us in Malaysia. Actually, a lot of times the train doesn't come with the KTM, but because
KTM, yes, but I think LRT and MRT has really improved.
yeah, those two have improved a lot. But the
They're
KTM
new,
is the
right?
thing.
They're quite new.
MRT is LRT, no. LRT has been around for almost 30 years now.
Yeah,
Ah.
it's just depending on the priority and depending on the
Basically,
train
we are about 80% of Singapore's system in terms of efficiency and all that.
KL lah.
KL, yeah.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's good enough, right?
Yeah, but only for KL. So the moment you
Yeah.
live like over here, for example, where we are right now, it is very difficult to get here. How did you guys get here?
Grab.
Yeah, you see?
Like it's not worth it.
You see?
To be like an hour and a half in the train, and maybe it will come.
Yeah.
How would you even get here with the train, right? The Bukit Jalil, then
There's Bukit Jalil, there's Sri Petaling, and then there's Awan Besar, LRT.
yeah, which is like 15 minutes away, right? 10.
Walk on the highway.
Oh, okay, no point lah, no point.
Wait,
but I did want to ask both you all, because you are here for 2 months, right?
Yeah.
You can start with Momo, like well, because you were here first, right? You came here first.
Yeah.
And what was like your
First impression?
no
Impression?
before, what do you call expectations or,
Oh, okay.
or stereotypes, or what thoughts do you have of Malaysia? And then when you come into Malaysia, like what shocked you and what?
Expectation.
But
That
were
was-
you guys? This is literally your first time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah. We never came to Malaysia, just decided to come here and live here.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like what would your
But there's so many Japanese living here, right?
There's a lot.
So many Japanese
There's so many. You should go to Taman
companies.
Desa. That's basically like
There was probably like one of the big surprises for you.
One of the big surprises
Yeah.
in Malaysia. Washroom.
it's not that great.
Sorry, we have washlets. So.
Yeah. It's,
Sorry, I cannot say something.
yeah.
So not everything is positive, right?
of course.
But a lot of my comment section, they always brag that in Europe they don't have water, right?
Yeah.
To clean, yeah.
The bidet, yeah.
The bidet, right? And then they always brag like, oh yeah, we have the bidet, right?
Uh-huh.
I 100% agree. You know, a little bit of paper, bidet, dried up with some paper,
Mm-hmm.
right? 100% agree. Water, best. But that makes the washroom unusable.
Yes.
Bro,
I can't go to the washroom. I can't even take a piss
it is
because it's so wet.
it is a theme park. It is a water,
Water
theme
park.
park.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You can do it, but if you have like hundreds of people using a bidet, it's like a shower room. Like
Absolutely.
it's a mess. I prefer you just have paper. Okay, maybe you're not clean, but the area looks clean after, right? Like please,
Yes.
like
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
or just squat or something. Like have a squat toilet or
And
something.
So in the comment section, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You can
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. But if I'm not mistaken, the reason why they require water in Malaysia is because in Islam, you need to have water to wash your ass.
I guess
after you
so.
take a shit.
Yeah,
I
no,
guess so.
that and also when women menstruate, so if they want to throw like their sanitary pads or whatever they use, they actually can't just throw it like that. They actually have to wash it until all the blood's gone, then they throw it.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, but is that like an Islam thing?
It's like unclean. That's what
I
I
see.
Wait, you wash the pad before they throw it?
Yeah, it looks like a dead animal, right?
I mean, at this point, it looks worse.
I wouldn't know what it looks like, to be completely honest.
Unfortunately, sometimes they just leave it, right?
Yeah.
Like in unisex toilets. and stuff.
I think the solution to this is to, I think Malaysia need to fix two things. Okay, the first is that the women's toilet shouldn't be the same size as men, because women take like twice the time.
Right, they require
If
a
you-
cubicle.
You just guys pay attention, right? Like if you go to any malls in Malaysia, if it's like pretty packed, and if there's a line in front of the toilet,
It's always the women.
the women's line is always longer than the toilet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
They take
Because
longer. No.
only these people will come out with equal size toilets when we know women need more, right? And men just need cubicles in many cases.
No, we don't need cubicles. We need urinals.
Urinal, sorry. Yeah.
You just take
So-
out your bratwurst.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Right, and I think the second thing is to plan properly, right? To suppose you have 5 cubicles, have 1 or 2 with water, and the other 3 without, and then you get, so if you need to wash your pads, or if you really need bidet, then you just wait to use the water, right? And if you're really in an emergency, you just sacrifice, just not use water.
It's not even a sacrifice, honestly.
Just be
speaking.
mindful. Be more mindful too, right? But that's in general. Like
No.
everywhere, it's
Yeah.
dirty public toilets,
Can I
right?
just propose the fact that we just fucking follow Japan's way of having a bidet everywhere? But
Yeah.
it's the one that
Yeah.
uses a machine?
Yes.
And you can even play Mozart
Yeah.
on that toilet.
The technology already exists, bro. It's kind of like saying, right, hey, bro, you know, right? Maybe we should be more tolerant and just use the old phones where we can.
Yeah.
but actually we already have
Yeah.
the mobile phone. I don't understand. It's not even an expensive thing, but recently Malaysians have developed this bidet where you can just sit down and then there's a knob you turn.
Yeah.
Good
That
enough.
is-
Good
that is
enough.
connected to the seat.
But it existed so long, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's bro. I'm telling you, mate.
Japanese toilets.
From when I was a kid, there are kids out there who hold in their pee because of how bad the toilets
Yeah,
are,
yeah.
and they suffer from urinary tract problems because of
Whoa.
this. Okay.
I believe you. They look horrible.
Yeah, and constipation is a thing here as well. It's because if you look at the majority of the food, like today, what vegetables did you see, mate?
The banana leaf.
Underneath.
The diet is very poor,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And on top of that, the sanitation is very poor. So this leads to a lot of problems when it comes to like the youth. And we are living in the city. If you go out,
Oh, like just
Business idea. We just opened like a Japanese toilets.
They have Toto, but it's really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not willing to invest.
So pro tip, like, do not ever go to toilets in the petrol kiosk. If you bother traveling up and down the highway, if you ever like rent a car and want to drive, the kiosk petrol toilets,
Just
Yeah,
pee in a
it's-
bottle and just. Yeah.
yeah,
No, but if you need to go, like if she needs to go, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
So I think the R&Rs are a lot better.
yeah, it's improved to be fair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the R&Rs are pretty good, but there are some that
it's
are
just
good
gates
that-
of hell. Like when you look at the toilet, it's straight out of Resident Evil.
But I just want to.
It's straight, yeah.
Forget COVID. Forget that shit. Like,
But if you
No.
if you go to China,
Oh,
don't they just like if they're like kids
Bro.
in China just shit on the street or something?
well, kids shitting is like half cute, right? Like
half
okay.
cute.
Yeah.
You see a brown thing coming out. That
No,
is
but at
like
least
cute.
it's like
Meow,
it's
meow.
like a small little kid.
Bro, look at that. This is China, mate.
But that's a clean one.
No, bro, but like you could high five someone next to you.
Oh, true. Like you can hold hands.
Yeah, you could
like,
hold hands.
bro, help me.
Yeah.
Super
Everybody can
Saiyan 4. My Dragon Balls.
Bro, I'm telling you, mate. In China, some
Oh.
can be really, really, really bad. Like
Look at that! Look at that!
Have you guys
Right.
been
What?
to China?
I have,
I've been to Shanghai, Suzhou, Hainan.
but I've never gone to areas like that.
Is it worth it? I really want to go. Shangqing City.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, China's a big place. It's for sure worth it. I mean, history, culture, and all that.
Boy, they're just peeing like that.
I think if you're going to China, you gotta go in knowing that this is going to be a very different experience. So first things first, I think you need to settle your payment systems
Yeah.
because they don't take cash in a lot of places. They only take WeChat, Alipay, and not every place accepts both. Some accept Alipay, some accept WeChat, and I'm talking about Shanghai, bro. I'm talking about downtown Shanghai. So I feel like it's not very tourist friendly. That's number one,
Yeah.
right?
Like you need some apps and as preparation.
And some they
you
don't
think?
even allow you to download the app. They don't even allow you to use it. Like for example, you could download WeChat right now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily.
have
mean,
it, yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean you could use WeChat to pay.
As a
True.
Malaysian, we can use touch and go for Ali, right?
Not all.
Not all, huh?
Some places don't allow. So that's one. Payment systems is a big deal. So you need to have someone with you.
That's tough. That's tough.
Okay, so that's one. Number two, like I feel that in China, you kind of need to. They don't have Google, so
Yeah.
there's no
Baidu.
maps. There's no maps, so you kind of need to figure it out. There are other apps, but I don't know what apps.
And if you ask someone, they just say, "Oh yeah, it's just on the left here."
No, they
That-
would probably ignore you,
Yeah.
or they would just say, 不知道. They just say, I don't know.
They're
not
not
very
that friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chinese people are not very.
Unless you go to the outskirts, maybe they're a bit friendlier, you know. But it's a whole. But in China, it's very coconut rather than peach, so you get to know
Yeah,
them and
true.
they're very nice.
True,
So,
true.
Okay, so if you get to know someone in China, they help you a lot. So
I have really
yeah,
good Chinese friends.
yeah. So I feel like if you overcome the payment thing, and you overcome the map thing, and maybe if you learn the few basics of Mandarin like 谢谢, like 这个, like this and that, I think you're okay. But you gotta be open though, because it's a very. I felt like, and dude, this is coming from me, and I'm a Chinese dude.
Yeah, but they see you're not from there,
Yeah.
right? Like, do they treat you differently there? Like as a
Kinda. It's also because I don't speak Chinese, right? I don't speak Mandarin very well. I don't speak Cantonese very well. I know the basics. When I hear it, I can kind of have an understanding. But I feel more gaijin in China than I do in Japan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like its own world, right?
It
China
is,
is like
it is.
really its own world.
Yeah. And I think it's a bit overhyped.
It's a mixed bag, China, I would say. Depends on where you go.
When was the last time you went, huh?
Whoa, do you count Hong Kong as China?
No, it's not.
Not anymore.
Can you use your credit card in Hong Kong?
I just remember that guy on YouTube, like,
Can you use your Maybank credit card in Hong Kong? Can
Well,
lah.
back then when I was using public bank, Visa,
Same shit
Visa.
lah, but can lah, right?
Hong Kong can, yeah.
Bro, China you can't, man. You can't do
But last time
anything.
China proper was like 09. Hong Kong was 14. So I'm like 10, 15 years ago.
I just went to China last year, so it's kind of hard.
really?
Yeah, for business as well, and this is not just me. You can ask Andrew as well. Like Nick has spoken to both me and Andrew, right? And both.
By the
of
way,
us have
Andrew
the
is
same-
his brother.
Yeah,
just
Andrew's
so
my
you-
brother.
yeah.
Sorry, and both of us have the same opinion, right? Yeah, it's tough to get around. But I
hard,
think like there is certain beauty in it. Like when you look at like when you okay, so this is because I'm Chinese, so I feel like there's this some form of connection to my ancestry. So when I go eat there and I see nature, I'm like, wow, actually,
Yeah.
this is something else, man.
Like you just feel it, right? Like even if it was
Yeah.
5 generations before you,
Yeah,
it's like something about it, right?
yeah, I feel like I can imagine what my great ancestors were doing here for some reason, you know. And I'm not really
Yeah.
a very like in touch with my spiritual being type of person, anyways.
But we are also aware, I think a lot of Malaysian Chinese, we are also aware why we are here.
yeah,
Because our
Okay.
ancestors
They
didn't
left.
see a future there and that's why they came here.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's
Very
pretty-
interesting
yeah.
place, man.
And you hear a lot of people spit.
Yeah, right. It's just bit.
They spit
But
everywhere.
what is it like? As someone who worked in the hotel industry. Sorry, guys, no offense, but the worst tourists are Chinese.
Yeah, it's because it's
Chinese and Indian.
Yeah,
You should tell them that the special code,
what's the special
the
code?
special code that you have with your friends. That the
Oh yeah, like you guys have no idea, right? Like if you think, what other people think of me in a hotel, everyone will talk about you. The hotel staff will talk about you. So when we had like codes, right? So we had like lots of people checking in, right? When I was at the front desk. So Indian under the table though.
Oh,
Get ready. Like that means you take
oh, this.
this. I don't know why. Bling, bling, bling. There's the auntie.
What the fuck? And they were from China.
No, they were
Indian,
Indian.
Indian.
Chinese, they had no code.
Oh,
I guess just obvious kind of. Like they're always in groups, loud.
yeah.
you can hear them coming.
How much?
Yeah.
Here, 200.
Yeah,
And like that.
yeah.
No.
But it's also rough, you know. That's the thing. They're really rough. Like
Yeah.
you can't say all Chinese are like that. It's mostly
No, no.
the Chinese that are not from the cities that are like that.
No, like, look, I tell you, I have lots of Chinese friends. And you can, like, when you work in hospitality, right?
Yeah.
Like, the person walking into the room within 5 seconds. I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
half.
that's true, that's
I know
true.
half your life. I know already. Like you don't have to tell me. Like, oh, my name is John, right? And like I'm from San Francisco. How do you know? You're in the system store,
It was because they
right?
Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah,
it's
that's
so
true.
obvious. Like after a while, right? You just get used to it. Like your assumptions get really good. Like
Yeah.
you can have a trained eye. And then with Chinese, it was always. I think they were from, like, 2008, right? I think if you can, I saw like this chart, like 2008 railroads in China. It's like all the big
Yeah,
cities,
yeah.
like
And then
Beijing.
2020 is like
2020, everything. Like they recently developed so fast.
Yeah.
And the middle class, like I think in like within the next 10 years or so, the middle class in China is going to be like over like 1 billion people or something.
Yeah.
Like something like that, right?
yeah, yeah.
Like crazy. Like the population, 300, 400,000, like the population of America
Yeah.
times 2 or something. And they just, it's like also, I don't know, like if it, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I feel what it is like now they can enjoy. Now I can spend money.
Yeah.
And I really want to show it.
Yeah.
Right? That's why when they buy the expensive drink, they just pour all over.
That's
What
why
I-
they wear branded
new
goods.
rich-
they eat half the
The new
thing.
rich, yeah.
They eat it. Yeah.
New
like,
money.
oh, I'm a rich. I want to shout, right?
Yeah,
Like they
yeah,
just want to, like, and that's like a cultural thing too.
It
So I don't
is.
take it like as an offense. It's just like as a like if someone working there, you just have to be aware. Like they drink hot water. So if you, so we always made sure our boilers were prepared when we have Chinese tours, because they will 100% first thing they do, boil water to drink hot water. But there's like a little mechanism, like a little aluminum.
This isn't
like
the flask, is it?
inside the boiler.
Okay.
So the steam has to go there, and then we'll turn off the boiler.
okay.
That's how it knows it's
Yeah,
at
yeah,
100 degrees. There's no temperature measurement. Or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
It's just
yeah,
like a little thing
That drops.
that drops something. But sometimes it doesn't. And then what
fuck.
happened so many times, like we had like a room check we had to do because they leave their boiler on and then leave.
Oh shit.
And then it smells like plastic. The
Because
thing
it's melting.
starts melting. Yeah. That happens so many times. Yeah.
Ah, such a China thing.
Yeah. Such a
Such a China
and
thing.
then they come back. And also, like, what's funny is like, we saw it as rude,
But-
they just don't look at you. They're just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and like, what? And like, 200. Like, yeah, that's just because we took your credit card. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, like it's it's a very different experience. But there's a difference. Like, if they're from Shanghai, also you can
It's
tell.
a big
You
place.
tell, man. You tell.
It's
you
a
can
big
tell.
place. That's the thing.
Yeah. Mainland China, you know right away.
Yeah.
Right? But like Shanghai, like these big cities, Beijing, right?
They have a bit of knowledge when it comes to the world. That's the thing. But when they come
Mm.
from outside the cities, that's when it's like zero.
Zero.
They're like you like what you said. They have the money, but they don't know what they can do with it.
Right.
But when they know what they can do with it, they just go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when you go to downtown Shanghai and you go to like really, I'm talking about like, you know, KLCC, it's the 2 towers and you look like everybody's taking photos and shit, right? So if you go to Shanghai downtown and you go to the Bund, which is where you see like the main skyline of Shanghai, you will hear so many people spitting, you know.
Really, like
It's an orchestra of people spitting. It's like
Actually, no.
like a fountain.
No, you know, fun fact, you know, the in the early days of the Chinese Communist Party, so these are like the top leaders, they have spittoons.
oh yeah.
Spittoon.
So it's like
a
big
vase.
a big vase for like politicians to spit.
Really? But why do they spit?
Because the air
It's
is
just
not
a
clean.
Chinese
No,
habit.
no, it's the air as well, man. Bro, you know, right, on the iPhone app before this last year, only cities in China have an air index measurement
I'm sure
on
India
the
as
on
well.
the on the
on the weather app.
India. So my Indian friend told me once, like, bro, I give you 2 minutes. No, I give you everything I own, and I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. If you jump into a river in India, touch the ground, and come back alive.
Bro, you will die, bro. Bro, India is just new level.
But
man.
how about your experiences with Indians? Because you said that the Chinese have this issue. Then
Yeah, the
what-
Indians a bit different. Like, they're very rude.
Ah.
So, like, look, guys, I'm not talking about like all Indians or
Yeah,
all
yeah.
Chinese. They're
Yeah.
obviously
It's just the
different.
majority
Yeah.
that you
It's
deal with.
but look, it's like billions of people. It's a country of over
Yeah.
a billion people. Of course, you're gonna have more people of a certain,
Yeah.
right? But what we noticed when they go to like luxury hotels or something, they just like
It's the caste system, my
they're
friend.
now yeah exactly. They're
It's
like
the
the
caste
higher
system.
class, and they treat their own people the worst.
Yes, it's because
Like-
of the caste system.
I was okay, right? I was just this white guy, right?
Yeah.
But like I had an Indian guy working. Like, oh, you working here? Like literally, like checking in. Like, oh, you working? Oh, you working here as a front desk? Or you working as a like you know this guy who bellman? What?
Yeah, they look at you as your lower class being.
Brutal, and they make you feel it, and
Yeah.
they steal.
Oh shit.
They steal, yeah. So always towels, obviously, right? Towels, like everything is not pinned down, and you know that TV is on a hook, right?
They steal the
They
cables.
they steal the hooks.
Wow.
They steal the hooks.
The
like
hooks
where
for-
the
to
thing,
hang the TV?
Yeah, they take it out, they screw it out, and take it.
Wow.
Like stuff like that, man. Like
That
just,
is quite fascinating, actually. If you
Yeah.
ask me, it's
Look,
quite
if
a
you-
lot of effort, you know.
bro. If you work in a hotel, there's nothing I didn't see. I saw everything.
Well, it's like some crazy stories.
Someone jumped,
and maybe
someone
from Momo as well.
They just commit suicide.
Ah.
Wow.
They just jump from the hotel, but it's not high enough to like. It's not like a movie. Like you don't die instantly, right?
That's
Oh,
worse,
fuck.
man.
Yeah, like your body really wants to live, right? Or there was a lady. She mixed a drink, like she had the wine, but she was on meds, and she took a bath. And then in the morning, right, we make like a check that everyone checked out by 11, and if they didn't, we call, right? No one answers, right? We send someone up, no answer. So we're like, fuck. fuck, something is wrong. So we go in, and then she drowned in the bathtub.
Shit. Because she was drunk.
Yeah, she drowned. Like we took her out, and she was like still grasping for air or something. Like that sound.
Is that the?
No, like
Oh shit!
But she was dead, right? Yeah,
So it's probably brain dead, but the body is still trying.
exactly. That's what it was. But that's what I mean. Like it's not like a movie, right? Like and then you just. It's
Yeah,
like
it's not,
your body, like some organs still going.
Yeah.
Stuff is still going on. Yeah, like everything, man.
Death is
Rude
a-
customer.
yeah.
With one Indian guy, they came in the limousine with like, oh, damn, like, like this. I was like in the office, like having a drink, and then, oh, come, Goldie. And then I come, and the guy's like, I want King Street, and I'm like, what? It's occupied,
Yeah.
and he's like, I don't care. I'm like, what do you mean you don't care? Like, I want to have it, but you can't. And like, there's someone in there. You want us to knock on the door? And like, he's like, yeah, let's go.
Wow.
Like just on coke or whatever.
Yeah. That's-
Lots of homeless people, right? We had a guy, he sneaked in, took a shower, and left.
What the fuck?
Sorry. That was the funniest shit. Right? Like housekeeping's like, hey, I didn't work on this door here. And then they come in, they hear someone taking a shower. And we see on the cameras some literally homeless guy just
Went
coming
to
in,
take a shower.
just checks out, oh, one door's open, took a shower, and then just went out like this, bye, and just went out.
Oh, it's quite nice of him to say bye.
Yeah.
It's Canadian, right? So
Yeah.
they're nice.
Yeah, they're very nice.
Yeah. Well, I think, after I've been to a few hotels myself, like a lot of managers tell me the same thing too. They see a lot of partying, they see a lot of drugs, they see a lot of people who kill themselves, who try to kill other people.
Parties are brutal.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Like we had one person, he didn't get his discount or whatever, and he took like all his trash from home or something. I don't know where. Like he had like 10 plastic bags of like
Trash.
bottles and trash. So the room was obviously completely trash. He threw it out the window,
Wow.
and then on the parking lot, he just he just threw out
just fucked it
trash
all up,
all
yeah.
over, and he said like, "Oh, F you guys," or drove away. Like
Is he Canadian?
he was Canadian, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like big one difference I can tell you guys, like difference between Canadian and Americans. So if you stuck like Americans, right? If you talk to them like on a counter or something, maybe they're rude, maybe, right? They're not as nice. They're just like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Right? How can I help you? Maybe Canadians are much nicer in that regard. It's like, oh hi, how can I help you? Is the food good? Yeah. Oh yeah, eh? Like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It's good weather, eh?
Oh, you're from Germany, eh? Oh, okay, interesting. But when you're stuck on the highway, Canadians would just pass by you.
But Americans will be crazy enough to pick you up.
But
You just gotta do
Americans would stop.
bro.
That's the difference.
Hitchhiking in America is like an adventure, bro.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
But like I
Ted
recall-
Bundy or
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. You could.
or friendly Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, yeah, let me take you,
but
eh?
like I hear that in America, if you go on hitchhiking, most of the time it's actually safe.
America is surprisingly safer than people give it credit for.
Yeah.
Andrew saw a guy die before lah, so
Yeah, it's a blue state. So.
I saw a guy dead as well.
Yeah, blue state.
Really?
SF and
he
New
was
York
my
blue state.
roommate.
Oh yeah, I remember you told him he overdrank.
He committed suicide. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he overdrank, and then I found his body in my room.
That was decomposing.
Wait, he overdrank?
No, he got drunk, and he was depressed. So I think he got drunk, and then after that he used a cable tie around his neck, and then he passed out. Then after that he just died in my room.
Hard.
Chris
Was,
also.
was there a smell already? Or
No, it
what?
was cold, man. It was cold. So like by the time I got back, his body was already condensing.
Do you
It was
know
like water coming out of him?
You know why he was depressed or no?
Yeah, probably his family.
Oh,
Yeah. He
Lots
was
of
holding his
pressure?
iPad.
Like,
No, I think it's just his mom and dad were divorced, and when I found his body, he was looking at his iPad. And his iPad, the wallpaper was of his family. So my assumption was that he was very sad that his parents split up. Maybe I don't know.
oh, it was like
Yeah,
long
I
time
was
ago.
like 19, man. So I think he was more or less around my age at the time.
One thing, right? I mentioned that before. Like, I don't delete comments in my comment section. Like, I don't care,
Mhm.
right? You can be as racist as you want or say whatever the fuck. Like, I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
But if you say something like, "Oh, you should go and unalive yourself,"
That's
I delete those
Ah.
because people like that, like your friend maybe, they're very receptible to those comments.
Possibly.
Yeah, you never know what it could.
You have no
So-
idea. He smiles at you, and that's his last evening. You will never know. Like somebody's like, "Oh, I want to die." They don't. They don't do shit. The ones who are actually gonna do it, you don't know.
But I know
And that
someone-
comment they read, "Oh, you should do it," and
It
like,
could be the
yeah,
last thing.
I will do it then. Yeah, and they will do it. So I delete those.
Yeah, I actually know someone who actually went through that whole "I want to kill myself," but she never really did until she did.
Oh,
Yeah,
then she did.
she did.
Oh,
Yeah, things
Okay.
like that do happen, man.
she was not capped, huh? She's not capping.
It was a very complicated situation, man. You know, but I think the older you grow, you realize like there's just too many scenarios in which can affect too many other things, and then you just keep living, and then the more you see, that's
Mm.
it. Like I saw a guy in LA just die in front of me. I'm just like, damn,
How? You got shot?
nah. He just
OD'd?
I think he was on drugs. I'm not sure. He was
Probably,
I was
yeah.
on like Santa Monica Beach, and it was a homeless guy. And he was lying down on the bench, and he was just like, That's it. That's it. And all of us were just looking at him. We were like, what the fuck, man? Life is kind of crazy, man. But it is what it is, you know. I feel like the older you grow, you just kind of see the good things and you see the bad things. So
Yeah. This world
just
is
gotta
both, right?
live. You gotta learn to
Yeah.
live with it, right? Yeah. I don't know. Wait, what time
Wait,
is
no,
it?
wait. I think we have to go back to the question on the how's it like in Malaysia.
Oh,
Sure.
Yeah, like we had to go through her life in Japan, and then maybe, like, right?
Yeah,
and,
actually,
And then how's life in, like, we completely derailed. No
it's-
survivors.
It's the podcast, man. I swear. It's like every time you go into this conversation realm, and then you just keep going and
Yeah,
going
yeah,
and going,
yeah.
and then we don't know where we go anymore.
Train of
But yeah,
thought derails.
But maybe for more, like, do you have any experiences similar, like in the hotel? Because you guys were at the same hotel or not the same?
No, he said like she would make bread and then drop it off at his plot.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
all
yeah.
the big hotels are like on one street basically.
Oh.
So nothing crazy, no crazy.
Nothing crazy. My hotel was like super nice. I think.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, our
Compared to
hotel
your
was
hotel, I'm sorry.
and their hotel is like Japanese themed. Our hotel is Chinese themed, and like, oh yeah, look from the building. Like if you look at it from Google Maps, it looks like a dragon. I'm like, what are you smoking, man?
What are the names of the hotels? If you
I
don't,
don't know. Yeah, I don't want to say.
you don't want to say. Wow.
Don't get.
I worked at 2 hotels, yeah, but like right in downtown, like pretty obvious.
Downtown hotel.
Yeah,
Wow. Damn.
yeah.
If you don't want to say it, don't say it.
Yeah.
And then there's a hotel called the Empress, but it's not that impressive.
Where?
But I think a lot of hotels aren't that impressive anymore.
No, they just charge so much, and
They
it's just
do.
bullshit. Oh, look the
They
drink.
do.
Like you walk into my hotel, it's a giant image picture, like a painting of a swamp.
Of a swamp?
Of a swamp. I was like,
It's fucking strange, man.
why, man? Like behind me is a swamp.
But you know, there's this shift of tides, right? And I say I don't like hotels a lot, but at the same time, I feel like it's the only place I can go to right now if I ever go overseas. Because I used to be very pro hotel when I was a kid, and then when I grew older, I was very pro Airbnb. Because Airbnb is kind of nice. You get to live in the neighborhood, etc., etc. Then I grow older, I realize, right, living in an Airbnb is quite a pain in the ass. Like they have so many fucking rules now. They have to
Yeah.
tell you like take out
Oh.
the trash.
And it's actually illegal in Malaysia already.
Really?
No, like in many.
No lah.
Yeah.
Wait. To have an
I know this
Airbnb.
because I have friends who are running these businesses and
Like my
They're
friend
doing it
from
legally.
Switzerland, he's always asking me like, "Oh, I really want to do Airbnb. Check out Malaysia, please." I'm like, "Bro, like I can't buy just any apartment. It has to be like a million ringgit or more,
MM2H, yeah.
right?
Oh.
Right? Like that's the one thing, right? And then the other thing is like, rent here is incredibly low. Sorry, like it's. I mean, what? Sorry, why?
Depends on where you stay, but yeah.
Depends. Like it's just. I mean,
But even
you
for
much.
them is Ampang. They stay in KLCC, dude.
Like every time I look over it, like, okay, if I buy this, if I rent it out, I'm not gonna make my money back. Like I can just put in some random stock and probably do better.
Ooh, this guy should really talk to
in
Yi Heng.
Malaysia.
Should really talk to Yi Heng. He'll be so triggered.
Yeah. No.
Yi Heng will be so triggered.
Yi Heng will agree. Yi Heng will just say that you need to do your research. Is it?
Yeah, you probably.
Yeah, true. Yeah, of course.
Property is probably just to preserve wealth. That's what he'll say.
No, but because in Malaysia, so we have really low population density. if you compare it to like our neighbors. So if you go to Jakarta, Bangkok, especially Singapore, even as well planned as Singapore is, it's still very stuffy. It's not quite sardine can, but
Constipation.
yeah,
It's almost Tokyo.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
not yet Tokyo.
yeah, that's Singapore, right? So anything you buy will go up, right? And even
Yeah.
if your rent don't match your installments, it's still going to be okay. But Malaysia is not like that. But Malaysia, you have spots of areas that will do well. So like expat areas typically do better. So
Yeah,
it really depends. But yeah, continue. You're saying like rent and all that.
Yeah, like I just looked at it from different angles. It's just not worth it, man. Like it might be like, of course, you do your research. Maybe I find like a golden goose, like a perfect location. There's like schools there, but it's just yeah, no.
Actually, I think owning a property is quite overrated.
Oh, it's damn overrated. Yeah. I feel
And also like you shouldn't own a property if you don't want to live there.
Yeah.
Like if you
forever, yeah.
forever, like
Yeah.
especially a house. You know how much work that is.
Have you seen this movie called Leave the World Behind?
No.
It's on Netflix. It's a fucking good movie. You should watch it.
Yeah.
It's about people who live in the city and then they decide to go out of the city for holiday and then the world starts to end.
Like and how?
Huh. You should watch the movie.
Okay.
It's a
No
pretty
spoilers.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. It's a really good movie. It's because, you know, like we live in such a city-state mind in which you get everything that's so accessible. But when shit really hits the fan, we're not really. Like, you know, I was just talking to my colleague and my friend Justin, and he was telling me how thin of ice we live on, like right now. Like, literally, it's the year 2024. We're going through multiple wars around the world, right? At the same time, like, the pandemic had really shown how fragile we are. Because, you know, it only takes a week, or maybe less actually, maybe even a few days, like 2-3 days.
I don't know who said it. We're 7 meals away from civil war.
Yeah, yeah, we are.
7 skipped meals away from civil.
Yeah,
Or
because
something like that.
if you think about it, right, all that needs to be cut off.
That's why
is
one of my
electricity and
options
water.
was to be
Yeah.
off grid,
Yeah,
because if you're in the cities, you're dead.
you're fucked, man.
You're fucked. You're absolutely fucked.
Like,
you think we could go off grid in Malaysia?
Absolutely.
Can, right?
Yeah.
Of course, man.
Bro, it's a big place. You go Janda Bai also can be off grid.
That's true.
Cameron Highlands off grid.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's the thing is like if you go to like a collapse scenario, if you look like me and you like in Malaysia, like they usually blame someone, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's the pale skin because of him.
No, you don't have to
Because
worry.
of
We'll be
him.
blamed first. Just like you.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
We'll be blamed first. Then
Yeah.
maybe you're next. Yeah.
yeah.
Why?
It'll be us. It's always us.
Because it's always Chinese people.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
some masala DAP, you know, usually. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. But like the Earth can sustain like 1 billion people, like, right?
Okay.
And people don't understand that why we have like 8 billion now, right?
Wait, no.
How many are we?
I think
Sorry.
we're only
8.1.
We're 8.1.
No, 7.
Bro, 4 was like 8.1. I was
8.1, yeah.
I needed the stat 8.1.
8.1 billion now.
So, but what people don't understand is like the Earth, right? Giving like if you don't have monocrop farming, you don't have
we cannot sustain.
you don't have these synthetic fertilizer, which is just natural gas, right? You don't have like this intrinsic system of trade we have that ensures no wars once, right? Everyone hates capitalism, but
Yeah.
it ensures we have no wars, right? Because we have to trade.
We
You don't-
depend
you
on
don't-
one another.
yeah, you don't go to war with your trading partners, right? But when that breaks down, right? Like just like the strain of Hormuz, right? It's like 1/5 of all the oil in the world goes through that strain. Just that shut down, it's 20%, right? I mean, oil price is probably not gonna go up because markets are manipulated in the US, right? But anyway, that system, right? If that breaks down, we have billions of people dead, like in 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, like probably death toll is going to be like maybe in the billions, 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah,
Damn.
because all the cities are going to being cut off from everything. We're so dependent on like instant shipping, instant transportation,
We
instant
are.
food. Even the food, like you can't even live with. One other thing, Malaysian foods are really good. The fruits are really good, and the vegetables actually taste like something. Like if you go to Europe, it's better too. But if you're in Canada, everything tastes
cold.
like nothing
Yeah, yeah.
because it's like,
It's
like
flat.
you need to have supplements. Like the food is just made to grow fast, right?
Yeah.
And just be right consumed fast. and it lost like all its nutrients,
Right.
right? So you have to supplement. Like,
You have to
know,
supplement. You have to take like vitamins. You have to take shit
Yeah.
on the side. Yeah.
You need to. Yeah.
Well, is it that bad in Canada? Serious? Is it that?
Like,
Is it cold to
There's
the point
farmers
where-
markets and stuff, but like, let's say you might. Like my friend told me that
That's
he wanted to make a
expensive.
chili. He paid almost $100
Yeah.
just to make a chili. But if you go to like you want fresh and organic, and like, you dude, like,
you're gonna be paying a lot.
yeah.
That's true, man. Actually, we take it for granted, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Honestly,
think
everything, everything. The fruits taste so good. The vegetables, like I ate eggplant. I was like, wow, this is really eggplant.
Yeah, but you had Japanese eggplant. That shit is bomb,
It's the best, man.
bro. Everything that is fruit and vegetable in Japan tastes so crazy.
Yeah.
It's like you forget how the fruit and the vegetable actually taste like tomato.
Yeah. Tomato.
Yeah.
I just know Subway tomato tastes like water.
Yeah, you see what I mean? That's why I always say, the more you eat it and then you have a good tomato, you're like, wow. that's
You go to
really
market here, it smells from like 20 meters away.
good. Yeah. Sometimes. If you find the
Sometimes,
good ones, yeah.
But like stuff that grows here, right? It's like very blessed country.
So, like, what else have you all, like, I mean, it's only 2 months, right? But what are some of the things that you can share with us, culture shocks and all that?
Another thing is people are more open. Like if they understand you, right? Like sometimes they don't speak good English, so they
Yeah.
don't know all the words. But like when you make a joke, they don't understand the English.
Yeah.
But if they understand, they
They appreciate it.
like what I hate. Yeah, I hate this so much. Like you make a joke or something, and it just
But bro, our
Like
humor
this.
is a bit different.
like they don't understand, right? Like I swear, like I was living in Canada for like I didn't go back to Germany for like 2 years or so. I went back, and then I was at the cashier for the first time again, and I said like, "How are you?" I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And then the cashier's just like, beep beep. Do we know each other? And I'm like, no. Awkward silence.
But I mean, German people are not
Like
funny people.
no, and that's another thing.
funny.
They're super autistic. No, like I came to that conclusion. They're just autistic. I tell you why. So
Bro, if you go to Japan, you ask someone how they are,
like
that's
look-
a whole new ball game.
no, think about it. Like think about it. You have rules, right? So the more you feel, the less rules you really need, right? Like,
Kinda.
oh, you paid for me. Oh, next time pay for you, or
Yeah.
right, like there's stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to formally make a rule
Yeah.
for that, but you have to make a rule or have rules if you're an artist, because you just can't pick up on social clues.
You know,
But it's a different social cue everywhere. That's the thing.
And I think
But you
Germany
know,
is just
that's
autistic.
why you guys have great musicians as well.
True. Yeah.
Point.
Like who? Rammstein. Sido is
Isn't
good.
Mozart German? Mozart's
Yeah, true. Yeah. Oh, Germany is a great country, guys. Like, I mean, we're not allowed to be proud of our country. Like, if you wave a German flag, you either it's football season or you're a Nazi.
Yes, more or less, right?
Very sad. We have like the country of the thinkers, the country of musicians.
But it's weird how
everything.
Japanese can do that, though. You know, if you think about it,
Yeah,
they can be quite proud.
they even have like a Second World War museum where you can buy fucking
Yeah.
kamikazes and stuff.
But you know, I don't know whether you guys know this, but the Japanese occupancy of Malaysia was quite harsh as well.
yeah.
Yeah, and the Japanese were really fucking
Did you learn
hardcore, man.
about the Japanese occupation when you were here or elsewhere?
Actually, I never learned it about like a massacre, right? Happened in.
What do you all
Yeah.
learn in Japan, like history during the World War II?
So, because we want to be a victim, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, how harsh it was, like in Okinawa, war in Okinawa, right?
Yeah.
How people died,
I see.
something like that. But it just mentioned in our textbook, right? In the history book, it just massacre happened. That's it. Just
Huh.
massacre happened. That's it. Just
Wow.
one sentence.
What is that? Is that a dish?
Massacre.
Yeah, but they don't explain anything, right?
Yeah.
Never explain. And then when I was in Canada, right? Like you or the Chinese friends, like they explain, I know, oh my God, I was ignorant. And then I checked myself, right? And then, what the fuck?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nanking.
But do you know, I didn't even know about the Holocaust until I went to what do you call it, to college. I didn't know it existed. I never knew. I never knew of all these things until I spoke to people, because in government school they never really talk about the Holocaust, bro. No, they never. So Jara
Well,
has.
we don't like Jewish people here, so
You're in the hotel. This is Indian, right? Guess what this is?
Oh, I know what that means. I know what that means. Yeah, but for me at least, or maybe I was ignorant because my history was quite shit, and I never really bothered to go on Wikipedia because how do you know what to learn if you don't know what it is? Like, how do you know what to Google if you don't know what to Google? Like, you can't just Google like history. I should know. It's not necessarily to tell you
But
everything.
the thing with the Holocaust is that if you watch enough Western TV
Bro, but
comedy and all that, there's always passing remarks. You know, there's a joke about.
it never came to me. And when I was in the middle of class, I asked, "What's the Holocaust?" Bro, I was like 18, you know.
Well, everyone would have looked at you like, bro.
Yeah,
What,
it was.
really?
And it was during film.
You were 18 when you found out about the Holocaust?
Yeah.
But every video game the past 20 years, like the bad guys.
I never played any video game that involved.
Look,
the
there's
Holocaust.
one rule of history, because we will never learn from it. But there's one rule. Don't lose wars.
Oh,
The winners, they can make up shit, whatever they want.
that's true. That's in a way
Yeah.
true. Oh, did you know in back to China? Did you know you can't mention like Tiananmen Square in China?
The treaties.
Yeah.
Do you
I
know?
heard.
Do you know there's the treaties?
I don't. Is it the teddy bear?
Tiananmen, Tibet, Taiwan.
Oh,
Mm.
I thought you can't mention Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, you can't mention that. As
Yeah,
well.
that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
The South Park episode where
Yeah.
Stan's father kills Winnie.
But
the
I
Pooh.
always thought that only Malaysia censors their history. So what do they teach you in Germany then? Do they tell you about everything?
Oh, like,
Oh no, but Germany is very different. They do not censor.
Oh, they
at
don't
all.
censor, they just go all in.
no, you can go to jail. Like,
Wait, what?
Yeah.
if it's art, you can show what is it
The
called in English?
swastika.
The swastika. If it's like art, right? But everything else, you can get like huge fines or even prison.
Like,
If
what's
you-
the fine or penalty for the Heil Hitler
Salute?
I know you
No
can't do it.
way. If you do the salute, you go to jail?
You could, yeah. But if you like draw a swastika, like, you know, those graffiti kids, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, we had this kid, like, I don't know why he did that. Like, when
autistic,
middle
that's
school,
why.
yeah, he's autistic. Like, he drew a giant swastika, but he drew it like upside down, like the Buddhist
The Buddhist.
symbol is like the other way
yeah.
around, right? And like, what an idiot, right? And then the next morning we come to school. Hey, where is he? He's not in class. It's like break time. Like 2 police officers standing there, forcing him to clean it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, it was okay. It was a kid, right?
Yeah.
But if you do that, you can get like fines, like 10,000 euro or whatever. You know, or even prison time. I'm not exactly sure about the salute though, but I'm sure there is pretty harsh pressure. Yeah, they just teach you in school like the Holocaust, right? And the piles of shoes and yeah,
Wow.
we're shit.
You
We
know-
thank the Americans everything.
Say that again. What about the Americans?
Yeah, like they built our country, right? Which is true. America rebuilt the world basically, right?
Japan as
After-
well, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
rebuilt. So America good, right?
America good.
Germany bad, right? Right. So when they blow up our pipeline, we're like, continue, daddy. Right? Right?
No, but I think like the danger with America and Japan and Germany is that technically America, let's say if their debt goes really high, you say, maybe we shouldn't have 50,000 troops in Germany. I don't know if you know this.
Wow.
We have
I didn't know that.
50,000 US troops in Germany and bases or that. And then you say, Germany, like you take care of your own thing. And I'm sure many Germans would be like, all right, finally we get to have our own army again. It's been a while, right? 70, 80 years, right?
But it takes more hard times, man, for that. Like, the good times create weak.
Yeah,
Man.
I know that saying.
So we're in that weak time creates
Soft man.
like
Good time.
sorry,
Soft
good times
times.
create soft man
Yeah, soft
phase.
man.
We're right now in that phase, and it takes much more for the Germanic
But I think,
spirit to come back.
but I think like
Yeah,
it's not so much that, it's like people around get worried.
yeah.
Right? Because now then the EU can say to Germany like, yeah, go bail Greece out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're scared. Like, no, honestly, I think they're scared of like Germany, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to understand our history too. Like, we're the ones who destroyed the Roman Empire, literally,
Yeah.
and we created the Holy Roman Empire, and the First World War. And after First World War, they put Germany into so much debt,
Mhm.
right? They basically
Point of
created,
desperation.
yeah, and they treated the German population like Germany now, right? Spread it to Poland,
Mhm.
Czechoslovakia until almost Hungary, right? And those countries, like after First World War, they treated the Germans like really badly, right? And they created the perfect seeding ground for someone like for funny mustache man to come,
Yeah.
right? Right, like crushing debt, segregation,
Inflation, Weimar, inflation. Yeah.
like all that, like, and then somebody's like, hey, they're just exploiting us. Like we have to protect our
Yeah.
identity
And
to
this is like
create
Britain's
this
fault, I
national,
think.
yeah, identity, and that was the seeding ground for mustache man, right?
But I mean, it's always like a ripple thing, right?
Like, but that's why for me,
Yeah,
I
it
always
starts
thought like
somewhere.
America was still very crucial precisely because of this. Because, you know, let's say if America pulls out, right? Say, you know what, screw you guys, we're just gonna be our own.
Like Trump wanted to do that, right?
Yeah, so you just think about it, like in Japan, I read the study. It says that if tomorrow the US pull out and they'll say, look, we have no more military alliance, right? Because now if you invade Japan, I think America it's a bit like NATO, where if you mess with Japan, America get involved.
Yeah,
And they're basically telling Japanese people and Germans the same thing, like, you guys don't have to focus on the military, we'll take care of it.
yeah,
But if they pull out, then Japan will be like, okay, we need a navy. And I read a paper that says within 1 year they can make 4,000 nuclear warheads, which is roughly about half
Japan
the
can
United
make.
States.
Japan can make.
For sure.
Oh, shoot.
In
1 year?
In 1 year, 4,000.
and I'm sure France can't.
Yeah, we all know that. No, if they can, it just won't launch.
They won't launch. Yeah.
Or they'll go and
No,
strike
but then it doesn't really stop at Japan, because then South Korea will be like, okay, Japan, who we don't really like, has nuclear warheads, and then we have North Korea, who are like on the way to having nuclear, and then China has it, so we'll have our own. And then the Taiwanese are like,
the fuck, everybody's making
I
nuclear
need-
warheads. I
and
should
I
probably
remember like the number one chip company in the world is in Taiwan.
make. Yeah.
So that we can do it as well. And then maybe the Vietnamese can do it as well. And if the
Yeah,
Vietnamese have it,
shooting-
then the Thai and everybody's like, why can't he get it?
And they- and
I don't
they're
think
not-
Malaysia and Indonesia can, because and Philippines are just not good enough. And Singapore's too small for nuclear.
These
Right?
BRICS countries, right?
No, they can't. Like, it'd be, they literally, people ask Singapore, why don't you have nuclear power plants? They say that one mistake, the island is over. Pretty much.
True, yeah.
One Fukushima,
true.
that's it.
Yeah.
That's why they can't. It's not because they cannot. But if they were in charge of Malaysia, then they can. But okay, anyways.
Yeah. And
That's true. It is
also,
a ripple effect, huh?
like those BRICS countries, right? They're much more lenient with their weapons technology, right? Like if Russia has a new rocket, you can be damn sure like North Korea, Iran have them too.
Yeah.
Probably Yemen maybe as well. They're just waiting, right? But NATO, like America, they're more like secretive. Yeah, you have like some nukes, but you can't launch them. Like we have the launch codes and stuff, right? Turkey also has NATO nukes, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
But they're more
imagine
secretive.
if like, how like the surrounding regions would be so like
Pressure.
anxious because
Yeah.
well, Japan is back, right? And then Germany is back. Like which Germany is gonna be? Is it
Yeah.
Bismarck's Germany, or is it funny mustache man Germany? And then similar for Japan, like which Japan is gonna appear?
Yeah.
Empire of Japan or like Tokugawa, right? If it's the earlier one, then it's nice. Okay, they're just gonna be themselves, right? We don't know.
It's true.
And people always live in fear, man. When you live in
But
fear, you
also on
cannot
the other
do
hand,
your
you know, like what you describing is like a multipolar world or the
Yeah.
shift towards it. But right now we don't have that. And
it's
that's
dependency, right? Technically,
Like
right,
we
what
are-
we have.
yeah, like it's just a it's not a multipolar, it's the opposite, right? It's like you just have America. Like if you don't do what they want. Like with Bush, it was like Bush was he was so stupid. Like he believed in democracy. Like he had
Yeah.
a huge boner for democracy,
Yeah.
right? So he thought like, the end for terrorism would be if we just spread democracy in the
Mhm.
Middle East, then people would be like more free and democratic, and then they would like eliminate terrorists themselves. We saw how that ended.
Yeah.
And then with Obama, he just put one on top. So not only democracy, but no, we have to spread feminism and progressivism.
Which is ironic because he bombed the most among all the presidents.
Oh shit, serious?
He dropped the most bombs, yeah.
Yeah, he started 7 wars.
Obama.
7. Destroyed 7 countries. Yemen, conflict, right? Libya. And now you have like this
It's got a good fucking
hegemon.
PR team though, you think about it.
Yeah, Obama's great. He's a good talker, but...
Yeah. And he also reopened that wound of racial...
Sorry?
You thought like maybe with Obama, like now you prove like you have a black president, right? That this racial debate bullshit will finally end.
Yeah.
But he just completely doubled down on it, reopened the wound, and now it's like worse than ever.
Well, it's because of Biden, right?
No, I think it's because of Trump, right? It was
No,
after
Trump was reversing it, I felt.
No, it started with Obama.
Okay.
50 states of gay. That's all Obama. Yeah, but what I mean is like...
But I remember he had a joke. He told me like he wanted like America's biggest export to be butt sex or something like that.
What, Obama?
Oh no, was it Europe? Was it Europe?
No, I called like earlier at the show. Like we said, like I called the empire because I call it like on my market updates. I call it the gayest empire that ever existed. And now they spread feminism and butt sex throughout the entire world.
Right.
And if you don't agree, they just destroy you. They either bomb you to hell, so you can never recover, or they just have like color revolutions where they just fund your opposition.
Syria.
Like they tried in Syria, Ukraine, right? So they fund the opposition and then destroy your country like that. So this...
And then everybody gains that support because they kind of feel as if like that the person's the victim in some way because like they are supporting the freedom aspect of it, right? That whole
No, what I'm
liberty
saying
aspect.
is now the world can't heal from that unless what is happening right now is happening, which is that empire like crumbling. Like they do everything wrong. Like everything they do backfires. Like just imagine.
Like you mean the US though, right?
Yeah, the US. Yeah, but it's like a hegemon. Like the US, the dollar euro system, right? Europe or Japan, like what are you gonna do without the US, right? Like North Korea is just waiting.
Yeah, man.
It's like you can't invade North Korea. It's like a fortress basically, right? They can destroy Seoul in like
they could just
15 minutes.
retaliate and everybody would just...
They're just waiting.
Like, I heard, right, like some places in Japan, they hear like missile tests as well.
Yeah, they fly over Japan.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
man.
crazy Kim and his button.
Yeah.
But what I mean is like
you feel like the hegemon needs to come down?
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel like because like look, like just the Biden administration, right? They lost Afghanistan. We forgot about it. They just left, right? They left all their equipment, billions of dollars.
Oh my God, that was ridiculous. I swear to God.
Over 20 years of war.
Yeah, they left
He
everything.
ruined it. Lost. Not officially, but they lost in Ukraine. Now the big place, Odessa, like the port town, because they don't want Ukraine to be landlocked and basically be like Eastern, like Poland, right? But this is going to be like the last stand of NATO. They're crushed. There's no Ukrainians left. They sent NATO troops there now. Like the French, right? 20,000 like French troops.
Actually, for this Ukraine and Russia thing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's the fact that this whole time, and it's because I listened to this Tucker Carlson podcast together with Putin as well, and he was saying how like prior to this, Ukraine was actually not supposed to join NATO, but it's just that they were enticed to join NATO.
Yeah, so
Correct.
So the why Russia is behaving the way they're behaving is because
They feel like it's an encroachment of Ukraine.
so the
right?
basic, but Putin gave a history lesson.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So the shortened version of it is, Russia is a place where they're full of planes.
Okay.
Meaning, if you wanted to invade them, it's very easy, right? It's not like
Like plains as in it's a very big piece of land.
PLAINS, right? Like even between Germany and France, right? There's that special, in World War One when in World War One you had the Schlieffen Plan, right? You remember?
Yeah,
Where
it's difficult.
you have to go through Netherlands and Belgium. So even with
Ukraine and
France
Russia.
France and Germany, they have like natural barriers, right? Whether it's the Rhine, whether it's even
mountainous regions. And
yeah,
shit
like between like France and Spain, you have the Pyrenees. You have all these interesting geographical like if you wanted to invade Japan, okay, people have tried to do that before.
Yeah.
But ocean,
failed, right?
mountain.
Kamikaze.
The wind, right?
The wind.
The tornadoes,
Divine
right?
wind. Yeah.
Divine wind, yeah. So, but with Russia, it's like this empty plain. So you can come from all directions, whether from Europe, from where Turkey is, the Balkans, the
Like sea.
yeah, right. So Russia always was very insecure because it's not just on paper. Like historically, whether it was the Mongols, whether it was other countries, the French, whatever, right? It's very easy to invade. And so the way Russians solved it was to create buffer states.
Which is Ukraine, which is...
No, so under the Soviet Union, under Stalin, he managed to push all the way to East Germany. That was like the limit.
Wow.
This was like the buffer states. So this would include like Estonia, Latvia, Yugoslavia,
Serbia.
the whole
Croatia.
shebang,
All the
right?
R's lah. Yes.
Yeah. So then when with the fall of the Iron Curtain 1991, pretty much the US won, and so they pushed back a lot. Now, I don't know who came up with this, but people still wanted to respect Russia's like position. And a country like Finland purposely stay neutral because Finland is the Scandinavian country that's closest to Russia.
Yes.
In fact, they are just like a lake away from Novgorod or something like that.
All the border countries. Ukraine,
Yes,
Belarus.
correct. So these are the neutral. So last time the Soviet Union used to own them, so that was the buffer state. But because it's communism, so they failed miserably. And so they had to retreat back. But then these states still remain neutral. So Finland has always remained neutral, and that's why they play the game very well.
They have to.
But then suddenly, you have first, I think Turkey joined NATO. And then now Ukraine wants membership into the EU or NATO, either one, I cannot remember. That's when Putin is like, no, we are not having that.
That's why he go invade Ukraine lah.
That's why we go invade. In fact, the war technically started in 2014 when he annexed Crimea. This is just an extension of the Crimea.
And they overthrew the Ukrainian, the democratically elected pro-Russian Ukrainian government was overthrown.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That's
that's
what I
why
see.
you have that new comedian guy who is the prime minister of
Zelensky.
Ukraine. Yeah,
Yeah.
Zelensky.
So that's why, I mean, if I were
Isn't
the
he
US...
also undespicable me?
okay, so like...
Is he not the main character there?
Despicable Me?
Yeah.
Gru. Like,
Gru?
Yeah, right? Like, what color are the minions again?
Yellow?
yeah.
Yellow and blue, right?
So yeah, so like the problem with this is that most American presidents don't last long enough, right? Like maximum 8 years.
2 terms.
And they don't have time to go and study the other sides, like insecurities and history. They don't, right? They just have this formula about the world. This is how the world should be. There's a problem. So they go there and they say, all right, guys, there's a problem. The reason there's a problem is because you don't like this guy and that guy don't like you. So maybe you're the problem. So please make sure everyone likes everybody. And then when they realize that doesn't work, all right, we're going to send our troops. We're going to send them our ammunition and whatnot. But then if they actually spend time to watch that Tucker Carlson video and they know that Russia has this insecurity, if I were a US president, I would sit down with Putin and say, okay, look, the Ukrainians want to join NATO, that we have to respect. But we also want to respect your views, which is that you want to feel secure. So let's co-manage the country, basically. And let's set certain rules where almost like we have a say in what Ukraine should be like. And maybe create a East-West Ukraine, whatever, you know?
I see.
And just imagine, like, you fund Mexico, give them, like, nukes and launch pads.
Oh, yeah, man.
America would go in.
So, yeah.
America would go in. They wouldn't even wait 2024,
Yeah.
2014 till now. They wouldn't even wait.
Yeah. Because they would feel the same pressure. What
was the
Russia
Cuba
feels.
crisis
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Right?
Yeah.
But then somehow when Russia does, it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, he just woke up one day and he's just crazy.
No, Russians are anything, but they're not like crazy or anything.
The highest amount of, the best chess players in the world are Russians.
Yeah.
They're
But-
very calculative. Like the thing is, they want to, like you saw it with COVID. So what they want, so when the dollar was gold backed, right? And then
Yeah.
Nixon got rid of it, right? Like France said, like, oh, I want my gold back.
so
They said, like, oh, what gold? You know what? This dollar here is just
As
good as gold. And everyone went with it because the Soviet Union collapsed economically. sorry, not yet, but like the world was basically like
50%
Still-
of manufacturing was in the US when they're around there. Yeah, I think so.
yeah, they rebuilt the whole world. It was like they were just still recovering from the Second World War, and the world had no other chance but abandon that Bretton Woods system and go to the dollar-based debt system, right? There was no alternative. They just went along with it. And now you have like the dollar propped up with like two things. So you have the petrodollar, which doesn't exist anymore because of Biden. He caused OPEC to run into the arms of Russia and China. They want to join BRICS, right? And then you have like the system of basically enslaving the third world with debt for their commodities, right? So they get cheap commodities, they indebt these countries, and they have to repay that debt with dollars.
Which is backed on nothing anyway. So it's
Like nothing. And now you probably saw this propaganda like, oh, China goes to all these third world countries and indebts them. No. China goes in there and says, hey, look, we buy your debt
but
for yuans.
We develop you.
We develop you for yuans,
Yes.
and then we pay it back by all of yuans. And America's really fucking pissed about that.
Yeah, because they didn't do it.
They
Because
didn't do
don't
it.
Control as well.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
Especially in
and
the African states, right? If I'm not mistaken, like the airports in
mainly.
Kenya.
But then there's like a port in Greece. That
Niger, right?
yeah.
Like where all the uranium comes from,
Yeah.
from France, right? So, so what they want is like this debt-based system, right? Like you need inflation, obviously, right? Like debt will pile up.
Yeah.
The U.S. is in so much debt, right? The entire world's money won't be able to pay off that debt,
Yeah.
right? And what they do is like what they enjoyed for all these years is they export the inflation to the world because they use, like everyone uses the dollar. Like that's why the ringgit goes down. It's not me coming here and buying you homes or something, right?
Yeah.
Like in my comment section. It is like
you wish you
two
had that.
things. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, maybe. But it's like two things. Like first of COVID, lots of exports from Malaysia to China, which was locked down, not anymore, still recovering. And the other one is interest rates going up in the US. When you are like interest rates
I
going,
think you did a TikTok video on this, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, I made lots.
Yeah.
I made 2,000 videos
Wow,
till
that's
now,
crazy.
on economics and all these topics. But like what I want to say is this like they indebt you, right? Oh, now I lost my train of thoughts.
No.
What I wanted to say.
Inflation, interest rates.
Yes.
Right. Oh yeah. So
The US. Yeah.
like let's say Turkey, right, has bad inflation too,
Or
But
much
that-
worse than, yeah.
right? Much
Oh,
worse.
really?
Or the lira, like, it's down like
Yeah.
50, 70%, something like that.
What the
Really
fuck?
bad, yeah.
Yeah. It's like interest rates like 26%, 26% or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Banks. Yeah. But the thing is, there's no demand for the lira.
6% is fucking crazy, man.
So take this as an example, so you understand what I mean. So the inflation has to be absorbed by the Turkish people and the Turkish country. There's no demand for the lira. But if you're world currency, increasing interest rates is actually pretty bad. Because now, those countries that, like including Malaysia, that have to convert into dollars to do trade
trash.
internationally, have to pay now this additional percentage
Yeah.
of interest rates to convert their own currency into dollars, which crashes their currency, right? That's why the Malaysian ringgit goes down.
Because the scale between the ringgit and the dollar is so big, that's why.
Yeah. And you have to convert it. Like
Yeah.
it hurts those poor countries. Like Malaysia is not poor, right? That's it. But like it hurts those third world countries especially.
I mean, it affects first world countries as well. I mean, Japan. I mean,
Brutal.
Yeah.
And on top of that, now with the Biden administration, you have market manipulation. So not only the dollar system.
Oh, dude, I think I listened to this on Joe Rogan as well. It's like those politicians have insider trading information and then they kind of like know where it's going. So they kind of move money depending on
that
what
is
they
a bit
know, right?
different because that's on stocks, right? He's talking
That's on
about
stock.
currencies.
Oh, I see.
But I talk about currencies and commodities. Like the COMEX exchange, right? That's like the Western exchange. So to keep inflation low, they keep energy prices low in the US. This is what's going on.
Yeah.
And I've talked about this since over a year.
It's
They-
the big,
to
it's the
keep-
biggest contributor, yeah.
Yeah, and if you just look at, especially like the charts from last year, 2023,
We could just repeat that again. To keep inflation low, they keep energy costs low.
yes, because if you ask people outside what, like the metric, inflation expectations, it's just gas prices. If you ask people outside, what's the inflation expectation? They just mention gas prices. When gas prices go up, the inflation expectation goes up.
Yeah.
When gas prices go down, expectation goes
So
down.
they make that correlation.
Yes. So the metrics are cooked anyway, right? But what they want to do is they bring commodity prices down. It's basically price controls that they put on commodities because they control that system, right? Together with the dollar. So that brings the inflation down. So now they prop up GDP with printed money. They prop up the job reports with illegal immigrants coming from South America into the US. And they keep energy inflation low on paper with manipulating commodity markets. This is what's going on.
They're just gaming the system technically.
Well, they are the system.
Yeah.
They are the system. But you can just do that so much. So in the commodity markets, right, you also known as future markets because you trade on future trades.
Options,
So the stock market, right, Tesla could be 600 a share now, but it could be zero tomorrow.
Yeah.
Very unstable if you trade crucial commodities like oil, right? So you have commodity markets where you trade based on monthly, 3 months contracts to keep those prices stable. So if there's a change in price, it will not happen immediately, but they can adjust the prices in like 3 months.
Depending on the time they set. Yeah.
Right. And those are the markets they're manipulating. So price doesn't exist in a vacuum. Price is a function of demand and supply, right?
Yes.
If you put price low artificially, what happens to supply? Well, it goes down. If I can't make money selling this shit anymore because the price controls are on there, you stop producing. And so oil rigs and oil rig counts are falling too in the US. That's why.
Yeah.
So what you do is like you squeeze these third world countries. Why I'm mentioning this is because you squeeze these third world countries from both sides. One, you crush them with debt, with the dollar. From the other side, because the West doesn't have commodities. They have like the green agenda.
Except Australia.
Climate change. Yeah, and now you squeeze them with not giving them money for their commodities, which you need. And this is what basically, they're destroying themselves in real time. So back then, when you had the Bretton Woods system, you had no alternative. The world just went with it. But now you do. It's called BRICS. You have an alternative. And this is the reason why we have all these wars. The end boss is China. China is in the ascent. The West, US empire is in the descent. They thought Russia is the mini boss. They thought if we get rid of Russia first, it's going to be easy. Then they can't come to the aid to China, and then China is next. It horribly backfired. I know those people in Washington don't think that. The reports don't show that. But Ukraine is over. Russia won. Not officially, of course, but they won. So now they're pivoting. Like they lost, what I said, right? They lost Afghanistan. They lost in Ukraine. They lost in Yemen. Yemen. What the hell is Yemen? Is that a dish? They lost there, right? And now, why is Iran thing? Why? Because if you lose, they just keep doubling down. So all you have to do is just start a new war. So because their power is the perception, right? Economic numbers. It doesn't matter what happens in reality, right? Bitcoin is hitting 60K during stagflation. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Their power is obviously perception. And they try to hold on to this while power slips through their hands. And they're running out of time. So what you saw during COVID is they want three things. They want gun control, CBDC. So they wanted to replace that current system with a CBDC, right? So it's basically the
What
BRICS.
is the CBDC?
Central bank digital currency, but not decentralized like the BRICS system wants, where you have multiple countries that just convert their currency into a commodity-backed currency, right? They want to have it centralized with like IMF and all these over-governmental, like outside governmental, unelected companies or whatever, right? So they want centralization, right? So if Russia wouldn't have been winning now, right, we would be going towards a world where you have no freedom. CBDC, gun control, and digital ID. They restrict you, they put you in 50-minute cities. They have CBDC, they can just turn on and off your money however the fuck they want.
And they know who you are.
And gun control, we have no gun rights, right? Like, yeah, now you can't do anything against the government that has guns.
Yeah. And then they have your ID as well.
And then you have your fucking ID. That was COVID. COVID was a trial run for that. And that's the fucking world these people want to create. And there's nothing we can do about it. Which is why it's a good thing that we're going towards a multipolar world. The transition is not going to be pretty, like you mentioned, right? Like all these countries like North Korea and stuff, they're just like biting their fist to do something, right? But I'm very, very optimistic about the future. What worries me is what happens in between.
It's a transitionary stage.
Transitionary stage. The average person doesn't feel it yet. Sure, inflation is bad.
Yeah.
Paycheck to paycheck.
You feel a pinch.
You feel a pinch, but their life still goes on. But when the average person figures out something is wrong, it's going to be too late.
Yeah. It's always the case. That's always been the case throughout the history of mankind. It's always when we figure things out is when it's too late.
When the Jews were persecuted in Germany before 93.
Before 93? You mean 33?
33, sorry. Yeah, 33. You had 3 groups, maybe 4. The first group saw the shit coming. And they left with their wealth, their kids, their families, they left. And they could build their new life somewhere else. The second group, they didn't see it coming. When they found out that what is going on, they were put into, what is it called? I forgot. It's basically like this, not a concentration camp, like they put every Jew, like they put like stars on their
They tattoo them.
What is that called? Something ghetto, Weimar ghetto or something? I forgot the name. That's the second group. The third group went into concentration camps. They're fucked. So the first group left with their wealth and their family. The second group left with nothing but their clothes on their back. The third group, was in these
Camps.
like slums. And then the fourth group was camp. I want to be in the first group. I hope that answers your question why I wanted to come to Malaysia. Maybe like if there's nuclear war, like we're effed, right? No matter where you are.
No matter where you are.
So I don't want to think about that because there's no point.
Yeah.
It's over. But I try my best with what I have. And
based on the knowledge you know.
Best knowledge I know. I could be wrong, right? But I just try to make people aware, right? With all this stuff. I tried really hard for my channel before. And now I'm not anymore. On my Malaysian channel, it's more like fun in my life, blah, 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 right? But my old channel, my books, everything I did was basically just for anyone that I can resonate with to just do something now and better their life now before it's too late.
You know, I recall long ago, the UK used to be the hegemon as well. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, I mean, before World War... You can say World War One?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So I have lots of people like on my old channel. They say like, "Oh, Goldie, the UK also collapsed.
Yeah. That's
Like why? Like nothing happened there, right? Like no empire goes out quietly." I say, right? So they say, "Oh, but the UK also. UK didn't really collapse. They just passed on the torch to the US."
So the follow-up question for me is: don't you think the US should just hand it over then? Why go through all this stubborn battle and go through this like making every other third world country go through this pain?
Like there's no way out of this. They are going down, but they want to go down. If they go down, they can bring down maybe Russia and China with them, and they can rule over the ashes.
My God,
that's their plan.
I think with the US, part of the challenge is that the government is still back. Although we say that it's not backed by gold or anything, or like it's a promise and all that, I do think that it is backed by the economy, right? And the guys who run the country. Okay, so one of the big differences between, and mainly because it has a libertarian sort of capitalistic history, right? And that separates it from a lot of the other countries, especially the BRIC countries, where Asian countries, you can judge the country by like what the leader does, because the leaders have generally like more power, and if a Japanese leader says do this, everyone will follow. Same with China, Russia, if you don't do it, you will disappear, right? I think with the US, it's not the politicians and all that really run the show. It's the rich, right? It's the Black Rocks. It's the
Black
people in-
Rocks.
yeah, Black Rocks, Vanguards.
Oh, you mean
10
the company
trillion.
BlackRock?
Yeah, $10 trillion companies that really run this thing. And a lot of them are pretty much selfish gains, right? Why they're doing this to poor countries. I mean, you can look up this guy called Paul Singer, right? Like, the guy uses the US government to force Argentina to pay him his money that the Argentinian government owes him. You know how he does it? He knows that there's an Argentinian frigate parked in Uganda, and he told the US government to clamp down the Argentinian frigate and say, if you don't pay the debt to Mr. Paul Singer, you don't get. So like, it's all these rich guys using the US government as a tool, which is why maybe the only difference I have with you is that I think America is not in some sort of decline. I think what you're saying is that America is in retreat. They're basically saying, okay, that is increasing. We're doing this and people don't really like us. And so we are kind of like increasingly becoming more cocoon. And I think the challenge for us, like as Malaysians and people living here, is that I actually don't think that America should recede. They can recede their economic influence, but they cannot recede their military, because for us, Malaysians in Singapore, we cannot afford to let like a China become too dominant. And I would say even South Korean and the Japanese, because you don't know what China would look like if they were the hegemon in this area, right? And remember, as like Malaysian Chinese, and if you're a Singaporean and you're listening, right? If China becomes like a much bigger player and they start being able to be like big brother for the Chinese people across Asia, right? We're in a very sensitive position where
We are a Muslim country as well.
no, a Muslim country, a region.
Yeah.
You have to remember that there's Indonesia and all that.
Yeah.
So I've always felt that we always needed the US there just to like
Balance.
make sure China doesn't become big, because whatever we criticize about the US, the same can be applied to China. I mean, if you look at the money printing numbers, they print more money than the US, right? And so that's my only difference, which is that I think the US is in retreat, but they're not necessarily like gonna decline the way the UK declined. Because no one country can actually bring the US down, right? You literally need everyone else to bring the US down. Like, it needs to be US versus the rest.
Yeah.
The thing is, the US has a lot of friends, right? Or dogs, whatever word you want to use, right? You know, in the Middle East, you have Israel, and then now Saudi Arabia is like being friends with Israel.
They play both sides too, right?
Yeah. Japan and South Korea are pretty much on the side of the US. Germany, Britain, France are basically like civilized dogs, right, for the US.
Civilized dogs.
Yeah. I mean,
Anjings.
yeah, but you know, with tuxedos, you know, right, with an American flag
Badge
here,
on
right?
him.
Yeah, so I don't know. As a Malaysian, I don't want to see like no American influence.
But there's always like a point of view, right, from each country. Like I was watching this this TV series called Three Body Problem.
Yeah.
On
It's
Netflix.
Chinese, yeah.
Right? And it's about how like it's about aliens attacking the world and shit like that, right? So I was just like, oh wow. But in the first episode, what happened was it's about this Chinese guy who gets beaten to death because he's a physicist, and he was saying how physics don't make the physics now doesn't make any sense. So he was beaten to death in public in front of all the Chinese people who were saying like, yeah, death to this Chinese dude, right? And this whole TV series was banned in China. But they remade a different version of it in China to show that, oh, he had a disagreement and then with his wife, and then he disappeared. So, right, Jen, who's my wife, she was like, wow, that's so fucked up how China kind of shifted that narrative, right? But if you think about it,
how much influence
yeah,
they have
but,
over
yeah, but she was like, but if you think about it, right, every country has their own way of shaping their perception of their country to other people. It's just that the US has always portrayed themselves as the hero of the story, you know, like with movies like Top Gun and like, you know what I mean?
America.
Like, yeah, it's very American to make them look like they're the hero. But the reality is, I feel like everybody has that sort of like, it's kind of like when you said that thing about Japan, they only have that one line. And in Malaysia, we have the same thing. Like our history is manipulated so that we know. Like we only go through it we only get the grades, so we don't really actually believe in what they say, but we just go on Wikipedia and read about it. But everybody has their own narrative that they're trying to spin.
Yeah, of course. Like like to your point, right? Malaysia has to keep in balance.
Yeah.
Like Malaysia has to play both sides.
Yeah, I mean,
As
just
of
like
now.
as a Malaysian China, you just imagine if China is dominant, and then now we have a DAP. We have DAP is like the Chinese dominant party. We'll definitely have links. MCA. We have links to China. So now they're the big one.
Associations, MCA.
What do you think? What do you think? How do you think the many Malaysian Chinese are going to start behaving now that
You're gonna feel very
they're
entitled,
going to
bro.
be like, yeah, now it's our time and all that. And then you think the Malays are going to be like, yeah, it's your time now.
Yeah. They're gonna steer up shit, right?
Yeah.
But like just to add to your point, you know, like I like this hegemon that we live
we
in.
talk about,
We are born into this. We are born into this one world power
Yeah.
controlling all. But actually, throughout history, it never happened. Never.
But that's also because in the past we never really relied on one another for trade and everything, right? There was no real need to police in some. I mean,
So-
police is maybe not the right word.
Like
but,
when
you
I
know.
say they're collapsing, right? I said it before the podcast. I think, like I look based on what I think, right? It's something between the Soviet Union collapsing and the Roman Empire, somewhere in between there.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that China is now going to become that whole hegemon. I just think it's going to, like, America is still going to be a big player in the world, and that's okay, right? But in this case, for Malaysia or like smaller countries, like freedom can only exist in the tension of two powers.
So you get options is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. If
Or
you
you're
don't
stuck in that
have
balance in some way as well.
you need a balance. You need a balance of two. You need always adversary to grow, right? But after Second World War, America was just a top dog. You could just do whatever the fuck they
which
want.
caused a lot of maybe like that sense of unfairness to a lot of countries as well.
Yeah,
right?
that's what it
Yeah.
causes, right? But it also keeps some type of peace somehow, right?
Yeah.
Because they're everywhere, right?
Because I know a lot of Asian countries don't. Yeah, they may not like the US, but they're like, wait, China becoming the US.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't. I really don't think like any other country is going to be like this. I just think there's going to be like
An evening
like
out.
it was in history. You have regional powers that hopefully rely on trade, right? And just have like maybe local tensions here and there, but not like a giant fucking brainwashed hegemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, exporting butt sex and feminism into the world.
But you know what's the thing? I also feel maybe it's a bit off tangent, right? But do you feel like China is quite under Xi Jinping? So if Xi Jinping actually just dies, maybe it could be a difference. But if Biden dies, I don't think there's much of a difference.
Yeah, so there's a
The influence is a bit different, right? Don't you feel?
yeah there's a saying, right, when people compare American and Chinese politics. In America, people change policy, don't change.
People change policy,
Yeah, the people change president, but
but the policy
policy
never
don't
changes.
change. So they're always playing the same games, right?
Yeah, like
They always have the
freedom of
same
speech,
opinions,
yeah.
you know. But in China, the people never change, but the policies can change. So, like, for example, President Xi is a lot more, like, he has a higher grip on power, right? He's going on to, like, big Chinese companies. Oh, Tencent, I don't care that you have gaming revenue. Kids cannot use your app after 10 p.m.,
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
right?
Do you,
But then-
you guys know that? You can't
Yeah,
play.
yeah, I know
that.
fucking
Yeah, I know
crazy,
that.
man.
Yeah, like, oh, Jack Ma, or you're going to talk smack about our bankers. disappear, right? And there's so many situations. But then when you reverse back to the previous three, right, which is Hu Jintao, Jiang Zemin, and Deng Xiaoping, right?
I don't know how you remember this. This is fucking crazy. But
Yeah, they were like, hey, just make the money, man. Who cares?
Yeah, but it was going through such poverty at the time, right?
I mean, what was his name? Jinping Tao?
What? Hu Jintao.
Hu Jintao.
Before President Xi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was
Like
under, it
he-
was,
Did like tours to Singapore and everywhere,
yeah,
right?
so
To just
very
see,
open.
hey, wait a moment,
yeah.
this communist
Yeah,
stuff
Jiang Zemin
doesn't
can
work,
speak
man.
Mandarin. Deng Xiaoping went to Texas with Jimmy Carter, things like that. And then Hu Jintao was the one that presided over the Beijing 2008 Olympics, right? So that three was a very different one. Those were like friendly, like China, like, yeah, let's make money and all that. And then right after that, in 2012, when President Xi took over, then you can see China's sort of
Ascent.
attitude suddenly, like they started becoming more assertive, things like that.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by like the people rarely change, but the policies they
Change
change.
depending on the
I mean,
the
China
leader.
has a full grip on
Yeah.
its people. Like 100%.
That's why I don't like. That's why you can judge China or you can judge Singapore or whatever by its leaders because they have so much power, right? Or Japan. When they say they're gonna do something, they do it right or wrong, and you can see the results. When America, if Biden talks and say we're gonna do this,
Dude, Biden sounds high, man.
everyone just
Like,
looks at
Biden
Biden.
doesn't even know what day of the week it is.
Yeah,
He just knows like ice cream.
yeah. Biden's like, whatever. Doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. It's just all the rich guys, Jeff Bezos.
The US
and
is
the
like
guys.
also like a uni party, right? So I don't know, like this is my theory for this election year, right? So I think they're gonna like when I wrote my book, I thought the motivation between their actions, like of their actions, was that they're all just a group of people, like in the highest end, with the same values, right? Like progressive values. But what changed that perception for me, right, was the pivot and leaving Black Lives Matters behind, everything behind, to go and save Israel.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's a non-negotiable, and I can tell you why, right? So, okay, now in order to understand this, actually, we need to understand World War II before Pearl Harbor. So, the reason why Japan actually invaded, okay, so we start with 1937, right? Japan went into Manchuria through Korea, so they got that. We've all heard the rape of Nanking and all of that, right? So what actually happened is that there was this Hong Kong businessman. I cannot remember his name really. He's a very famous businessman. He's very rich for his time. I need to recall. Maybe you can Google Hong Kong businessman lobby U.S. Congress. Japan
It was
war.
you who told me.
Yeah, I
that.
told you this. So
Yeah, look.
what he
Really
said
cool.
was he saw this and then he was like, "Oh, this is injustice. How can the Japanese do this to us?" Right? So then he went to the U.S. I think it's Song, his surname, with a few of his, and he was a Chinese or Hong Kong Christian. So when he went to the US, because US is Christian, right? So I was like, oh, okay, good, right? So then he would go to the senators and he would tell people, hey, like Japan is doing this, and look at all the suffering that this is causing and things like that. And of course, I have money, so I'm gonna pay you guys, and please try and convince Congress that all this thing is bad. So Congress gets news of this, and a lot of them believe it, right? And so they're saying, okay, how can we like stop Japan? Obviously, we're not going to invade Japan. So what they did was when they saw that all that issues, they said, okay, 90% of Japan's oil supply comes from the United States, because people forgot that mass production of oil actually came out of the United States, and today they are the largest producers of oil as well.
Like they refined the
No, they
highest.
just became the largest producers of oil, which is also probably why they do not need the petrodollar anymore, because now they have it, right? So the US then says, you know what? We're not going to supply oil to Japan anymore. And they were very smart. At that point in time, it was FDR, right? Franklin D. Roosevelt. And around the same time when they stopped supplying oil to Japan, I think it was in the early 40s or late 30s, they suddenly stationed more troops in Hawaii, because some of their intelligence foresaw that Japan might invade. So it's almost as if they were anticipating some Japanese response, really. So the minute Japan...
because they when they stopped, then Japan is very dependent.
Yeah, because
So
they have
were
this
toward
war machine.
desperation.
So that Japan had this concept called the Asian co-prosperity sphere. I don't know what is it called in Japanese, but they wanted to basically tell Asian countries, look, Asia are for Asians. And you have to remember, and Japanese people will remember this, is that they were the first Asian country to beat a European modern country in the Russo-Japanese War in 19-something. right? And so the confidence was like high. You can imagine, right?
Oh, that's why all the propaganda last time is Asia untuk orang Asia, that type of
That's
shit.
from Japan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right? So you have to, okay, so,
They were
so I know I'm going, but I think it's very interesting to know, right? So Japan had the Sakoku, right? The Tokugawa. And then after that, Matthew Perry from the United States came in, and they had like huge gunboats, right? So this is like 200 years after John Blackthorne and all these people, right? Right? Okay.
Shogun.
Yeah, Shogun, right? So they came in, they were like, oh my, they have like big guns. So then they had the Meiji Restoration. They said, no, we need to reform. And so they reformed faster than China, because China had their own mess, right? So then they had their own army really quickly, and that's why they could match the European powers. And because of that war, they were one of the members on the League of Nations in World War One. After they won, they were like the only Asian
Country.
In there.
yeah, and then the rest were like Germany, the US, whatever. So anyway, back to this. So when Japan suddenly got like 90% of their oil is not there, so they panic because they have this huge war machine. They are making good gains in China, and then suddenly they were like
Cut off.
yeah, they were cut off, right? And it would be probably shameful if they just say, okay, you know what, now
Because
the
after
US
all that talk,
Yeah.
and,
No, they,
yeah.
they knew.
yeah,
If we don't crush America now, before they turn on their war machine,
yeah.
we only have maybe 11 months or so.
But before that,
No.
that's when they invaded Malaya and Indonesia because we had
Oh.
rubber and oil.
No.
So like Shell, the company Shell, had like refineries and all that in, I believe, in Sabah, Sarawak.
Really? Even
Yeah.
at that time?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Shell is old company, right? So anyways, they came here to Kota Baru, Kelantan, and then they basically ran
Which is the north. They came from the north.
Right.
On
then
bicycles.
They were inside. Yeah, they came in bicycles and
Really?
katanas
Yeah.
and all that. Yeah.
Shit.
yeah, they just
Bayonets.
started killing us on bicycles.
Yeah.
What the
So then after they did
Momo's
that,
just like, shit.
yeah.
Savages.
So it's like it's all connected, right? Like so then because they're in Malaya now, back then they call it. Then they secured some of their oil supply. And things could continue in China. Then they invaded, they bombed Pearl Harbor. But they were targeting like two what's the word?
Fleets.
Two fleets. But on the day that they invaded, the two fleets was out for patrol. The two aircraft
ship,
carriers,
yeah.
which are like the crown jewels of
Right.
US Army, right?
Which is what?
Which is what caused the big. Okay, then that's when they won. So I forgot why am I telling the story actually. Do you remember why I'm telling?
No,
the story?
the train of thought derailed and crashed, and there's no survivors.
Yeah.
No, I think you wanted to. No, I don't know actually.
Yeah. So Nick,
It happens to me too. I take like so much
Yeah.
swing, right? To like
To explain the
Brentwood
story.
system, blah blah blah, and then
Yeah.
just
Is it? I recall the conversation is about the power as to why. Oh man, I also lost it. Shit, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. Why?
Because it's late, bro.
have some water or something.
Yeah, but you know that's why it's all like really.
I remember it's mentioning about the Hong Kong guy, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
song, right?
You
I
wanted to say like, oh, it's like lobby
Israel, right. So-
yeah,
So all because some Christian
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong dude who and by the way, at that point in time, like people in America saw Asians as, you know, I mean, like they had their own racial biases, right? So he went there, he managed to convince thing because he was a Christian and he could show all the horrific pictures that was coming out of Nanking. I said, yeah, so we stopped. So back to your point about Israel, why they're so united on this is because Israel lobbies them. That's it.
Yeah, Netanyahu said it himself, like 2008. He said,
Yeah.
well, we got all them in our pockets.
Yeah.
Like, look, this is... Okay, I don't want to say something wrong now. Like, corruption is you and yours benefit on the back of others. And that's a really bad problem if you and yours are not acting on behalf of the country you're in. Right? Like, can you follow? Like,
It's because Israel's doing their own thing. That's the thing.
Israel is, like, everyone is pro-Israel. Trump, Biden, it's a like just to come back to before you right, I think my prediction, right, is that they let Trump win this year so they can give the right little victory. They're dropping like all this tranny shit, right? Tranny
So
rights
you make
bullshit.
both sides happy. Just durations of times in which you make each side happy.
No, because everything else is like secondary. Now we have to the tranny stuff and stuff. Yeah, you won, guys. The right won. You got what you wanted. So those people who are pissed at the Democrats right now can feel like a little bit of like
victory,
mini victory, because they got Trump, right? But Trump is like, okay, guys, now we got a victory, but now it's time to protect Israel. They're already. So the concentration camps built in Egypt.
He's going to use the restroom. Don't worry.
Okay.
Go to the main camp. That's okay. Yeah.
It's just a matter of time. Like sometime, like there's no time frame. But they want to, Israel wants to go into Rafah, which is like the northern city of the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, and it's also the area between Gaza and Egypt, right?
Right.
The Rafah crossing. Yeah.
So exactly. So they pushed everyone from one side to the Rafah side. That was the plan. And now from there, hopefully they can. Egypt can absorb some people, maybe Europe, right?
Wow.
And they are getting ready those platforms for natural gas at the coast of Gaza. And they're ready, like no matter who wins, Biden or Trump, US troops are getting ready to go there. So that's what I think is going to happen, because it's a uni-party. So in my book, right, I thought before, because I wrote this book before this October 8th thing, right, October 7th thing happened, right? I thought, okay, look, there's no Illuminati, Star Chamber, right? They have secret meetings and they control the world secretly. I just thought it's just a group of people, right? There's always an elite, no matter where, what system, what timeline, right? I thought they're just a group of people in Canada, the World Economic Forum, America.
The Six Eyes.
The Six Eyes. But they don't have they're not the one group.
They're not united.
They just have the same values.
Yeah.
They're just the elites of each country, and they have the same values, which is progressivism, which goes to get rid of all distinction, right? Rich and poor, woman, man, child and adult, right? And they want to spread that to the entire world and keep power, right? And now they see power slipping away from their hands, right? Because of China rising and Russia crushing them in Ukraine. I keep into that. But what changed my perception is the idea or my hypothesis of, they're all just progressive, is what's happening in Israel. Everyone's rushing to Israel. Everything else is dropped just to go to Israel. And it's just they're almost brainwashed. DeSantis, I think it was. They're anti-Israel. They go on an airplane, land in Israel, come back a week later, and they're pro-Israel.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how powerful the Israel lobby is. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What's it called? Sempak or Stimpak?
But what goes on though? How you just go there? And
I don't know. Maybe Juka must be tasty.
It's money.
So they just pay them off, and that's why they're pro-Israel.
That's how America works.
Sorry, there's one more thing. Elon Musk too, right? The most richest man in the world. What can you offer? What can you do to make those people pivot? Right? Trump.
Yeah, it's because it's not money anymore.
It's not. No, after a certain level, it's just power, right? It's not that money doesn't matter anymore after a certain threshold, and it's just so crazy, right? So I don't know. And the funny thing is, Hitler was so bad, right? But why are you all adopting his model?
Yeah. No, it's because he's a charismatic leader, right? So they just take the parts where they need to take.
No, what I mean is so in the US right now, what's happening, right? They're merging all these banks to mega banks, right?
Yeah.
But under capitalism, right? Don't you create more risk if you merge entire banks? If there's a bank run or something, you create enormous amounts of risk.
Dependency on one only, right?
Right. So that's why under capitalism, right, you want to break up those banks so you minimize that risk, so you don't have monopolies.
Yeah.
Right? And monopolies can't form anyways if you have a totally free market. but that's not what's happening. Same with the energy sector.
They want.
Yes, like like who's doing the manipulations? Like all JP Morgan, right? Right, it's them. But like they do the same with the energy sector, right? Like Karl Marx described it as seizing the means of production. But in today's terms, it's just merging them into like
A singular.
these giant singular banks, singular energy sector. They want to centralize power as much as possible so they can better control it. They want to have control of it. So we see that model, that economic model in China, right?
Yeah.
So what is that called when you have a free market, right? On the surface.
Quote, but
So-
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have like you have a board of directors. You let them do what they do. Like communism is bad. Like a bus driver, it's like in charge of an oil company
Yeah.
because he's loyal to a party, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. But it's all about loyalty, right? Right. So wouldn't it be better if we had like people on the board of directors who know what they're doing, but we can put in our government cronies to just dictate what they should do? What is that called? It's fascism. Right? So in my book, I describe it the following way. Like I put things on perspectives. So on one end, you have capitalism, where you can own 100% of your capital, right? On the other end, right, that's the word capitalism. On the other end of the spectrum, you have communism, where you don't own anything. It's all communal, right? It's all shared by everyone. That's the word communism.
Mm-hmm.
And everything between is socialism. So by definition, basically every country in the world is socialist.
Yes.
By that definition, but just somewhere here or there, right?
Depends on the meter.
Exactly. So when Hitler came to power, it was first not about the Jews. Not at all. It was about communists.
It's about uniting the people, right?
Yeah.
But
It
then
was
Jews are behind
the
a lot of communists, right?
So, yeah, of
Right.
course. And then what happened in Russia, a lot of these Jews fled to Germany.
Wow.
Right?
From
So-
Russia to Germany at the time.
Yes. Yeah. But what I'm saying is like the fascist, like National Socialism, like the idea of like the Nazi Party was the third way between capitalism, right, the New World, and then communism. So they wanted to have the third way, the middle way, right? And then all politics, I also describe this in my book, Awakening. All politics is just the struggle between those who have power and want to keep it,
And those who don't.
and those who don't and want to have it.
Yeah.
What if your group of people were displaced for over 2,000 years? Your culture, your religion, your group lived in other people's countries, in other societies for 2,000 years
With no power.
with no
nothing.
power, with
Looking
nothing.
at those who
What do you want?
Is it?
Your own state?
Is it?
Zionism.
Is it? Yeah. But is it a surprise that the Communist Revolution, the Frankfurt School, all these leftists, the
Fabian
ones
school,
that
yeah.
want to gain power, were all Jewish? No, it's not a surprise. It's not that they're Jewish.
Yeah, it's the fact that they were suppressed.
It's the fact that we're suppressed. So an Israeli state is actually a good thing. They have an own state. Now they finally have the idea of a state they can have and protect. Right? I don't know what the final solution thing Hitler did. But what my point was, like, or what I want to say is like how funny it is, right? Like the epiphany. Oh, like Hitler right now in his grave, like, I told you guys, it's the Jews, right? Or right? It's like funny. Everyone adopting the fascist system, not only China, America too, right, and Europe. And now we can see like that, like my hypothesis like has to be updated, that protecting the Zionists, right, protecting the Israeli state is top priority because these people infiltrated already your government, already in it. But it's not that they're Jews. I have Jewish friends, the sweetest people ever.
It's just that the
And
people
I
are
feel
like
bad for them
Yeah.
because
They
they're going to
associate.
get targeted.
Yeah.
They're going to get targeted like, because like, they have funny mustaches and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like you can tell the Orthodox Jews who they are. You can't really tell that the liberal Jews are just whites, right? You can't really tell them apart.
Unless you wear that rabbi thing.
Yeah, those are the
The
Orthodox.
yarmulke, yeah.
But they have nothing to do with this,
yeah.
right? They have nothing to do with this.
Because they're not part of that elite top where they're dictating everything.
No.
Yeah.
But the entire anger of like now the left too, right? Like the college campuses, they're getting beaten up by by the
Yeah.
cops and stuff for protesting for pro-Palestine, having pro-Palestine. TikTok is getting banned because of they don't have control over perception, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why TikTok is getting banned, by the way, because they want to have they don't want to have pro-Palestine
Really?
content.
I thought TikTok was being banned in the US. It's because they were doing information.
Related.
It's data because China has this thing where they can access to your phone, and that's why they're trying to.
No, they're gonna crack down on the pro-Palestine stuff. It's like I don't know who said it. It's like it wasn't like it's like young versus old now.
But it's also on Instagram though, like on Reels.
For sure.
True.
It's
yeah.
everywhere. So technically, even if you remove TikTok, it's still on Instagram Reels. It's everywhere. It's on
Yeah,
Facebook
it's bullshit. I don't know, but like
Yeah.
I know, but it's like there's this experiment. I don't know what it's called. They showed people 3 lines, like A, B, and C, and D. Yeah, 4 lines, I guess.
Okay.
So, but line C, like a third one, line C was the largest line.
All right.
And then they showed like 3 lines, small to largest. And then they showed 1 line on here, which was matching with C.
Oh, and then they asked you which one is the longer one, and people pick C.
And they ask you which one was longer. And I think 20 people, only one of them was not an actor. And everyone said, oh, it's like A, like a short one. And the people who were not actors all agreed, even though they could clearly see with their own eyes that C was matching with the
A.
length.
Because they like doubt, like, oh, why
They doubt.
why did everyone?
So it's
say-
like 90 something
perception.
percent. But when they changed up the experiment a bit, where they just had one actor say, wait, it's actually C, it dropped to under 20%, where people picked C. So it just takes one person or one voice to break the gaslighting, which is so important that they shut down TikTok, probably
see.
Instagram, to keep the perception going.
Wow. But I also think that a lot of people who talk about this whole free Palestine thing, they really don't know what's going on as well. And I can't say I know completely as well.
Yeah.
But when you look at like the protests on the streets, I've seen a few videos where they ask them like free Palestine from what, and people just don't know. They just start picking up like signages and they're just doing it for the sake of doing it. And they feel like maybe they're taking advantage of people who don't know about it and just making it look like it's a big deal as well.
True, maybe, yeah.
You know? And
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, if you really, I've seen the videos in the UK where there's this like huge mob of people and they're protesting, but they really don't know what they're talking about. I mean, I wouldn't say I know completely as well, but like when they're doing it and they ask them details as to like free from what, free from where, they say, I just want peace, man. But do you know what happens behind the scenes? No, they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also think it's a symptom of like the younger generation not understanding what's going on, but they want to be part of something and they want to be part of change. So they're just doing it because they feel as if by doing something, they can change something.
I mean, it's like the example you gave, right?
Yeah.
Like the 20 people,
Yeah.
and it's like A.
They
A.
just want to be
Because
validated
the pressure of being part of the group
Something.
is more important
than the message itself.
than actually your own eyes. Like, look, COVID was the biggest IQ test.
Yeah.
Like, that was exact that experiment on a large scale. You just went with it because everyone did, not because they. And then when you actually, like, not because they're stupid,
No, it's 'cause they're
right? That's
pressured
another
as
thing I
well.
explain in my book. Like, it's because they're just weak, right? As Nietzsche would describe them, like they're just weak. They're too weak. They want to comply. There's sheep, there's wolf, and there's wolf that eat wolf in our society. And most people are sheep. They want to be part of the herd. And if you are against that, you're a wolf and you threaten the herd. And that's why they go against you.
Yeah.
Not because they're stupid, because they're weak. They have to comply.
They have to work together.
Yeah.
I feel so shit for taking the vaccine right now.
No, I'm not here to shame you.
No, I think it's the what he's getting at is the motivation. Like, do you get
Yeah.
it because, like, if you genuinely believe like the vaccine helps you, you can go with it. Like Jordan Peterson's view is like, look, I believe in the vaccine, but I don't want to compel someone to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
And I, up to today, I still hold to this view. Actually, I have a like the same spirit as you, but on a different issue about COVID, which was actually lockdowns.
Yeah.
and everyone was saying, well, if you lock down, then one side will be like no one will get jobs because a lot of people rely on jobs and all that. And then the other side, oh no, if you do that, then you're gonna get COVID and all that. Yeah. But my argument is, look, if you are suffering and you have kids to feed and you have no savings, wouldn't you take the risk that you might die from COVID if it means that your kids have something to eat on the table, right? And then the death rate of COVID was like what? Don't know, 2%, 1%, something like that.
I think the flu was higher.
Yeah, something like that.
The flu is a lot
higher.
And
then the people were afraid of the R0. You remember R0?
No, what's R0?
The rate of growth of suddenly everyone became a scientist, right? Is the rate of growth of infection. It wasn't high. It's like an average R0. Like, so among all the pandemics or diseases, right, it was like in the middle or something like that. I cannot remember. But my argument was that, look, if you think that we should lock down, that everybody should lock down, right? First and foremost, right, under my suggestion, you can choose to self-lockdown.
Yeah, exactly.
But some other person has to work and he might need to
you're
travel.
Pushing your belief on me.
Yeah. And my view is, look, I think if you think your fellow like citizens need to lock down, and this was a big thing in Malaysia, right? I said, okay, I think you should like apportion a part of your pension fund to the person who has no pension fund, who has no savings. Then I believe you. Because if your solution on this is protecting you, because you're rich and you live in Mont Kiara, you live in all these nice areas, so you can afford to stay in your house because you have stacks and stacks on food.
And you have the money to buy more as well.
Yeah, you have the money to buy more.
Your money.
So you're so well off. Like, and then usually it's always rich people who have this idea. Then it's like, okay, you're rich, then you pledge like part of your money to
the people who need it.
The people who need it.
But that's where you see they're just complying.
Yeah. And that was like my biggest beef. I honestly, I don't have that much thoughts on the vaccine, but this one I had a beef with.
Yeah.
Because people, imagine you're capable and you can do a job, you can do a work. And you're running out of money. You have kids and all that, but you're not allowed to. I'm like, look, let everyone just make their risk assessment. And if it's really bad, and if they die, I mean, they made the choice. But
it was a fear thing as well, right? Don't you feel like during COVID, it was like not just about staying indoors and all that. I'm not saying I support it and all that shit. Like it's always easy to see on hindsight. But when we were in the thick of the moment, right, at that time, when there were lockdowns and people with fucking guns, and we didn't even have a government at that time.
I was saying it then. I did not want to say it in public because, like you say, it was height of this. Yeah. And I had a social media channel, so I'm not gonna bomb my social media channel like 3 months into my business, right? Yeah. But I was saying it like during the lockdowns. I said this is like ridiculous. Now, by the way, I love lockdowns because I'm introverted and I just stay in my room and I just.
It's just that you didn't like how other people were enforcing it.
Yeah, and I know there was like I don't know whether it's a minority or majority, but if it was a minority, it was a loud and significant minority that said, look, why are you allowing us to do that? And some of these people are like in the countryside where there's so much space between human beings. Like, how are you gonna?
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Like, just
that's why you face diaper.
But I think if you were in Malaysia during COVID, I think it was a very, very intense thing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was when
everywhere.
For us, we didn't have a government.
Oh yeah.
We didn't have a government, you know.
Really?
And we had the most
most
retarded thing. So we were one of the countries that handled COVID the best in like the first 6 months.
Right.
And then there were like videos doing, here's how Malaysia did it, and you still remember?
On YouTube.
You still remember?
On YouTube, yeah.
And then it was like a few weeks after that, some idiot politician went from like Sabah, East Malaysia to Malaysia. I don't know. He just came over with a group of people because when he's not supposed to, but because he has a private jet, so he could do it. Remember?
Oh my god, yeah.
Remember? Yeah. And he did it, and then the numbers started spiking up again.
Yeah, it's because he brought it.
And then we had like 4 prime ministers.
The Sabah flu.
Yeah, then it's like...
it was because when our prime minister resigned, he resigned at the peak of when COVID happened. And then it went into we have a king in Malaysia, and I'm not supposed to shit on the king, but at that time, the king made a very good call and he said, we just use the military to look after us, right? What was that?
Daulat.
No,
Darurat.
Darurat.
Yeah.
and I don't know what bro. Can you just Google what darurat means in English? Sorry. So basically, it's a law in which like
It's almost like martial law. Like
it's martial law.
Martial law.
Yeah. So basically, the whole country was under like military rule.
Like, don't come out. We have guns. Blah
Bro,
blah.
I'm telling you, man. They were like, if you left this area, like maybe not even 2 kilometers from here, there are people with guns policing you. They'll tell you to make a U-turn. You can't leave.
unless you are getting groceries.
Bro, even groceries, they don't allow you to
No,
get.
this was the first MCO, right? This is the very first one.
Yeah, even when you like for example, if you need to get like a certain type of tissue paper, right? Because they don't have anymore, and you go out, they're like, why are you getting tissue paper? They stop your car and they ask you, why are you getting tissue paper? Why you have to go so far?
But to be fair, it
They're
only
quite
lasted
nice.
about two months, and then after they realized, no, let's adjust, and then so then became
But
like
why did it stop so quickly?
because they realized how retarded it was,
Yeah.
like how like
Yeah.
it's like you.
People were just pissed, right? Like,
Yeah, so there's like, okay, look, if you are in this industry, you can go.
Yeah, they started releasing based on
They call it what, primary industries, or like
Wow.
yeah,
remember?
Yeah.
like primary
Something goods one.
Yeah, like certain industries they allowed, and then you could now go within a 4 kilometer radius. So like there
To
was
us, it was real fear, man.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
that's
real
another
fear.
factor, right? Like people just don't know what the fuck's going on.
We didn't know because a lot of countries they looked like they had shit under control, you know. But
But
for
they showed
us-
all these videos of people like dropping dead in China and shit at the beginning.
Yeah.
The most suspicious one is the China one. How they just stop the numbers at a certain point. Say,
Yeah, they were like, no cases.
no cases.
Bro, in China, right, they had like drone robots policing condominiums.
Yeah,
And then
they put you in, like they locked you into the apartment and let you
Yeah.
starve, right?
Yeah, and not only that, I think it was rationing based on like one person per unit. So some units have 4 people, so only like 4 people, they get 1 unit of rations.
What was Japan like in COVID? Like, what?
Wow, bro, Japan was so good.
It's that intense.
No?
I never felt like being forced to
Yeah.
vaccinated. Either. You don't have to even say you're vaccinated or not.
Wow.
Yeah, it's none of your business.
No, only if you come in. If you come in and you're not Japanese, you have to show the app.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
If
the
you're
my
foreigner,
sauce.
yeah.
My sauce.
But
Yeah.
I never mentioned about my status, vaccination status.
Yeah.
No, never. I don't have to.
But in Japan, if you have COVID, they even send you a care package from the government. Like, I've seen, like,
your
people-
mom got one, right? She took a picture.
Yeah, they get like water. They get like
Is it?
Like you got like a little package, yeah,
you
you
get
took a
with
mask.
snacks and stuff.
yeah, you get like
too.
snacks. You
Yeah,
get
yeah,
like
yeah.
what's
Man,
that called?
look at that.
Yeah. Then you get that what's that drink? That Pocari Sweat. Yeah,
What
you
a
get-
name, right?
yeah,
Pocari Sweat.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. But over here it was not as bad as China. When you saw China stuff, a lot of people
yeah, that was the
committed
worst,
suicide.
probably, right? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people committed suicide. A lot of people weren't allowed to buy food. It was quite intense.
It's a proper lockdown, man.
That's like, and not only that, they continued their lockdown after everybody was free to. I think honestly, Chinese tourists only started coming out maybe last year.
Yeah.
Like,
True. The Chinese economy opened like last summer, yeah.
it's fucking
Yeah.
crazy, dude.
I was
don't know
writing
how-
about it, yeah.
Yeah. So for us, when we went through that, we weren't even allowed into certain stores to buy groceries until you got your vaccination. So if you didn't get your vaccination, you couldn't get groceries. Bro, what the fuck, man? I was supposed to like have a piece of land and grow my vegetables. How's this gonna work, mate? You can't
hard.
even leave within 5 kilometers. Key workers.
Ah, I see, yeah.
Something sector, right? Primary sector or.
I don't remember.
But to be fair, I think net the Malaysian government did well, lah, I would say. net, you know. It's not like
And so also like people, like when Trump said like the more people are tested, the higher the numbers are going to be.
Yeah.
And then they started laughing, like, oh, Trump, so like you just showed me how dumb you are.
Yeah.
Like you're only sick and go to the doctor if you go to the doctor, right? Right? So like if you have a statistic of only people that went to the doctor, and then
That's,
you say, oh, how many people went to the doctor? Yeah, well, it's going to be pretty high, you know?
Yeah. But actually, I feel like although our numbers looked really high, I bet it was a lot higher.
But you know, in the US, right, it was so crazy. And why I think that unlike China, it was an overstatement of the numbers. Do you know that in the US, you get as a hospital as a healthcare unit, you get more funding if you have higher number of coronavirus.
Yeah,
people.
I know. They put in this New York. They had like this entire cruise ship with nurses
Yeah.
that went to New York, I think, just to have COVID patients come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everything was COVID. Like you were like in a car accident and died, but you had COVID in your system. Yeah, you died of COVID.
Oh yeah, I read
So the more they reported, the more money that came in.
Yeah, and
Oh
and,
my
and, and they
God.
said
Crazy.
and
Man.
they killed
America is amazing, man. This country.
they put it in the elderly home, right? They locked down the elderly homes with COVID patients, so everyone got COVID and
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's so
and then they
dumb.
get more funding.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. That's
Yeah.
fucked
But
up.
what was really fucked up was like I saw a video of like people want to go and see their dying parents,
Oh,
but they couldn't. They just couldn't. Like some fat nurse was like, "No, you can't. I'm sorry." Knocked her shit out. Like they couldn't even hug. They had to hug their loved ones with like fucking like see-through plastic. That's pretty intense. I think I don't know. I shed a tear there.
It was, you know, when you were saying how soft times create soft men, and soft men create hard times, and hard times create hard men,
Yeah.
and hard men create soft times. I feel like it's so difficult for me to accept the fact that like we live in a world that we are soft men. I really, you know, we may live in a certain type of luxury in which we have air conditioning and like great food and everything, you know, to some extent, yes. But to some extent, I feel like, you know, maybe we are hard times and we are slowly becoming hard men. Because if you look at our previous generation, right, the parents, our parents, and I don't know about your parents and your parents.
Boomer parents.
Yeah,
with
the baby
boomers.
boomers.
Dude, they're the worst.
I feel like,
Like
feel
it's
like-
not because they're boomers, but it's because they were the first generation that had the opportunity to vote themselves all the power and wealth, and they did. Like if it was the millennials, it would be the millennials now.
Right.
But that's what they did, and they just ruined everything. And they were warned when they're like our age, right? Like smoking weed and pot. Like they were warned by who was it? Nixon? I don't know, but some president. He's like, "Oh, the price for this will be paid with your kids and your
yes.
grandchildren." He said it,
and we are going.
and they just did it anyways.
yeah.
And now look, crushing debt.
But to be fair, I think this is a much bigger problem for America and Europe. I cannot say the same for, I don't know about Japan. It seems like maybe, but I know I think here, I don't think it's as.
Bro, we live in a great, because it's just our bubble lah. Gen Z is
No, as in like boomers did not do what they did.
I see. That's what you mean.
Bro, but boomers here got it damn good.
No, they got it good, right? Yes.
But also,
But they didn't just
But they didn't like labor.
but Malaysia was like 57, right? It's pretty young.
Right, in that sense.
That's when they were like, right?
No, but I feel like, you know, okay, so to give you context, right? Like if you were if you were born, and when I met MJ the first time, he also mentioned this to me. Like if you got to study abroad, you could send money back home. But now, it's impossible, mate. You're going there and you still don't earn enough, right?
No.
Like in the 80s, you could 70s, 80s, you could work in a soup kitchen in London and earn £1,200.
Yeah.
And
And you
half
like
would
you-
go to like tuition and half would be sent back.
Yeah, like Warren Buffett's first home was like
Yeah.
$37,000.
Yeah, and that was a
Home.
good neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't you think those were soft times? Don't you feel? Were those really hard times? Or do you think going through a fucking pandemic and a couple of wars is a hard time?
No. Like
man.
I'm not blaming like us. Like all the problems that not all, but most of the problems we're facing today aren't caused by people who are long dead.
Yeah.
Like when you have communism, you collapse within a generation.
Yeah.
So people remember, right? Like when you like the biggest libertarians and freedom loving people are people who flee from countries like I always say Colombia. With
Venezuela.
Cuba or something. Yeah, Cuba, yeah, to the US. They hate it. They hate communism because they felt the
Extreme.
because they vote for it, right?
And then they fuck
Yeah,
it up.
free everything, yeah. And then they like eat like fucking their cat or something, right? Yeah. And then they come to US, but now they're the most freedom loving, hardcore,
Yeah.
red pilled, like whatever.
So
Are these people who went through communism, right? Like my Czech friend, for example, right? But their kids now, same piece of shit.
Oh, really?
Like not like us, yeah. Like just free everything, fuck capitalism, the biggest piece of shit. Just one generation. This is like a human nature problem, right? Like, you know, you have to go to the gym and feel pain to get gains,
Yeah.
right? You need adversary to grow,
Yeah.
to become stronger. You do. If you have, like, you see these people on Twitter complaining about getting PTSD from tweets. It sounds funny. We're laughing, right?
Yeah.
But they're actually having PTSD because their lives were so cushioned and so easy.
Yeah, the worst thing that happens to you is the worst thing that happens to you, right? So if that's the worst thing that happened to you, then
That's your benchmark.
That's the benchmark, right? But that is so good that even that is bad, right? But a lot of the things that we are facing now, like the dead, like, you know, the collapse or whatever, or whatever you want to call it or whatever, right? It's caused by people who are long dead. Like communism, 1 generation. Feminism, progressivism, 100 years. You reap all the benefits in your lifetime, like the boomers. They can't do basic math. They can't even use a computer.
yeah, bro.
The best positions.
Yeah.
Yeah. You become like a fucking
export a PDF.
They can't export a PDF.
Jesus.
Open any boomer's phone. They have like hundreds of like pages open. They don't know how to close them.
Font size 36.
Yeah.
Phone size
The app-
36.
The app is like a biscuit, you know.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not like, you know, of course not, right? They didn't grow up with it. But like, and it's not their fault either. They just were the first generation that had the opportunity to vote themselves all the wealth and all the power. And now they're still holding on to all the power, right? And the problem also is, what I think, like, I don't know, for the future, they're too old, man. They don't care about the future.
Yeah, they don't.
Right?
Why should they, right?
Like, look at Biden.
Yeah.
Let's start nuclear war. He doesn't give a shit. He's gonna die anyways in like 8 years or so.
Probably
Right?
less.
But it's, for us, it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
For us, it's a problem.
Yeah, because we got a life to live.
We have a life to live. That's why, like, we don't want to go to war for Israel
Yeah, what the fuck?
or fight Iran, or like, we don't want to, like, right? We don't want all this shit. It's all them. It's all the boomers. Like, all the pro-Israel people are mostly boomers, and all the pro-Palestine people are the younger generations. Because if you're pro-Israel or whatever, right? Whatever, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what's going on. Like, they don't want to go to war, and because we have to fight the war
Yeah.
and go there, because we don't want that. So
It's a mess.
yeah,
It's a mess.
it's a cycle, and
It's a
you just
vicious
have
cycle.
to make a, like, you have to create a system where you have good times for as long as possible, but you also have bad times, but you keep them for as short as possible.
Yeah. Have you heard of this thing called the fourth turning?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
Yeah. I feel
a
like
good friend of mine sent me.
Yeah.
a lot of that
Also,
stuff.
you've heard of it. I think we're in the fourth turning right now.
Yeah, basically almost the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
The fourth turning is just like four phases in a specific lifetime.
also, you said earlier, like, this might sound pretty harsh, but like, I don't know who said that saying, but like, weak men create bad times.
Yeah,
Bad
yeah.
times create good men. Good men create, right?
Yeah.
That phase from weak men create bad times, and then from the transition from bad times create good men is not that the weak men become good. It's that they get weeded out, and the good men can finally do something.
Yeah. But
Sounds
they
harsh.
normally create the soft times, you see, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, there's lots of good men out there
Yeah.
who will speak the truth. They can't. They can't talk. They want to say something. They want to do something. They can't. The weak men are all in front of them, preventing them from doing the right thing. So they have to get weeded out by nature. Don't have to do anything. You just have to let themselves get destroyed, so the good times can come back.
It just feels like it's such a long time before the good times come, don't you think?
Yeah, like, it hasn't even got, like, we're not even in the middle of the tunnel yet
Yeah.
to see the light. Like, it's gonna get darker.
It feels so bleak, man.
Yeah.
Well, he did say there's a light at the end of the tunnel, so it's not that.
But there's light at the end. It's not a train though. Maybe it's 2 motorcycles. You're like getting ready, and it's just a motorcycle passing by you. 2 of them.
I don't know, man. Every time, right, I always I always have this conversation about the future, right? I always have this feeling like, where the fuck are we going? Like, you know, this all started in 9/11. Before this, it was all good and dandy and buffets and shit.
Yeah, but you know, that's because you're like under 10. So it doesn't-
But before that,
Life was always good under 10, right? I mean,
Yeah, I loved it. Early 2000s.
yeah. And then after that, I just don't
back
even
when you
remember
could
a
use
good
the word
time.
gay. The word gay didn't mean like homosexual. It meant
Yeah,
just
Like joyful or something, right?
no, it just
it
meant,
just meant
oh,
you're-
you're gay.
you're- yeah.
Or something. It's just
No,
Ah, yeah,
it's kind of like an insult, but in some way it's
Yeah.
like a joking,
Yeah.
jokingly, you know.
It's not gay as long as we wear gloves. No, sorry, wear socks. It's not gay as long as we don't hold hands.
I always feel that. And then now when you keep having that conversation, right, I never go into a good place. I never go like, yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Sorry, I'm like, maybe it's because I'm also a bit tired, but I don't want to like depress you. I'm like, I don't want you to think that I don't have hope. I do. If I hadn't had hope, I would just chill in Germany now and just, I don't know, OD or something. But
if I didn't
like,
have hope, I will be in Germany.
yeah, but I'm very optimistic about the future.
But you're just
Very,
more
very
optimistic
optimistic.
here, is what you're saying. That's why.
Yeah, here too, but also in the long run for Europe too, or the US too. Like MJ was trying to describe, right? They're just gonna cocoon, like the Roman Empire was spread out, right? And then Majorian, I think, he just he said like, no, the empire has to live, and then he just sent out troops, and they all got killed, and then Rome fell. The better option would have been to just retreat, concentrate
Chill a
your
little
forces on Italy, and you still would have like a strong Roman Empire, but not just like
Smaller,
spread out,
yeah.
just not super spread out, right? So the US could turn this around, right? Like they could turn
Then
this
you
around.
know Taiwan and you know.
Yeah, they could concentrate back, right? They could, but then they have to drop like the whole like global warming bullshit. They have to start ginning up their production again, starting to create, right? Which is probably not gonna do. Like it's just they're too far
You make
in.
them look weak, right? If they do that.
Yeah. What do you think the whole Iran thing was?
Yeah.
Just for them to look tough. That's it. They just want to look tough.
They gotta look like the action hero. They gotta look like G.I. Joe.
No, they're the guy who, like, you know, in comic books, like he's holding a big button. I will destroy the world if you don't give me what I want.
Yeah.
That's like literally the US.
Yeah.
It's like you give us everything we want, or
You click that button.
yeah, we like that. And then the Houthis, right? Like, oh my god, like Yemen, both drones. Just yeah.
I mean, it's only 2 months in, so hopefully maybe like
Yeah.
you know, you guys will see more good things here rather than the bad things, right?
Yeah, we haven't talked about our life here, right?
Maybe.
But I can tell you, we're so blessed, man. I'm very blessed.
We're happy that you guys are happy, man.
Yeah,
You know?
very happy.
But maybe we should do a podcast, right? A year after you guys have been here, and then like a reality check.
Fuck this lah, what is this?
And by then, when you guys are back, you guys probably speak Malay.
yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be fun, I feel. Then you'll be like first impressions versus later.
Yeah, like later, like completely like broken.
Nah, I don't think so. I think I feel the older you are and then you move to Malaysia, the more gratitude you feel for this place. But when you're young here, you feel
100%.
a bit more impatient.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tend to see, you want to see the nice things, and then when you realize the nice things aren't
It's
that
not-
nice.
Yeah.
So
true.
you might come in with a wow, actually it's a lot better than what I thought.
Yeah. No, Malaysia is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're glad, man.
I'm like you asked, right? Like, what was your first impression?
Mm.
Like for me, it was almost exactly like I imagined, but better.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I was surprised. It was like I thought it's gonna be more second worldy, right? Like, but I was like, KL. Like, if you go to Bukit Bintang, like, what the hell?
You should go to
It's
Cambodia.
still like
bro.
Shinjuku. You know, there's
It's
like
literally And there's so much Japanese stuff.
Shibuya. No, sorry, Shibuya, not Shinjuku.
Shibuya, yeah.
No, lah,
It's just so really advanced. Things work. People are super kind and friendly, right? Like I can crack jokes if they understand
Yeah,
English.
yeah.
They're gonna appreciate it,
yeah,
which
they
I
do.
really like because I'm like that, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, I mean, now the podcast. I'm afraid I came over as like super, like a
No,
black
no.
pill or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I try to be like just happy and spread joy and
Generally,
And I
people
get that back.
feel happy when you're happy as well. You know,
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
they're so nice, man.
yeah.
They're so nice. Like, oh, sorry, I don't speak English.
I think you just wait for haze season. When the haze starts to-
yeah.
Oh, I didn't
We have
start
a
yet.
third. We have a third season, which is hay season.
No, we have 4 seasons, bro. We have 4 seasons.
They burn like all the palm trees, right? And then
Yeah.
in Indonesia.
We have
Yeah.
hot season, We have rainy season. We have hay season. We have durian season.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. He's a fan of durian, by the way.
Oh shit!
Love it.
Yeah, you got SS2.
Yeah, I'm planning to bring them to SS2 and then Acha.
Wish.
But they have action figures there, right? Like I
Where?
want Durian action figure. I want Durian mascots.
You might. I think.
I want like the whole thing.
SS2 technically has everything, so
Yeah.
probably bring him to the right
But
spot.
Acha will be fun because I'll be teaching them how to use hand to eat.
Good. I can't, right?
You can join us if you want. Acha.
Sure, just let me know when. I'll try to
Acha,
find the time. Yeah, let me know. I think we should wrap up.
Yeah. What
How
time
many
is it
hours
now?
are we in?
I don't know.
We're 4 hours in? Fucking hell, bro. Oh shit.
If you ever attend another podcast, I just want you to know that this is not like the baseline. It is not common at all for it to be 4 hours. Okay,
Really? What's like normal?
like one.
1 hour
Oh, really?
to 2 hours.
But we have such a like we didn't even touch
I hope you
on
enjoy it. I
anything.
mean, this is your.
So much, man. Thank you so much,
No worries.
right?
It's a pleasure, man.
She's like
But
tired.
she's so tired, I can tell.
Yeah.
But I think like when you do this podcasting, especially because of this setup, I know that this setup can
Right.
bring you to different places.
Yeah.
I've always said this, like this setup where you feel like you're in a room and then you can open up.
Next, you need one where like you cover.
And also,
up,
like I thought, like before, like we started with, like, I asked some question, like, "Hey, we're on YouTube, right? Like, can I speak? Like, can I say things?"
You can say what the fuck you want, man.
Yeah.
The only rule in Malaysia is you just can't talk shit.
the
about
3
the king.
R's. Have you heard of the 3 R's?
Yeah, you told me.
Race, royalty, religion. Just don't
No.
touch any of that.
Actually, even race and religion is
Race, if you like.
I mean, we touched down on it,
Yeah.
like of course, right? But not like
You know,
I'm,
in
I'm not
all-
shitting on anyone.
I feel
yeah.
in all honesty, everybody in Malaysia, at least from what I know, has a good heart. It's just that maybe they went through something in their life that kind of edged them in the wrong direction. But everybody has a good intention here. Like
Yeah.
if you saw someone that didn't have that opportunity, no matter what race, what religion, what age, any other race, religion, and age would have helped.
Yeah.
It's just they went through a bad experience or a bad thing in their life.
Bad prime ministers as well.
So it's just the comment section that can be a bit toxic. But you know, I've always said like generally people are kind of nice.
Yeah,
but I
next
appreciate
time.
you both coming
Yeah.
on, man.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the gift as well.
Oh wait, should we take, what,
Take a photo.
I'll just do a peace sign.
Where? Here?
Just the main
See the
camera.
main cam? Yeah.
Here?
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you guys so much for coming on, man. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I love you guys. Long time.
Yeah, true. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'll put all your links in my description. Just send me whatever links you want, and then they can
My
follow
website, basically.
You. Sure. Oh,
I hope you like that.
what the fuck? It's such a huge seaweed.
I know, right?
Jesus Christ. Dude, thank you.
Gojira.
Thanks.